One sec, guys. I'll be with you soon. Just going to get all my ducks in a row. God, what have I done? Where's my thing? All right, where are we? Here we go. That's a thing. Okay. I think that does it. We're almost ready to go. Let's actually start up the town hall. That'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? Start the stage. Okay, that'll do it. Now, if I do this, yes, okay, that works. Very good. Oh, everybody's here. Fuck, Tracksuit's here. God. Oh, yeah, and he left. Oh my God, Tracksuit was here and then he left. I was about to say, you know, you hit it big when Tracksuit's in the audience. But that's okay, Tracksuit. Hey, Envy. Hey, Meow. Hey, Callaway. What's going on, guys? We'll start up real soon. Jason will be with us in the next 5 to 10 minutes. I'll just say g'day on my lonesome for a little bit. Let's check on over at the little YouTube page. Yep, that's all good to go. Very, very good. Yeah, hope you guys are well. I would anticipate this one going for at least a couple of hours today. So, hey, John, how you going, mate? Hello, Arcos AD. Wear feet? Oh, Arcos, baby. um, yeah, everything's probably going to go for a couple of hours today. And I would anticipate there's going to be a lot of speculation. I want to get your guys' thoughts on how you feel about speculation on the show. So historically, I've been very, very hesitant to like discuss, you know, the quote unquote leaks that I fucking hate how, and I'll say this again when I speak to Jason, I fucking hate how frequently that word is used when we're very clearly not talking about leaks 99% of the time. They're literally just fan fiction, but we call them leaks. And that term has become so heavily used. It's outrageous. But anyway, um, oh my, says Arcos. Arcos, are you joining in this one or what? Are you going to bed soon? Um, no pressure, baby. Um, fuck, John, when we talk retail, that might be something that's right up your alley as well. Um, Flub says, Josh, are you thinking about multi-streaming on Twitch ever again? You know what? It's funny. I was thinking about it yesterday, Flubs. I shit you not. But I still think I'm going to stay away. I don't know. I'm just like, you know, as you go, obviously I streamed all of my hardcore adventures, but I just don't stream that frequently. And like, whilst Twitch has the audience and, you know, there's nothing hurting you to multi-stream, it's just like, I don't know, you don't build up a channel by kind of being everywhere. So like if I multi-streamed, you know, how I don't see how that assists my YouTube channel. Not that I'm really trying to grow my YouTube channel that much, but like people would just tune in over at Twitch. But then I also feel like, you know, I've got 5,000 followers or whatever over on Twitch. I'm just burning because I don't use it anymore. I don't know. It's a tough one. I'm pretty happy still staying at YouTube, but like I don't know. We'll see. Depends if my opening monologue is 2 hours or not, mate. Well, I mean, fuck, we'll go 2 hours just talking about, you know, my feet. How about that? 1 hour panel at BlizzCon has to be more than a new season and Kata announcement. Yeah, I would think so, Flubs. Fred's here. Oh, Fred. Fuck yes. I'm so glad you're here. Fred, I know you're probably busy, but I'll say as well to you, you are more than welcome to join in at any time, mate, once we get going. But again, I say that only because I say that to friends, just as a friendly thing. There's no pressure. I don't mean like I need you for the content. Like it's all good, mate. What was I going to say? So I want to talk about classic speculation. I want to talk about retail speculation. But how do you guys feel about on the show if I discuss like I saw a leak that I liked the look of, right? That I felt was credible in an odd way. Even though I sit here and I dunk on leaks all the time, there was one that came up that nobody made a video about, that nobody said fucking boo about. And it's always the way it goes. Like, all the YouTubers fucking pick the worst ones and go, ooh, leak, look at all these details. And they're so fake and so bullshit. And you just roll your eyes and go, like, fine, go get your clicks, fucking whatever. And then the one good one that came up, none of those fuckers fucking showcased at all. So I'm like, should I discuss it, or is it lame to discuss pure speculation? Even though we have done it in the show in the past, a couple of years ago. I don't know. Arcos, what do you reckon? Put your hand up, baby, and talk to me. I'll invite you to speak. There you go, sunshine. If any of you guys want in on this conversation, just hit the button to put your hand up. Arcos, sweetheart, how are you?
How are you?
Good, mate. Yourself?
I was just about to post. I posted a picture of you in the chat when you started talking about leaks.
Right.
I was just about to tag you when you invited me to speak.
Was it a photo of me taking a leak?
No, talking about leaks.
Mate, what do you reckon? How do you feel about the podcast discussing like what could be just fan fiction bullshit leaks?
I think it's a good thought experiment. I think it's fine to just throw different ideas around. Doesn't matter if it's, how do you say, reasonable, logical, rational. Doesn't matter. We're just
it's all a bit of fun.
We've got a board on the wall and we've got some darts and we're just throwing them around to see what grabs our fancy, right?
It's one of those ones as well where I would, because I've always said on the show historically, I'm like, here's been my stance on leaks. I'm like, if I was actually in possession of a leak, I would not leak it. I'm not someone who wants to spoil the surprise for people, right? But if I don't know it's true, I'm slightly more comfortable with talking about the open speculation. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, if someone's trusted you with information that isn't supposed to be shared, then of course I don't think anyone would expect you to share it with someone, right? But if it's just a fucking 4chan thread,
and that's exactly what it is.
Information behind it that showcases its authenticity, then like what's the big deal?
Yeah, and that's exactly what it is. Like I don't know anything. I'm literally just pointing to a 4chan post and going, I think this one sounds legit.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's completely fair to discuss, to contemplate, get people's opinions. Like everyone is so opinionated. Like we'll read that 4chan post and we'll all have different reactions to it, and it will create different ideas in all of us.
Mate, what's your gear score at?
5.8 on my DK, I think.
Did you see fucking Ale flexing on all of us with his screenshot earlier?
Yeah, but I pass on all the gear.
Oh, that's why. You only got a shit gear score because you pass all the gear, I see. Yeah, I would kill for your gear score.
I mean, I took my Paladin from, I don't remember, 4.2 to 5.4 in like 2 weeks, and I didn't even do ICC.
Are you still enjoying it? You're enjoying ICC?
Yeah, but it's mostly just the people I play with, right? We've been playing together since early Vanilla Classic, so that's like the draw is just to be with the guys and the girls together playing, more so than the raid environment. It's a good raid though. Like it's fun bosses. Some of them quite difficult compared to what we've had up until now. But the expansion is completely done in my head. Like, if my guild wasn't the guild that it is, then I wouldn't be playing it for sure.
After that first kill, did you feel the kind of like, okay, I'm done moment?
I felt it before ICC was released. I was like, do I even bother with this raid? And then I saw that BlizzCon was not so far after the ICC launch, so I thought I'll give it a few weeks at least, see what these leagues actually bring us.
Fucking North.
Which one of these leagues?
North sent me a message. North sent me a message about 2 weeks ago. Just like, I don't know. I can't think of a better way to say it, but like basically just coming over ICC. It was like, oh my god, this raid is so based. It's so good. I love it so much.
Yeah, I mean, I understand him because I think him and I we kind of appreciate the same things in a raid, and compared to the raids that we've done over the past 4 years, this is definitely the best designed encounter wise for sure. The bosses are mostly quite interesting with mechanics that we haven't necessarily seen in this way before. So for the person who really appreciates the raid design and the full philosophy behind it, as I think North does, then I can definitely understand that reaction.
I'm just getting asked in YouTube chat, Jeremy, I'm not smiling madly. I literally don't know anything, and like I've heard that story too. I personally don't believe it. I think that's a bit of streamer talking themselves up cred. I don't know, something as big as Classic. Like, sorry, they're just saying Arcos that. I had heard this a couple of years ago that Asmon said back in the day that he knew about Classic before it was revealed at BlizzCon 2017. I personally just look, might be the case, but I personally refuse to believe that story. Like that was a bomb of an information drop at BlizzCon 2017, and I'm not doing the thing where some BlizzCon employee was willing to put their job on the line to let Asmongold know it was coming first. Like, it's just, it doesn't compute with me.
Yeah, doesn't matter. Like after the fact, like who cares?
Yeah.
Whether he knew or he did, it doesn't change anything.
It more comes to the point that like it always gets talked about that like, oh, they tell streamers before these big announcements at BlizzCon, and I really don't think they do.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, if people care what streamers know, then people care about the wrong things.
Yeah.
I mean, does it matter to the average gamer if Sarth or Chopek or Cyrene? I suppose Cyrene would know since he is a weight cock at Blizzard now. But like, does it change anything for you and me or the people that we play for? If the streamers know something or they don't, like it doesn't affect anything.
No, it doesn't. That part of it, Jeremy, doesn't make much sense to me though, because if they got told about it hours before, BlizzCon starts at like 10 or 11 o'clock in the morning. What do they pull him into a hotel room at 7 o'clock in the morning to say we've got something to tell you? I don't know. It's just weird.
What's the gain for Blizzard to tell them a few hours before?
What do they win out of it?
Yeah, what's their profit in having a handful of edgelords and Omega internet nerds knowing
4 hours before everyone else, and they can't tell anyone. But here we'll tell you 4 hours before everyone else. I don't know. Although in saying that, like, I don't know, it's still weird.
I don't want to shit on Jeremy. Like,
oh no!
I have no idea.
I'm not. I'm shitting on the story as opposed to Jeremy retelling it. I had heard it before. But anyway, let me pull up this. And hello everyone in chat again. Hey, Ironstein, how are you, mate? What's going on, brother? Rue, hello. Rob's here. Ari's here. Spahana's here. Hello everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, but what has Sarth been saying, Flubs? Like, I haven't seen anything from Sarth cluing on to anything. Like, Sarth hasn't come out and said, "Oh my god, we're getting XYZ." Okay, where are we? I think Jason's on his way soon to his.
I've not seen anything from Sarth, but I've not really been waiting or looking for stuff that he's been saying.
No, Sarth would be so. Number one, he wouldn't do it because number two, he's worked himself so far into the good books with Blizzard. Why would he like torch and then piss on the fire of that bridge by leaking anything like they may have hinted at him? I personally, again, I don't believe that someone would go up to Sarth and be like, "Hey mate, we're doing Classic Plus." But like, I would believe that the cheeky messages or hints get sent. But I don't think, like I said, that he would fucking kerosene the bridge that he's built to Blizzard just to get that information out first. For again, it's not a net win for him if he does that.
Yeah, like one scenario that I would believe if someone told it to me, 3 months from now, is that like they contacted him to give input on some type of speedrun thing that they were implementing in Classic Plus, right? And they asked him like how, as a person in the community who's been really inside of this part of the community for a long time, how would you like to see it set up? Like what would make sense, what wouldn't make sense, so that he kind of knows that they're doing something, right? And then on his stream, he's pretty much just saying the exact thing that Mike Ibarra tweeted out, that big news are coming, wink, wink, but then nothing more, right? Like I could believe that, but does it matter?
It's I don't know. We'll go through everything.
I would kind of put it in the same situation as if for the hardcore thing, if they had contacted, Targos or some of those guys who were kind of the pioneers behind that, and they'd asked them about input, just as if they'd talked to the Kronos guys or the Light Soap guys, in 2017, 2018, in the lead up to Classic itself. Because if they contacted them, then those people will know that something is brewing, right?
I mean, I can tell you that like the devs on the Classic team that I speak to, and I'm not trying to fucking big note myself, I don't speak to them very much, but when I speak to them, they are fucking terrified and paranoid of getting too close to saying anything of note to me. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't pressure them. I don't cheekily go like, come on, tell your old buddy Josh a little something. Give me something. Like, I don't muck around with them and suck up and go like, come on, give me some information. And I don't know if other content creators are. But, like, I just can't imagine a situation where they crack and be like, okay, for you, buddy, just between us, I'll give you all the fucking info. Just from the way they talk to me, they're like, mate, my fucking job's on the line. I'm obviously not going to say anything like crazy hint worthy.
Yeah, I agree 100% with that thought process in the case of a streamer or a known personality being sharing knowledge or supposed knowledge of what's going to happen. But let's put you in there, for example. Let's say that some of the devs that you are on speaking terms with contacts you about helping the devs with something, right? And you say yes. You sign an NDA, you're a collaborator with Blizzard, you work on some idea with them, so you know exactly what the idea is, what the process is. You have no idea if it's going to be implemented or not, but you know that you worked on it with someone at Blizzard. Then you know about it. You can't tell anyone about it, but you can hint that something big could be coming.
Yeah.
Right.
You build hype
but that's
with the
totally two different scenarios, right?
Yeah.
But in one of them you have actual information, but you're not saying anything about it. In the other, you purport that you have information and you're trying to tell everyone that it's true, but you can't back it up with any facts.
Well, like an example of that, I know what you're saying. Like I think it's good of them to publicly or even privately do like the tactical wink of like, maybe we're working on something, ha ha ha. Like, and Jeremy's pointing out one example of that. You know, like Tim was in my YouTube chat last week, was it, or 2 weeks ago, when I was speaking to Ampy, and we were talking about Classic Plus. And this wasn't the first time. Like, a Grand had come in and done the same thing a couple of months ago or whatever, where they tongue in cheek saying Twitch chat or YouTube chat, like while you're talking about Classic Plus or whatever, or the next season of Mastery, they'll go like, "Oh, we're listening, we're taking notes." It's all just a bit of fun. That's the thing that gets, you know, nerds like us excited when we stoke the fires of speculation. Oh, look, there's the assistant Classic lead say that he's taking notes from us on the podcast and the listeners about what's happening next on Classic Plus. That must mean that Classic Plus might be a thing. Oh my God, speculation. Like, that's a smart bit of fun from them on their behalf, which is inherently risk-free because they're not really saying anything.
Yeah. No, I really like that excited 6-year-old voice that you made, because I think many of us will have felt like that inside if we knew that a dev was listening in.
Yeah. Here's Jason. Hey mate, I've thrown you an invite to speak, Jason.
I would love to speak.
It would be handy to get you to speak, considering you're the guest. How are you, mate?
I'm good, man. Thanks for having me. I miss you, man.
I miss you too.
This has been like the most insane couple weeks of my life.
Oh my God. Hey, I'll give you the full official intro, and we'll get into all that. Jason, are you cool if we get a few listeners tagging along with us? Is that all right?
As long as they're not mean to me.
Oh fuck!
I don't promise anything,
man.
Yeah, Arcos wanted to fucking have a go at you about something. I don't know.
I can take it. I'm a big boy.
All good. All right, I'll start up.
Whatever. It's your show, man. Whatever you want to do, I'm along for the ride.
Thanks, mate. I appreciate it. Look, I'll start up the episode now. I'll just, before we do that, I'll say to everyone, look, all you guys in the Discord audience, if you do have questions for Jason, if you do just want to sit in and, you know, speak up whenever something comes up that you find interesting, by all means, just, you know the drill, right click on your profile or whatever there in Discord, hit the button that says you want to speak or you want to get an invitation to speak, and I'll get you in here. But we'll kick it off now, and I'll just get my recording started. Here we go. Actually, Jason, sorry, can I just test your volume? Can you hit me with the test 1 2 3? You there, Jason? Have I lost him?
I think you've lost him.
I've lost
him.
Are
you telling me that everything?
Oh, he's muted. Jason, you're muted.
Sorry, I'm here. I need to pop this out because I was trying to grab something else really quick.
You're good.
Yeah. But here I am.
Oh, good. I've just got to
speak to you.
I think I've got to turn you up a bit.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Can
you turn yourself up a little bit? Because I've got your max on Discord.
I can turn myself up a bit. I don't want to start clipping.
Oh, only a tiny bit. Yeah, it's only a very, very tiny bit.
How about that?
Yep, that's all good, and I'll turn you up a bit more.
Good?
Man.
Better?
Yeah. We're all good. Okay, here we go. So BlizzCon 2023 is literally right around the corner. I'm recording this now slightly under 1 week before we kick off over in Anaheim, California. And look, it's a fantastic event that I've been to a couple of times, and we're going to talk about everything that we expect to hear announced at the next BlizzCon. So get ready for this one, guys. Buckle up. It's going to be a couple of hours worth of fun chat and speculation, and it wouldn't be a BlizzCon show, quite frankly, unless I got this person back. And this is someone that I've met in person at a BlizzCon, exactly where you want to meet them, at the fucking bar at the Marriott. And I love him to death. We're probably just going to shoot the shit for a while before we actually talk about WoW. Jason of the Starting Zone, mate, how are you?
Josh, how the hell are you, buddy? Happy BlizzCon. Thanks for having me back. I miss you, man. I'm gutted that you're not able to make the trip this year because that would be like one of the big highlights for me, would be hanging out with you. So,
mate, 100%.
Some other time, hopefully, but you know, it's still I mean, it's kind of surreal, right? We haven't had an in-person BlizzCon in 4 years now, and it's like really happening now. You know, we're in the countdown here, so I'm excited. I think I'm more excited and charged up about it than I thought I was going to be when I thought of like, oh, they'll probably do a BlizzCon in 23, and then they announced the dates, and I was like, yeah, I guess I'll go. But now I'm getting really into it. I'm ready, man. I'm really looking forward to next week.
Mate, I completely agree with you in that, like, meeting up with you for a beer, you know, there's a couple of other people that I'd love to meet up for a beer as well. That would be the sole reason to go. Like, I'm well on the record on the show as, and you know, I don't want to be like a fucking downer or anything, but like, I'm well on the record for saying, like, I really don't give that much of a fuck about the convention itself. I think there's really not that much meat on the bones on the floor, but it's the social experience, it's the gathering of the nerds, it's the fucking all the drinks at the bar, you know, on the Friday and Saturday night afterwards. That's what BlizzCon is all about to me personally.
Yeah, that is BlizzCon. Like the stuff you can watch on YouTube or whatever, that's cool. Selling the game, they got to sell the games. We get that, but the reason why we go is for each other. That's the whole show.
Yeah, 100%, mates. Look, just before we get into, I should introduce our lurker as well, probably. Arcos, my friend, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, mate. Thanks for roping me into this.
Mate, my pleasure. I'm happy for you to join in, and we'll get your takes on a bunch of stuff as well as you sit in the dark corner and listen in on Jason and I. Look, Jason, I should just say quickly, like, it has been a fucking while since we caught up, and I think we've done this the last couple of years, or the last couple of BlizzCons or online BlizzCons, where we've caught up for each other's shows and given our takes on the games that we cover on speculation with what might come. But before we get to all that, mate, you've just finished a fucking giant trip, haven't you?
Yeah.
What fucking happened?
I've been back home for about 2 days. What day is it? I don't even. Yeah, my wife and I just got back from like the first real ass vacation we've ever taken. We spent like 2+ weeks touring Japan this month, which was incredible. We started off in Tokyo. We went up to Kanazawa. We spent a couple days in Hiroshima. Then we spent a couple days in Kyoto, and then we finished up in Osaka. And it was awesome. Beautiful country. I mean, it was just there's so much to do there. We could have easily spent another 2 weeks or something just sightseeing and doing touristy stuff and eating, you know, octopus balls and doing the whole thing. So, you know, it's something we kind of wanted to do in a way, you know, before it was ever realistic, right? Before we had the means to do it, or the time, money, you know, just the ability to do it. And for it to actually come together, and you know, super lucky to have grandma, my wife's mom, you know, tagging in. She stayed with the kids and everything for the whole time, and you know, ran the ship, which was amazing. Just to have the opportunity to do that was really cool. Really a very unique experience. You know, I've been out of the country a little bit, but never that far away, and certainly never anywhere for that long, like away from home. Like, we were legit just kind of on tour, right? It was like 2 nights here, 3 nights there, get on the train, go to the next city, check stuff out. So it was awesome, man. Nothing like it, really, I think, in my life. You know, it was a very unique experience for me, and very enlightening. It was awesome to just kind of.
What was the highlight? You know, what do you recommend? Because I'm busting to go, and Patricia and I have that as our next like trip. So tell us what the number one memory was.
You know, I think one of the coolest things we did was, like, early on in the trip, we took a bus up to Mount Fuji. And we didn't go like up the mountain. We didn't climb Mount Fuji, but we went up like almost as far as they'll let you drive on this bus, and we hung out in the park there. And then on the way back, we're in Hakone, and we kind of toured around there a little bit, and around this area called Ashi Lake, which is this like volcanic lake that I guess formed from Mount Fuji, and that was just gorgeous, like just breathtaking. That was a really cool day. It was a long day of getting on and off buses and walking around, but I mean, just absolutely gorgeous. That was a huge highlight for me. And if you ever go to the general Tokyo area, I mean, it's like I guess it's like an hour or two away by bus from there. So it's not like you step off, the plane in Tokyo and then you go there. But that's a decently close touch point, I guess, if you're on vacation. I think my favorite city was Hiroshima. It was just amazing. And we went to the museum and everything, and that was rough. I recommend, I'm glad I went. I think it was really enlightening, and especially in light of current events of the day.
Yeah.
It really hit me hard. I mean, I spent 3 hours there looking at all the exhibits and listening to the audio guide, doing the whole tour of the museum, and the way they have it presented is just, it's incredible, man. It's such a testament to the human spirit, I think, really, to kind of see the people of this city who have, tried to be an example for how to do things a different way or whatever, the mission of peace that the city kind of promotes worldwide. That was a really special day. And I just thought the city was awesome. Like, it had such a cool vibe. It was super fun. I had some really good meals there.
Isn't the food? I've heard the food is fucking next level.
Yeah, we had some really nice meals for sure. We were eating pretty well, and I mean, from a perspective of just pocket money, like, it was pretty cheap. Like,
really?
We could buy on a few thousand yen a day.
Huh.
I mean, we splurged a little bit here and there, and we went through a lot of cash over the course of 2 weeks, but
all that sweet podcasting money, yeah, mate.
Yeah, right, exactly. Well, and cashing those Blizzard checks too, Josh, for shilling those products. But no, yeah, I was kind of surprised because we could live off of a few thousand yen each a day, and the exchange rate for USD is pretty favorable right now. So I mean, I'm not saying it was cheap by any means, but it's like we weren't cutting corners to do what we wanted to do while we were there, which was nice.
Yeah. Very good. Very good. Oh, well, mate.
And, it really wasn't getting bad. Like, I do not read Japanese. I do not speak Japanese. Right. I do not understand spoken Japanese. I know a couple words and phrases. I can excuse myself. I can, I can say thank you. I can say good morning or whatever. But there's English on everything, like all over the mass transit systems and everything. So I could figure out where I needed to go, and I could like check into a hotel or order a meal. So that I was a little concerned about that because I didn't know what to expect. I'm in a foreign country and I'm illiterate and no one can speak to me. Like, what's going to happen? But it was that didn't pose too much of an obstacle. And also, the one thing I got to really put over for the entire nation is the toilets and the plumbing are incredible.
Oh, well, it's funny you say that.
It's so far behind the toilet game. You have no idea.
It's funny you say that because I was going to say the only phrase that Arcos knows in Japanese is, "Excuse me, where's your bathroom? I am going to do a number on it."
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
yeah, I've heard the plumbing's amazing and the toilets and everything.
They're built for service, man. Like, yeah. I'm talking heated seats and
very good.
Like, like built-in like deodorizers and like privacy chime noise maker things, and I was looking forward to using the toilet anytime I had to go in. Like then I land in Philly in my backyard. And
you walk like into the bathroom declaring that you're going to go treat yourself.
Yeah, right. It felt like a little vacation every time over there. It was nice and relaxing. It was a very pleasant experience. I start off Tuesday afternoon in Kansai Airport in Osaka, and it's the nicest airport I've ever been in. Beautiful modern terminal. Everything's furnished nice, like very comfortable space, which was good because I had to be there for a few hours. Very modern and very clean bathroom facilities. Felt very comfortable. I traveled for like 27 hours. I landed in Philadelphia International, and I'm like busting. I get off the jetway and I find an open bathroom at like 1 a.m. and it's like I stepped into, Escape from New York when
Yeah.
Snake Plissken goes into that dilapidated bar.
Yeah.
That's what this bathroom at the Philly airport was like. So, I was like, I'm back in the U.S. now.
Yeah.
Back to reality. Yeah.
Pissing into a chipped hole in the wall. Yeah. All right, mate. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed your trip.
It was great, man.
I'm going to
highly recommend.
I'm going to rip you from the beauty of Japan over to the ugly side of speculation with World of Warcraft, mate. Look,
wait, I just want to tell you one thing.
Yeah, go.
I got home, so just shifting back into reality, right? I wake up. We got home late night Tuesday, early morning Wednesday. I go to sleep. I sleep for like 11 hours. I wake up and all I want to do is hop on my PC, play a little WoW, check out Hallow's End, and get ready to record a TSZ episode. And my fucking PC won't boot. Oh. So I spent my whole first day back of trying to acclimate myself to, Eastern time zone and everything else, take care of myself a little bit, get ready for, to go back to work. And I spent the entire day troubleshooting my dead PC, and the problem was that my boot drive died, and so then I had to go buy a new drive and rebuild it, and that process is still kind of ongoing. We had to delay recording this week's TSZ by a day. It's just like just rolling with the punches.
That's the way.
I knew it was going to be wild coming back this week because I had a lot of stuff on the calendar anyway. My twin's birthday is Sunday. We're having a birthday party.
It really is all happening for you.
Yeah.
Wow. Mates, it's funny. One more thing from your travels is I got a tickle out of you did mention before you left that you were looking for some podcast recommendations, and I saw you mentioned on Twitter that you listened to a little bit of Countdown to Classic on your travels, and I couldn't help but laugh when you mentioned the specific episode that you hit up, which was me just tearing into things at the start of 2 episodes ago about the server drama with Hardcore. Did you? I could picture you having a bit of a laugh maybe over that one.
I was on I'm on a Trans-Pacific flight, trying not to crack up too hard and disturb the people around me because you were just going in, and I was like, yes, you get it, Josh, go for it. Because the stuff about like when you start railing against the way that the literal internet is constructed and everything, it's like, okay, guys, there's only so much anybody can do. Like, have you ever used any like productivity or business software? How often does that have some kind of a problem where like you can't open your
I was hoping you were going to say that you were listening to that one in a Japanese bathroom and all they hear is the maniacal laughter coming from the middle stall.
Like, man, this American really...
This crazy long-haired American emerges just laughing like the devil. Yeah.
No, that was on the flight from Tokyo to Dallas. I think I was listening to that. Good. And I loved that whole monologue. That was great. I had a great time with that. So well done, and thank you for keeping me entertained while I was.
Mate, it's my pleasure. And now, you can return the favor because we'll get you maybe doing a little bit of a monologue of your own. But Arcos, don't worry, I haven't forgotten about you, mate. We'll get you involved very soon. I just want to maybe switch things up, and we'll be a little crazy. Let's quickly tackle retail first, if that's okay. And it's getting late for Arcos, and he just died a little inside because he probably wants to go to bed sometime soon. But if we can do about 20 minutes on retail, is that okay first, Arcos?
No, it's fine.
I'm sorry, mate. I'm sorry. All right.
Get the bad stuff out first.
Oh, how dare you. How dare you. All right, Jason, let's do retail first, mate. Look, it will be a much shorter segment just because, I mean, obviously we don't cover retail as much on this show, if at all. And also, I don't really know that there's as much to speculate on, perhaps, as years gone by. There really has been... There was something that came out yesterday with again, we'll have the laugh about alleged leaks in air quotations. I was railing against them as one of my greatest hates of covering World of Warcraft over the years, how everyone writes fan fiction and we all adopt the term leak when we should be calling it bullshit. But in saying that, I do raise the one example from last time with Dragonflight, there was a 4chan leak like the week before Dragonflight was announced that was fucking spot on. So that slightly changed my perspective on, you know, the bullshit that we get fed in the lead up to these conventions, because fuck, you'll get 19 pieces of shit, but one of them will probably, you know, maybe be close to the money. But anyway, Jason, I haven't seen anything outside of this one yesterday that sort of got torn down straight away as maybe reusing old assets, and the screenshots maybe looked a bit fishy. People weren't sure. So I'm not investing too much in it. Is there any chatter about what's coming next, or are people predicting anything in particular with retail?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I try to avoid a lot of this stuff as much as I can, because I just want the actual announcement and stuff. But you know, the consensus, what the community is sort of expecting is like a focus on these kind of like elemental dwarves, these like storm dwarf type characters, and that's going to be like a big bent of the expansion, like these more kind of you know, primal dwarf type characters, and a new like dwarf homeland. Kaz Algar is what keeps getting kicked around. And so, you know, a new continent that we haven't seen before, and sort of this.
It's been magically hidden all this time.
Well, you know, that's the conceit, right? We just got to go along with that.
Yeah, and,
you know,
and I saw people sort of having a go at that concept yesterday again on Twitter.
Yeah.
But I thought about it and I was like, how else do you do it? Like, it's fine.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, like, Northrend wasn't there in vanilla, but we knew it was there. You know, it's like you got to suspend your disbelief a little bit. We're playing a fantasy video game. It's okay. They got to put new stuff on the map somewhere.
That's right.
We'll get through it, but yeah, you know, I was hearing a lot of that chatter, even though I was not really looking for it. But
did you see that thing yesterday, or like you said, have you actively avoided it? I won't talk about it if you haven't seen it.
I saw it because Wowhead just couldn't keep it in their pants.
Yeah.
You know, they just have to. They need the clicks so bad, and I'm really getting sick of Wowhead's whole model these days. Like, it's an indispensable tool, but the way that they use their platform, I think, is a bit irresponsible.
Can I drag you down that tangent just for a second, because you're not the only person I've heard say that in recent times.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of their stuff is baity. They love to give you, you know, one piece of information in like 12 different little nibbles, so you have to click on all this stuff, and you know, they can just kind of drip feed this news out. They report stuff that is editorialized to a subtle degree, but they present it like it's factual or something. I think because of their platform overall and their standing, there's a lot of players who basically just assume that Wowhead is official, right? It's their primary source of information about WoW, not WorldOfWarcraft.com, not the game itself, but Wowhead.
Forgetting that it's entirely unofficial.
Yeah, right. And I think that Wowhead is happy to abuse that and, you know, kind of seed stuff. I mean, I'm kind of over the whole data mining thing. Like,
massively.
They data mine in-game cutscenes, or like a patch will come out. Like, Blizzard can now encrypt the IGCs and stuff, right? So you can't see them on PTR. They're like in the data, but you can't view them. And even like Wowhead can't data mine them. But then as soon as a patch comes out, all day long on the RSS feed, it's like, hey, here's this cinematic that happens when you do this quest, and here's this. It's like, the patch just came out. Can we have 2 hours to play it before you put up all the, you know?
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't click on that stuff and I don't watch it, but I'm sure some people do, and you know, they have a worse experience with the game as a result. So, I don't know. They couldn't keep this. Wowhead hasn't been terrible about this, but when it got to this stuff yesterday, these like kind of blurry laptop photos and stuff, they just couldn't. So, you know,
when you saw it, do you think bullshit or not?
I don't. It's hard to tell, man. I mean, it has a similar look to the way they typically present, you know, an expansion announcement, which could mean that could go either way, right? Because that could be how they're going to present this one, or it could be that they're going to present it differently. But, you know, whoever made this had the information to make it look real, right? To use existing stuff and go, okay, well, what if it looked like this? But I mean, I think you could certainly like draw a line to this type of concept for the next expansion. I mean, I've been saying that the thread that I would like to see them pull on is with the Titans. That's it's like an underlying theme in Dragonflight. You can't really separate Warcraft dragons from the Titans, right? So and we sort of have this Titan meatball hanging out there from the end of Legion. So it would make sense to tug on that thread. I think some people are not thrilled with this potential direction for the game, but I mean, I would say, you know, if it's a bit more dwarf centric, the dwarves are, you know, one of the primary races that the fiction's built off of, and they really haven't had a lot of space in the story overall over the years. So I think it would be, you know, it could be cool. I on its face, I don't dislike it. I'm kind of into it, and obviously the dwarves are also inextricably linked to the Titans, and you have that whole relationship. So I think that stuff all kind of makes sense narratively if that's the way it's going. So, I don't know. I mean, I guested on Unshackled Fury with Berserker a couple weeks ago. We were talking about potential directions for the next expansion and about leak stuff and whatever. And, you know, I said like, okay, we already did the alternate timeline time travel thing. We already went to our literal afterlife. So like we've already swallowed like the 2 pills I really would never want in the story. And as long as we never do that again and we don't revisit the faction conflict, then I'm okay. Like, I think there's a lot of cool little elements and pockets of the universe to explore. So I'm pretty much up for whatever. The community had a real hard on for some reason for like a pirate expansion, but it's every 2 years, 4 years, like, oh, we're going to get a South Seas expansion. We're going to get a pirate expansion. We're going to get, you know, and we kind of had, that was a big chunk of what BFA was.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I don't know how. Yeah, it didn't register. Apparently, the expansion where you hang out with literal pirates.
Yeah, with the Kultiris wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, and you go fight Naga, and you go fight Queen Ashara, and you go fight N'Zoth, and you have a whole zone that's like technically sort of under the sea, and you know that wasn't enough. I guess we got to do that. I don't know if it's just a meme, if people just do that to troll or what, but I don't know. I also feel like we're sort of at a stage of the game's life where whatever they say is going to be the next thing, that the initial reaction from some corners of the player base is just going to be groans, you know?
Yeah. Let me ask you this next question, and then Arcos, I will throw you in the fold with this question as well. Once Jason's answered first, I want you to jump on in and we'll hear from you and your take on this one. Jason, the Chris Metson thing has come up recently, obviously, with the announcement of the new title for him, you know, and the fact that he's come back full time. So we've covered it on the show that, you know, December 2022, Metson comes back as a consultant. And then last month they go, hey, guess what? He's now actually back full time on the payroll, and he's the executive creative director or whatever of the Warcraft franchise. Great. We analyzed that a bit a few episodes ago, but one of the things I landed on personally was that I thought this was great news for Classic, but also like the emphasis is on the Warcraft franchise. And I was like, this to me could mean, and I think is very overtly supposed to mean, a bit of everything. This is Metson taking the reins creatively over, you know, Classic, retail, and other or miscellaneous. And I've said, look, I wouldn't necessarily be shocked if they announced the TV show. I wouldn't be shocked if Metson has dived into the retail team and been like, oh, you know, what if we do this? I wouldn't be shocked if Metson is behind some form of a Classic Plus that we're getting next. So my question to you is just, how did you receive that news in terms of the retail aspect? Do you feel that Metson will have a great influence on what's next for retail, or do you think that was more him being there for other things?
Well, I have a multi-stage answer to that question, I guess, because of course I do. That's why you have me on here. I don't think Metson has been back long enough to have a huge impact on whatever we're going to see next week.
Yes.
The ship just doesn't turn that fast.
It takes years to make an expansion.
Yeah, maybe X11. Maybe 12.0. Maybe that has more of the Metson influence. And beyond that, if he sticks around, you're going to see it big time. I mean, Metson is one of the people that built the Warcraft universe from scratch, right? He came on during Warcraft 2, which, the original Orcs and Humans game, it set the stage, but it wasn't really set up to be this, ongoing multi-decade franchise spawning many games and media properties and whatever. It was just like, hey, let's make a cool strategy game and we'll make it kind of like a D&D campaign, and we'll flip it around, the human's the bad guy, and, Warcraft 2 really started to flesh out the setting a lot more with the characters, with the overarching storyline, and all the little side stories and everything. And then you get to Warcraft 3, of course, and sort of this explosion of storytelling in a game that we hadn't really seen in that, in that genre and told in that way before. And Metson is, nothing in games is like a solo effort except for like Stardew Valley or something, I guess, right? But like most games are a team effort. Blizzard games are a team effort, and there's a lot of hands that shaped Azeroth and shaped Warcraft in those days. But Metson is one of the guys. Like, he is one of the guys who came up with the important parts of the setting, named the stuff, figured out how it all worked and what it all meant. And if, I don't know if you ever, you read John Statz's book, right?
Yeah.
He had all those great pictures of like Metson's office from like vanilla, production back in the early 2000s. And he's got like all these continents mapped out and everything. I mean, Metson is one of the guys that put the puzzle pieces together for sure. And, he left WoW in 2009 or something, right? Because he
kind of hung around like a bad smell for a few years after.
So, well, I mean, because he left WoW and he went to story and franchise development,
Yes.
right? And so then they started spinning up Project Titan, and they took all that talent off of Wrath and put it into Project Titan, and for 7 years. And Metson sort of, now he's got a finger in everything, and they're working on all these different franchises at the same time, and he burned himself out and he freaked himself out, and Afraziabi was the successor, and in addition to being a creep, a lot of people didn't like a lot of the stuff that came out under his watch.
Right.
But now that's all over with. I mean, we had on TSC we had the wonderful opportunity to talk to Taryn Gregory last month. And Taryn is a guy who has worked very closely with Chris over the years, and I wanted to ask him about Chris. I mean, Taryn and I have known each other for years now. We had him, the last time we had him on the show was like mid Legion. So I had been remiss in inviting him back, but we had him back on, and I just wanted to ask him about working with Chris. And he was just like, it's incredible. He's like, when Chris left, that's when I wanted to move from, because he was in the video production department. Taryn didn't work on WoW until a couple of years ago. I forget exactly what the name of the department he worked in was called at the time, because it was like the video department back when Joey Ray Hall ran it in the 90s. And so he said that Metson leaving was an impetus for him to want to go work on the WoW team and help, not to like fill Chris's shoes, because according to him they're unfillable, but he wanted to help shoulder some of the load with Chris being gone and to help work on the story of the game. And I mean, he just seemed elated to have Chris back and for everybody to know about it. Chris he's synonymous with Warcraft. He's just one of those guys. So I think it portends really cool stuff for whatever you're into. I think there's a lot of opportunities to introduce new ways to play WoW, and in potentially via the classic space. Retail is like probably never going away despite any ups and downs, but I think having Chris there to guide it is potentially going to bring it back up to some really cool heights, because I think he understands what makes Warcraft tick and what players respond to. And that's really important. And, there are a couple other games in the franchise right now. And, neither one of them really have strong narratives, but he might have a hand in what they ultimately look and feel like, right? And just injecting that Warcraft identity into it. I'm talking about Hearthstone and Rumble, and who knows, man? There might be. I'm sure there's other Warcraft games in various stages of pre-production we don't know about, and having Chris on top of all that stuff, just to rubber stamp it and go, yeah, that's cool. Like that deserves the big W on it. Like, I think that's awesome for those of us who respond to Warcraft as a setting and as a fiction. He's he's one of the guys that made us like it, really, if you think about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Arcos, let me throw it over to you and basically ask the same question. I'm not sure if I've heard your take on this one, but, do you feel that Metson is going to have, whether it's now or a little bit later down the road, a heavy amount of sway in terms of the future path of retail? Or do you feel like, when you saw the news, were you more like, that's classic, baby, or that's something else? How did you receive it, and where do you pick his work going?
I think it's impossible to say definitively, right? But I would hope that he's working on both retail and classic and hardcore and anything else that they might spin up within the MMO arm. I think, like Jason said, he's the guy who designed a lot of things, and he was there back in the day when the game was designed more towards what I like and what I think you like as well, Josh. So I would certainly hope that he has big sway, and he's swinging his big sway gavel dick around, trying to fix design mistakes and strategy mistakes that have been made along the way. But it's impossible for us to say which it is, right? I think it would be good for the company. I think it would be good for the IP, the game. Doesn't matter if we spin up to 5 or 6 iterations of this game, or if we go back down to 1 with some kind of combination of everything. I just think it's good for the game and the players if he's the one making design choices and strategy choices.
Let me ask you this follow-up, Arcos, and then I'd love to hear Jason's answer on the same question. I don't attribute much weight to this, but I think it's just a fun tongue-in-cheek one to throw out there. You don't see it that much, but very, very few people online have done the rumble of we all kind of sit here and genuflect at the altar of Chris Metson, and I think for very fucking good reason. But some people go oh, mate, the last fucking expansion he worked on was Warlords of Draenor, and fucking look how that, went. He lost his fastball years ago. I don't agree with that. But how do you feel when you hear something like that, Arcos?
I'm not sure how responsible he was for the way retail went. I was always under the impression that Ion Hasekostas was the guy swinging the big dick for a long time now. But I have no clue which one of them might have designed things. But after Cataclysm, nothing is good for me. I think after Wrath, pretty much it was just downhill from the end of Wrath. But then again, it's impossible to say if the financial model for the game was such that he was handicapped to take the game into the direction that it went, because it was more profitable. We know that the peak player base was in Wrath, and we know it went down from there. The amount of players came up a bit, every time a new expansion comes or a new big content path. But I think once the focus wasn't so much on a good game experience and the experience of the player, but more about driving certain sales and certain monetary values in the game. And at that point, I think it doesn't really matter how good a designer you are or where you want to take the game as a designer. The road has been decided upon, and you just have to walk it.
Jason, let me throw that same question as you, and I'll just add in, obviously, in the last couple of years, Metson found success with it was a Roboros or whatever, his tabletop game that everyone seemed to love. And I did have to laugh a little bit at some of the naysayers coming out and going mate, this Metson announcement is nowhere near as big of a deal as people seem to think of it is. How do you feel when someone throws out the notion Metson lost his fastball and this isn't a big deal? I disagree with it. What do you say?
I mean, I think it's sour grapes for sure. But also, there is the element of like, well, what have you done for me lately? I mean, yeah, he did a pretty successful Kickstarter for his tabletop stuff, and I don't know what the reaction to that was. I'm not in that space. I don't know if people liked the outcome of it or what, but it seemed like it was a thing he had wanted to do for a long time.
I
So
think it got good
I mean,
reviews, but I'm not in that
yeah.
space either.
One of the problems with the discourse is people really don't understand what Metson's job was because he was the face of the game, right? He wasn't the game director.
That's right.
He wasn't in charge of designing the game ever. He was in charge of the story and the creative direction, which is not the same thing as the game direction, right? He's the guy who figures out what stuff is going to be named and maybe like what the map looks like before the artists start building it up. He decides like what the story is going to be overall and who the characters are, and or he works with his team to draw all that out of the room, right? That was his role. He was never designing loot or something for World of Warcraft. That's not his lane. He joined the company as an artist, and he wasn't good enough at digital art, so he switched to writing. That's what Joey Ray Hall told me one time. Joey Ray Hall hired him. I cornered Joey Ray Hall at a Blizzard party one year at BlizzCon, and he was great, man. He had some wild stories, and yeah, he talked about hiring young Chris. He was working at like a Sears or something in the furniture department. He walked in with his drawings, and they had him start working on Warcraft 2. He stopped working on day-to-day creative direction on World of Warcraft during Wrath of the Lich King. Alex Afrasiabi was the creative director on Cataclysm, I believe, or he took over shortly thereafter, and Chris moved on to the SFD, story and franchise development. So because Chris was the face of the company and the face of the game, a lot of people just figured, well, Chris is the one who calls the shots on the video game, and he never was. Tom Chilton was a game director after Wrath of the Lich King, after Jeff Kaplan left to go do Project Titan, which became Overwatch. So Chilton was, under Chilton's watch, shipped Cataclysm, Mists, Warlords, and Legion. Legion was actually a Tom Chilton joint, and Hazakostas was the associate game director by the end of that, and he took over after Chilton moved on to now what we now know is Warcraft Rumble after Legion came out. So, Hazakostas has shipped BFA, Shadowlands, and Dragonflight as game director, but he's been game director a little bit longer than that because he took over in early Legion. So anyway, that's the whole thing. So I think people maybe underestimate like what Metson is capable of or something, because he hasn't really had his hands directly on stuff. Like Overwatch was kind of his baby and standing up a lot of that world and that concept, which really just didn't resonate with me. I know some people love it a lot, but it's not my cup of tea. So I mean, I
hate to interrupt you, but can I throw in there, because you're moving farther into retail than I know. So what you're basically saying is that Metson was kind of the big dog in the design department until the end of Wrath, and then Afrisabi, or however the hell you pronounce his name, took over for Cataclysm.
Yeah, in terms of the story, the story and narrative development, the creative side of it, not the building the game systems, building the gameplay. Metson was never in that space. He didn't. His expertise is not the gameplay; it's the story.
Yeah, but would the gameplay and the systems be built after the story is set, or before? Or
there's like they seem to be separate pipelines, right? Like they have kind of a concept of where they're going and who's going to be involved and what's going to happen, and then they have to start spinning up art around that. But then the systems are a bit more malleable, the gameplay stuff. So that's I think that's hard to say without being in the room. Obviously the teams have to work together to bring the product forward, so everybody has a hand and stuff. But Metson was never like in charge of the game entire. He was the creative director, and then moved over to franchise development.
Yeah, because that's kind of a revelation, because I have no clue who stepped into what role. After that, as you explained before, so it's very nice to hear.
Mm-hmm.
But what it translates to me is that once he stepped away and this Alex guy stepped in, that's kind of when the game got completely destroyed for me personally. So if Metson is in charge of the story for whatever we are about to get told during the BlizzCon, that would make me excited.
Yeah, it sounds like you really responded to the stuff under Metson's direction. So, I mean, I'm excited. I did too. I mean, that's when I became a Warcraft fan, right? Back in like Warcraft 3 was really the first one that landed for me.
Yeah.
Josh, I want to take your question. Oh, go ahead, Arcos. I'm sorry.
Sure. I just want to throw quickly out there that I think most of the listeners of the show are classic players. I think most of them would agree with me that after Wrath, the game is kind of just not for us, right? So for this crowd that's listening to the classic parts of the podcast anyway.
Oh, so yeah, that's why Metson holds a little bit of like quite a special place in classic players' hearts for sure, and why chatter like that would raise the eyebrows of many a classic fan for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to take your question in a slightly different direction, Josh, because I think there is something that Metson hasn't maybe been taken to task for appropriately.
Yeah.
And now, I'm not in the room, and I don't know. And I do know this. The guy that took over his job on World of Warcraft is a certified creep scumbag. He was one of the guys that was specifically named in all the lawsuits that hit in 21, right? And when all that stuff came out, Metson, who doesn't use social media a lot, got on Twitter and made some mealy mouth thing about how much it hurt to hear that, that happened to people at Blizzard. He got out before all the stuff hit the fan, and we know that the state of California had been on the case for a couple of years before this stuff went public. I don't know if it would have lined up with the time that Chris would have still been there, but he basically made it sound like he had no idea what Alex was up to, and that he didn't really know the guy outside of maybe seeing him outside for a smoke break or something. And it's like, dude, you're the senior vice president of story and franchise development, and he's the creative director on World of Warcraft, and you don't know him that well, and you don't know what he's doing to people and how he's abusing female employees and shit like that. Like, I had a real issue with that.
Yeah, fair enough.
And I mean, it's tough, right? Because abusers are good at hiding their behavior and putting a good face on things, and playing up to the right people and everything. So, I mean, it's entirely possible that Metson really didn't know what was going on. I don't think that, to me, it doesn't totally absolve him. Like, I think he should have tried to figure it out. He should have had his finger on the pulse, man. I mean, he should have been protecting people, and he should have known, he should have had, at least had like a way to find out from people. And I don't know. I had a lot of really conflicting feelings about that, because it's like, trying to put myself in his shoes, I would probably have the same kind of reaction that he had, but I don't know how the stuff got by him. Like, I feel like, not that like Afraziabi's choices and behaviors and actions are on Chris's hands. Alex is his own man, but I do feel like Chris and Mike Morheim and some of the other senior leadership back then who stepped away prior to 21 kind of got a pass. And it's like, that's the culture that you guys created and fostered, and this happened under your leadership, So, I mean, everybody says that Chris is a great presence. He's great to work with. He's a super positive and influential guy. So, and I believe that. And I mean, but you could tell that Alex was scummy just by meeting him. I met him at Blizzcon a couple of times, and like, he just made me uneasy.
He's not like, did I tell you my bathroom story with him?
I don't think so.
Oh no, it's
I would not want to be in a bathroom with Alex Afraziabi.
It's incredibly brief. It's incredibly brief, and I've told it a few times on the podcast. It's really not that interesting, but just like focusing in on what you said. Like, now I understand, like, I get, I've read through all the lawsuits and everything. I get that not everything was Alex, but he was a significant part of what was, being thrown out there. But like, I BlizzCon 2019, I went to the toilet, and he was standing at the urinal, and it's a reasonably unfair observation to make, where I'm just like, he was easily not even close the fucking drunkest person I saw at either 2018 or 2019 BlizzCon. Like, he was blasted. And that's fine. You're allowed to drink. I'm not shitting on people for having a good time. Fucking, I love a drink. You know what I mean? But like, he was blasted and just like looked at me. You know that look when like someone's trying to like say hello to you while they're still pissing at the urinal? And like, I don't know this guy, and he's halfway through his slash, and he just looks like kind of leers over me. Like, I don't mean to like throw it out there like that, but I'm like dribbling drunk looking over at you lazily. What's up? As he's pissing, and I'm just like, yeah, hi. And I'm just like, I felt
He's drunk enough to think that this was a good idea to behave
yeah, and
this
I'm
way.
just like, I felt the fuckwit creep vibes in that moment. And like, I've been around a lot of fucking very drunk people, mate. I was a big drinker growing up. You know, I love to party, all that shit. I'm not a prude. But just like, this guy just seemed like a fucking scumbag. And I was like, fuck off.
Yeah. You can't, like, it's just undeniable. Like, his vibes were just way off. So I don't know. I mean, maybe it's unfair for me to kind of put Chris on blast for that. And again, Alex is his own man and he made his own mistakes. But yeah, anyway, I think
that's fair.
That was the only thing about him coming back that I was like, you know, he should have done something about Alex. But that's, you know, at this point, it's in the past. There's nothing that can be done about that except try to make better choices.
I'll just say real quick, like, I think that's more than fair to say. And like, you know, there is obviously, it's not an unheard of move to do the old like distancing from the controversy. Like, I didn't know that person that well, or I didn't hear about any of this. Like, well, this is all news to me. And look, like you say, it might be true that that's the case, but like, it is just an easy out for people, even if they were aware of what was going on. And like, I just, my personal take on it is, I personally refuse to believe that there were people at Blizzard, let alone people at the higher up levels, like the old, like, my office is on the 6th floor. How would I know about any of this? Like, people fucking know what happens at a company. Like, mate, I've worked at like an organization where I knew what the culture of the office a 2-hour drive away was like, you know, in a company of thousands of employees. You know, word spreads, people talk, they know what it's like to work at a company and at different offices and at different floors. They know the shenanigans. Like, you can't fight gossip. And there's no way that fucking people didn't know what was going on. I don't know. That's just my personal thing on it.
Yeah, I mean, I think also there's a layer, part of it too, and this is part of why this all hurt so bad, I think, in 21 to a lot of us, was Blizzard always presented themselves as being different, right? And it's like, that was the company line, although I had a hard time believing that because it's the industry. I mean, I've worked in IT for many years. I know what the IT industry is like, and the games industry is adjacent, but worse from everything I hear about it, right? But, you know, they're the ones who got up on stage and told us they were different. And these are the guys, this is the leadership that should have been making it different for the better, not making it what it was. You know, that was kind of my whole feeling about it. And I thought it was convenient that a lot of that old guard had left prior to summer of 21. But you know, whatever. That aside, you know, I don't think ultimately it has tampered my excitement about Metson coming back. Metson belongs under the Warcraft banner. He's the guy that should be in charge of, you know, just at least rubber stamping it. Obviously, they hire a lot of writers, a lot of people work on different stories and putting stuff together, but he's the guy that should be like, yeah, that's cool, that belongs in Warcraft or not, you know?
Yeah, fair enough. Mate, let me think. On the you said one thing that I'd love to get your quick take on before we move on to Classic. Look, Dragonflight, it's not wrapping up, but we are, you know, getting the announcement for the next thing, even if it is another year away. Dragonflight's been with us for some time now, and you mentioned that now we've shipped BFA, Shadowlands, and Dragonflight under Ian's watch. As soon as you said that, it piqued my interest on whether or not... Now, I know you're a relatively positive guy, Jason. You know, you cover the game for a reason. You love it, and I'm not inviting you to shit on things. But I'm genuinely interested, not that you speak for the WoW community, but what's been your perception of the general feedback to this point on Dragonflight? Is it a positive? Has it been a win for the WoW team? And what do you think Dragonflight's reception has done for maybe Ian's legacy as a director, where he was stuck there with BFA and Shadowlands, which everyone points to as pretty fucking ordinary, if not bad, expansions. But now he's got Dragonflight on the resume. Do you think he's sort of righted the ship, or maybe Ian will not be remembered as well?
Yeah, that's a tough one at the moment. I was convinced that Ian was going to be out the door as soon as Dragonflight shipped, that he was
Yeah,
going to move on to
same.
something else,
Same.
and that Morgan Day was going to step in, and it didn't happen. And I'm surprised to this point, you know. And even also Jeremy Fiesel, who we know pretty well on Starting Zone, we've had him on a few times. He's associate game director now as well, so they got a couple guys assisting Ian with the overall direction of the game. I mean, Ian's big win, I guess, was being the face of the game in Legion, right? And Legion was one of the best eras of the game, hands down. It's my favorite 2 years of WoW ever, and it was fantastic. And even though he wasn't the game director that shipped it, he steered the ship throughout it, and they had a great experience put together for players. I'm going a little off track here, but BFA, I feel like, landed really flat and got gradually better patch after patch. And a funny thing that you see now is community sentiment around BFA is really turning. I'm not saying that people think BFA was great now, but suddenly people are like, yeah, you know, there was some stuff in BFA that was pretty cool. It really wasn't as bad as I thought it was at the time, which is kind of telling. But I think WoW players do that with every single expansion. That it's just sort of that's the life cycle, right? Like once we're out and through the other side of a thing. BFA certainly had its problems, but I think it had a lot of cool stuff as well. I really liked BFA for what it was. I mean, I wouldn't put it in my top 3 or anything, but I'm no BFA hater. Shadowlands is a different story. Shadowlands just kind of made nobody happy. The second half was decent. I think it ended strong, but the first year was some of the worst times I think we've ever had with the live game. And part of that was there was stuff that we knew we hated from playing alpha and beta, and we told them, like everybody in the community told them we hated it, and they were like, well,
you'll grow to love
release
it.
it and play it and see if you really hate it. And it's like, yeah, we all really hate it. Dragonflight is a bit enigmatic, because I think if you ask anybody who's like played it to any, serious degree, they'd be like, yeah, it's really good. It's, it's got a cool story. The zones are cool. Dragon riding's really fun. Yeah, I like it. It's a really good expansion. And then you ask them, how much have you played it recently? And they'd be like, well, I'm not really playing right now. I think Dragonflight has this problem in that there's no connective tissue between all the different stuff to do, really. They have minimized the grind so much, which a lot of players like and respond to, but that core MMORPG audience wants that grind factor. They want something to log in and do every day, or they want something to do all weekend, right? Like that's sort of one of the conventions of the genre that people get into.
Just a goal to work towards, yeah.
Yeah, and Dragonflight was really cautious about putting too much, anything like that really in there. It's more about exploration. Go do what you think is cool. Check this out. Go over here and do this. We have all these different types of activities for you to do. There's all this content. You can do whatever you want, but none of it is like super rewarding outside of your typical, raid dungeon PvP, right? So it's hard to quantify, like, what are you supposed to be spending your time on? Now, in the current season we're in, that's about to end, they added this gear upgrade system, which you can kind of grind up content a bit to get some character power. The problem is, I think it's a really good system, and it's injected a lot of life into the gearing process. It makes your gear feel really valuable and something you carry forward with you. It also dovetails really well with the profession system, which is fantastic because WoW's always been this sort of crafting light MMO, but in this game, in this version of the game, like you can craft some really powerful and relevant items, which is awesome. The problem is they wanted it to land like really heavy in season 2, in the current season. And so it short-circuited a lot of the gearing because the really sweaty grinders ground the shit out of that system. And then they were done with gear and they're like, where's my next thing? They sort of made it a little too accessible in a way, and they're mixing it up in season 3 a bit. They're giving it a bit of a longer tail. They're moving the goalpost back a little bit more. So I think if players engage with it that way, that could be a little bit more of that incentive to grind on something and, get that incremental power that they're looking for. That it could be. I mean, the system is a win regardless, I think, for most players, but I think it needs to be tweaked a little bit to not short circuit too much of the content. You know what I mean? yeah, so I think like overall, I think Dragonflight's going to be remembered pretty fondly. We're not done with it yet. It's seeming like 10.2 is going to be the last big patch, which I'm surprised by. I figured there'd be one more big one, but it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. But I mean, I think you look at the characters they've introduced and some of the ideas, the tech, and just like the overall stuff in the gameplay, a lot of the revamps. I'm having a good time. I think it's a very strong expansion. I think it has a good chance to be up there. Maybe not top 3 for me, but up there for sure in the lineage of the game's history. And I'm excited for the new stuff. I mean, the upcoming Emerald Dream patch looks really fun, and I'm excited to have new stuff to do. It's kind of a conundrum. I've seen a lot of different sentiments and a lot of different behaviors around WoW over the years, right? And Dragonflight is one of the weirdest because I think anybody would tell you that they like it, but they don't play it that much. So they just haven't really found like those hooks of like, oh, I got to log in today and get I got to get my artifact power or whatever. I got to get my weekly badges. There's just not stuff like that. And it's funny because we had when Dragonflight was like spinning up, we had Morgan Day on the show. They let us sit down with Morgan and ask our like bizarrely pointed starting zone questions, right? And one of the questions we asked him was like, all right, Morgan, like it's not raid night, it's not dungeon night, it's not PvP night, but I want to log in and play some WoW. What do I do in Dragonflight? Like, is there something to grind on, or like what are my goals if I log in to play solo? And he's like, what, you guys liked artifact power? We're like, yeah, or something like it, like something to do. He's like, well, I don't know. I guess you could work on professions. That was like the answer that he had to that question. And that, believe me, there's a lot of players who don't want that grind factor, and they just want to log in. They just want to raid log and hang out with their social, group and do their thing. But, to get that real deep kind of MMORPG stuff, like I think Dragonflight is just missing one layer that's keeping, people from being really locked in, I think.
Fair enough. Well, mate, if it's okay with you, we might segue on to classic, the classic franchise now. Thank you so much
absolutely.
I wanted to get you spitting fire about retail while we had you full of energy at the top here, and I'm glad that we heard all of that. I fucking learnt a lot there that I didn't know, but. We'll move on to classic if that's cool. And Arcos, I might actually start with you. Arcos, I feel terrible. You still awake, buddy? You still with us?
I'm still alive.
Okay, very good. How are you feeling? Are you ready to field the classic question?
Sure.
Okay. Mate, BlizzCon's around the corner. The classic community is absolutely buzzing with what potentially might come next. And I was talking to Hunk last night, having a beer with him. And hopefully the image of that gets you a little bit titillated, Arcos, as I explained that I said to Hunk, look, mate, it's a very unique scenario for the classic player base because it's the first BlizzCon where we actually know that we are getting something announced for us. In 2017, we didn't know Classic was going to be announced. We didn't know that TBC was going to be announced, even though we could, educated guess it. We didn't know Wrath was going to be announced, even though we could educated guess it. But this time, we have been told by Blizzard, something is coming for you. So we're all on tenterhooks here going, fuck, what's it going to be? It's a really fun position. And I actually said to Hunk Arcos, the smartest fucking thing, whether this was planned or not, the smartest thing the Classic team did was 3 months ago when a Grenz jumped on stream and announced the hardcore server, he just quickly threw in that they were working on something else. It's not going to be called Season of Mastery 2, but they're working on something else for Classic. That brought them months worth of positive speculation amongst the player base. Because if he had not have said that, I guarantee you over the last few months, the player base would have been absolutely doomsaying, going, oh, we don't even know if they're fucking doing anything for us next. Like, are they just going to drop Cataclysm and then fucking not do anything for the players that actually like vanilla? Like, fuck Blizzard, blah, blah, blah. That would have dominated the conversation. But they very, very smartly gave us some positive thoughts to focus on. So, Arcos, my question is, with all the speculation that's going on, do you personally feel that Classic Plus is a reality when, you take into account everything you know by being a student of the show about the size of the Classic team, the resources they have on hand, how business works? Do you think Classic Plus with new content is a reality? A possibility?
I think it's definitely feasible. I think there are just so many assets that they must have access to that they could cut down production time incredibly. They wouldn't. I don't believe they would have to hire a lot of people to develop assets because they have them on hand already.
Well, as we've been told by Brian, remember, like the WoW team is the WoW team. They distribute resources accordingly. It's not necessarily just a little Classic team. They've got all these devs out there that they can grab if need be for something.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for most businesses, research and development is quite expensive. So if you can skip the development, or like a lot of the development because it's already in place, that financial constraint suddenly is smaller than perhaps if they didn't have the assets before. So I would definitely say that it's feasible, but I've like my mind's gone through so many circles over the past days and weeks of what could or couldn't happen, or what's feasible or isn't. So I'm kind of lost in my own thoughts at this point as to what I expect or believe or hope for even. I would kind of shoot that we could say that Seasonal Mastery was Classic Plus, even though it didn't add content. It was a change to what was there before. So if we use that as a baseline, and we theorize that they add a couple of zones, or they populate a couple of zones and remove a few, invisible walls, create a tunnel here where there's an invisible wall hiding it, for example. I wouldn't think it extremely difficult or extremely resource intensive. If you think about retail as well, like they're getting an expansion every 2 years or thereabouts. So you would think then perhaps a year at least of development time for a full retail expansion, maybe longer. I'm not sure. Maybe Jason can have a better input on that. But if we think in this 2-year time frame that the retail expansion is launched, and they might have been developing a Classic Plus for a year now, I could definitely see that it's feasible that they did the shebang, like throw a wrench in everything and add a lot of things.
Oh,
I hope that answers the question. I've rambled on a little bit.
No, you're fine. I absolutely believe that they've been working on it for a year. Season of Mastery, whilst the server actually closed 9 months ago, like it was really over about 12 months ago. So I personally think that the Classic team has had, the better part of 12 months. Don't get me wrong. I know they've had to make hardcore. I know they've had to, obviously continuously maintain Wrath of the Lich King and still develop for Wrath of the Lich King. Wrath of the Lich King has had new stuff implemented that has required work. So it's not like the Classic team has been sitting around on their fucking hands for 12 months with nothing better to do than work on Classic Plus. They're spread across multiple things, but there has been, a year-long window within which to work on something. So I think that's good to point that out. But Arcos, you're a smart man. You're a businessman. Let me ask you the following question. If I were to say, congratulations, Arcos, you're Bobby Kotick, right? You are Bobby for the purpose of this question.
Thank.
I come into...
Happy.
You're so happy?
I'm beyond my yacht.
Oh, okay. No, very good. You're on your yacht. Let's say where are we? What port city or port town have you parked your yacht at?
I think I'm in a port that in a country that doesn't have an extradition treaty with the UK. So I've
Okay.
probably been skimming taxes for a while.
All right, very good, very good. Okay, so we're at an undisclosed country without extradition laws here, and you invite me onto the third floor deck of your yacht, and security clears me, and I'm allowed to approach. And you say to me, "You may speak," and I say, "Thanks, Bobby." Hey, Bobby, look, I'm from the Classic team, and I just need to ask you. Can we get your approval? We need a financial sign off on our next project. We're about to lose potentially a lot of customers who aren't very interested in Cataclysm, and we're kind of at a crossroads here. Do we do a season of Mastery 2 where, yeah, sure, that'll get some interest and it won't require much money to make, so we could retain some of the people that might leave, or we could do a Classic Plus. Now, that's going to cost a fair bit more money, but it could potentially retain a much larger proportion of the player base that are potentially going to leave. So, Bobby, what do you need to know? What questions are you asking before we greenlight this Classic Plus thing?
Right. I would start by saying that Season of Mastery was it didn't retain players well enough. I think there was a lot of hype for it in the beginning, but the launch date was kind of weird. If you remember, it was quite shortly after TPC launched.
That's right. I think it's fair to say they've learned their lesson from that.
Yeah, but I think it's also fair to say that they didn't how do you say, perhaps plan the release of it well enough.
Oh no,
Because I
it was a
think they
mistake for
lost
sure.
more subs just from TPC boredom because phase 1 was so long
Mm.
than they gained in goodwill from doing Season of Mastery. So I think Season of Mastery was probably a net negative in that regard, but perhaps they learned enough to offset that. So the question is like, what do we gain from giving this loud part of the player base what they want? And I believe their user metrics, their subscription metrics, will show that they could have retained so many more subscriptions if they had actively managed Classic in the beginning. So we're talking late 2019 and perhaps the first half of 2020. I think the Classic game had so many people playing it and so many people left because it wasn't actively managed. We had bots rampant, servers falling apart left and right.
Can I challenge you on that one? Because I actually massively disagree. I really massively disagree. Whereas, don't get me wrong, I think Blizzard needs to be called out for the mismanagement, for the bots, for all the bullshit. But to say that like scores and scores and a large proportion of players left because of that, I think is bullshit. I think everyone bitches about it, but they stick around and keep playing their keep paying their subscription and for the most part deal with it.
I think that's true for the people who stayed. Like, I think the people who didn't quit because of bots or because of World PvP or like all of the issues that we had early, I think those are the people still playing. Like, the issues didn't affect them enough for them to leave, but a lot of people I played with in phase 1 and phase 2 back in 2019 and 2020, they just quit because they couldn't handle it.
Yeah, but again, sorry to butt in. I want to hear you on this one, mate. I'm going to challenge you again on that one because I think that those players that quit in phase 1 and phase 2 were always just going to be the Classic tourists. They were the people who were like, oh yeah, fun, Classic again. They'd maybe not have been all the way invested and they had their fun. They checked the game out for a couple of months, which happens with every MMO or every game. You get the tourists who just want to kind of, float around and have a look, and then they quit. I think it's a stretch to go like, oh, they quit because of the bots. Now, again, I can't stress this enough. Bots suck and they shouldn't be there. But I feel like that's a bit of a cop-out for players that were probably going to quit anyway over nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I respect your view on it. I just think the tourists that you mentioned, I think they were gone before. So if we think about player subscriptions and we split them up into, let's say, like phases of people coming and leaving. So everyone comes in together. It's August 2019. I think before New Year, most of the tourists are gone. Phase 2 is already out. The World PvP shenanigans are already happening, and the tourists who can't handle that, they're already gone. But then when we move into the new year, that's when we start seeing the bots rise, for example. And I think the first half of 2020 is when they hemorrhaged subscriptions because of a myriad of issues, like not just one issue, not just the bots or just something else. It's a lot of different small issues that might really affect one person but not affect another person, that they could possibly have, and a big part of that could just be server imbalance. Like your friends, they transferred away, or your guild transferred away, but you don't want to pay for a transfer, so you stick it out for a few weeks, but then you quit because there's no one left, right? I don't think that person is a tourist. That person just doesn't want to pay for a transfer because their server died, or they don't want to join a new guild with people that they don't know because their old guild fell apart because the
That's
server
fair
died.
to say. That's fair.
So I think you have these two camps. Like you have the tourists, and you've already planned for the tourists before launch, right? I think they know themselves that a lot of people come in the beginning and they leave relatively quickly. So you've already accounted for them. After that, I think a lot of people quit, like perhaps not like 50% of the people that were still there, like maybe just 10% or 15 or 20, I don't know. They will know, but we can't relatively say. But my position is that if they had fostered the game better, they would have retained more subscriptions over the long run. And even just by managing server health, I think a lot of people would have kept playing if server health and balance was kept in check, or within certain parameters, healthy parameters. So if you think about putting resources to a Classic Plus, I would think as a manager or as Bobby Kotick that if we are very certain that we can retain this large number of subscriptions, then yes, the investment is worth the return, or the potential return. But if we just make the same mistake of not actively monitoring it, not thinking about server health, you could throw bots in there. Like they could maybe dial down the bots a little bit, right? If they just make the same mistakes again, then it's definitely not worth it, I would say.
Okay. Jason, let me throw a similar question to you. If you put on your CEO hat, we're talking about, profit loss here and cost benefit analysis. This is obviously a hard one to answer, but I've been sort of banging on this drum for a while now, going like Blizzard is about to lose a bunch. And when I say a bunch, I mean like a large bunch of players. When they move into Cataclysm Classic, as we all expect them to do, just having Classic era servers and hardcore sitting there will not be enough for the players that really just want to play something vanilla WoW centric. They need to have a new option, and that's something that we all envision will be announced at BlizzCon. However, the nature of that server is what's in question. Now, if you are in charge of the spending of the money, to what lengths do you think Blizzard should be prepared to go to not lose all those players they lost fucking 10 years ago again?
Yeah, that's that's a tough one. And I'll tell you this. I play a lot of WoW, believe it or not. And one thing they did recently in retail is they improved the tech in the Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor zones. They blew out the draw distance to like Dragonflight levels of draw distance. They went in and redid a bunch of the fog and lighting. And these zones are absolutely stunning. Like they're the zones that you know from Cataclysm, or the ones that were unchanged from vanilla to Cataclysm, right? But they're so panoramic. They're so like cinematic in scope now. And part of what they did with this was they put like dragon riding in, so you could dragon ride around in these zones and do these races and get some rewards for it. And it shows off the tech. And they also did some stuff where they brought back like original Skolo, and you could go and get some transmogs and stuff that had been removed from Nax if you did this kind of elaborate like secret quest line. And so I was doing all that stuff, and I was like, man, this content is so cool, and it looks so great in this modern context. It would be really neat if this could be leveraged somehow as like gameplay. And I started having these thoughts of like some kind of remixed version of like a WoW classic for a version of the game that like never existed, right? So like vanilla WoW is the content and the backbone, but you have the more modern tech with the graphics and stuff.
Yeah, like the tech's on steroids now. Yeah.
Yeah, like you have the modern player character models, and you have the modern assets, and you have the modern, zone tech, draw distance and lighting and fog. And maybe we mix up the combat a little bit, just break it out of that, because classic era is in there, right? If you want to play classic, like you can go do that forever. And I think that was the huge win and objective of getting classic spun up in the first place.
The
I don't
smartest
think
thing
they
they
ever
did.
changed that.
It was the smartest thing they did, but also something that they had to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I think that game should be preserved for posterity, and they should never change it. But they have had success with Season of Mastery and with Hardcore, and I think there's opportunities to do like remixed versions of familiar like WoW 1 to 60 and present it in a different context, and I think players would respond to that. So I don't know. I sort of have this interest in this like broadly remixed version of vanilla WoW that would have a lot of more modern tech and visuals and graphics, and maybe some rethought, combat to spice it up a little bit, not bring it up to the pace of like retail right now, but some kind of middle ground between, vanilla and retail, or even like vanilla and late Wrath, even maybe just slow it down a bit from there. And I don't know, who knows what direction they're going to go, but I think something like that has appeal to any kind of WoW player. I think anybody who likes WoW would maybe be a potential customer for something like that, because it's familiar, but it's also fresh, and you have an opportunity to present this really classic material in a more modern context and just see what that looks like. Like, what does it mean? But it doesn't step on any toes, right? If the thing you like is still there, whether it's retail, whether it's classic era, I assume they're going to keep Wrath era up. I mean, why wouldn't you, right? Like, I don't think they should just move on from Wrath the way they did from TBC. I think there are players who want to live in that experience perpetually. I know some of them, and it is one of the high watermarks of the game, undoubtedly. So I don't know. It's Cataclysm Classic is a thing that like when I tell people that we're pretty sure that it's happening, they're like shocked. Like, why would they do that? Who wants that? That was the part where
money.
It all turned. Yeah, like that's where it no longer became classic, right? Like that the classic era of World of Warcraft ended with Wrath of Lich King, really, when you think about it. And Cataclysm was not my favorite expansion, not by a long shot. So it's the first time that I am not feeling like, hey, I should like hop in and just, take a little trip around the classic servers when they come up. Like when Cataclysm Classic comes out, dude, I don't think I'm getting in there to do Mount Hyjal. I don't know.
No, I've said I'm going to play for like 2 weeks just to have a look, and then that'll be it for me. Arcos, I'll throw it back over to you just to piggyback off of a few things that Jason said there. I find myself nodding along and agreeing with the concept of like, regardless of what content is in the game, if the next iteration of Classic were technically beefier, we're on the proverbial juice. I do agree with Newgash in chat. As soon as Jason said the updated character models, I thought a lot of Classic players won't like that, but they will agree with a lot of the other things that Jason was saying. And whether or not it was simply, what if it was something as simple as like, hey, it's like we're going to beef up the zones. Like, here's more foliage, more trees, more whatnot, more stuff that makes this look like a world. We want to show off the beauty of this game, and here's the technical, specs that let us do it. And whether or not there is something like, you choose what character models you use, the old or the new or whatnot. Either way, how do you feel about the things that Jason was saying?
Yeah, I agree with the character models. I'm not a fan of the new ones at all. I would like to keep the visuals pretty vanilla like. But of course, there's huge leaps that they've made in the art and the design of the game over the years, and I think that's quite normal to progress over the years as they learn and as the systems get better. But I'm not sure how excited the classic player base would be for a visual update. My personal preference would be to keep the visuals as they were back in vanilla.
Fair enough. What about something like more on the technical side? Like, hey, we can do all this cool shit now. Like, even though they can obviously have been able to do it for a long time, what if they go like, oh, hey, we'll do, I don't know, you're not used to it, but we'll do your 40. What are the nameplate distance now in Classic? Like, isn't it you still can't go beyond 20, or did they change that?
The yards are, but it's quite small.
Sorry, how many yards?
I'm not exactly sure how many yards, but
yeah, I think it's still 20 by default in Classic era. But yeah, if they did like, all right, we'll do you 40-yard nameplates in Classic, I'd be like, yeah, I'm into that. Dear.
I'm not sure. Like with vanilla being pretty much the only iteration of the game with vibrant world PvP, I'm not sure if just increasing view distance is good for the game. I'm sure it's nice for a lot of people, but if you're running around and you want to make the drop on someone and they can spot you from 40 yards instead of 20, that's much more difficult.
True, but I mean, you'd both be able to see each other at the same time, effectively.
Yeah, but the distance between you is longer, like bigger, right? So the moment you see each other, you have, longer time to either decide to fight or run away.
True.
But that's a niche thing because I like world PvP, right? But if 90% of people hate world PvP, then it's a fantastic change, right?
Let me, Arcos, let me run this by you, and we'll all three of us will talk about this one. So, Jason, this was, I'll start off with Arcos, but I'm just saying, Jason, this is kind of the touchy one where I'm always like, we're talking about this before you joined in, saying, how do I feel like talking about speculation on the show and like the old 4chan posts that are the, bullshit that everyone talks about. I dismiss so many of them, and my thing has always been like, I won't discuss on the show stuff that I know is coming that I should not be talking about because I don't want to spoil it for people. Like and it doesn't happen, but for some fucking stupid reason, if a dev said to me, hey mate, I'm just going to tell you that this is what's happening next, don't tell anyone. Like, I wouldn't talk about it because I don't want to spoil it for other people because I know what's coming. But when it's still speculation and we don't know that something is, whether it's bullshit or legit, I don't mind discussing it. And you and I have long discussed and lamented, the value of discussing things like this on our particular podcast. But, just for a laugh, I found this one 4chan post that there's so many that were ridiculous, but this was the one that nobody else has talked about. There's been no videos made about it, no fucking discussion anywhere. And I was waiting for someone to do something on it, and fucking I got to the point I was like, well, fuck it, I'll have to bring it up if nobody else is going to do it. So I'll read it out to you guys, and the only reason I'm doing it is because it really seems to me like the one that, like I said, there's that 1 in 20 that comes up around BlizzCon that seems like, hey, that actually sounds like it was written by someone from Blizzard. Like, it seems legit. So let me just read this out to you. I've got it up on the video feed. It says, it's called Classic Plus is Real by Anonymous on the 19th of October. This will just take a couple of minutes to read. Cataclysm Classic is happening, but it isn't getting fancy new trailers or cross-client promotions like Wrath. It's a turning point, and if it does well or not, it decides if more expansions get the Classic treatment. It will not get a lot of stage time. Classic Plus is happening. It's under the co-direction of Chris Metson and another Blizzard lead. It is not a new expansion in place of TBC. It's additional Classic content, new quest lines, items, dungeons, raids, and playable races. On launch, Alliance will get High Elves and Horde will get Forest Trolls. What this implies about Blood Elves and canon is not clear. Most of the content is for level 35 to 60, where they ran out of time originally, and this led to a lack of leveling content, most notably for Horde players in Southern Kalimdor, but includes things like talent trees and class changes. For some, it will be exactly what they wanted. For others, it might make them go, wait, that's it? There are some adjustments to existing content, but it does not appear to be a full-on Warcraft Gaiden alternate timeline. After the announcement, the Battle.net client will push to live a time-limited demo that is also played on the Blizzcon floor of Classic Plus. This is the one I sort of struggle to believe. Several Classic Twitch streamers and YouTubers have been brought in under NDA and been working on the project in an advisory or tester capacity for most of the summer. There's been some mention of guild quests. It doesn't appear to include a graphics update, but the High Elves are using new models with slightly stockier builds than Blood Elves. This is including a new seasonal mode that is not Season of Mastery 2, but closer to a Diablo 3 type season. It's not updating the versions of TBC with a portal closed and new content built into that existing version, but will be a new Battle.net entry download beginning at client version 1.15, which is not the 1.15 of Vanilla WoW, but an entirely separate version update that will render WoW Classic and WoW Classic Plus incompatible. There will be no transfers between the two. Okay. Arcos, I'll start with you. Is that the first time you've seen or heard of that one? You with me, Arcos?
So, I think. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, gotcha. Is that the first time you've seen or heard of that one?
No, I've seen the screenshots.
You know why? Because you're a fucking clued-in individual who visits the Countdown to Classic Discord.
That's true, guys. If you do a Patreon, $20, you get all the info.
Yeah, it's free, you dog. Mate, what did you make a lot of that? When I say like that truly sounds like the most tempered, legit written post, how do you feel about it?
I think there's some good and some bad. I think there's like some things that I don't feel like should happen together.
Which parts sound fake to you?
For example, personally, I don't think they should do Classic Plus and Cataclysm Classic. I think they should just do either. For me, it doesn't make sense to do Cataclysm Classic at all. I think the amount of people who are really interested in it is quite small.
But regardless of whether or not you think they should, do you think they would?
I think they would if they're not doing anything with vanilla.
Right.
If they're not doing anything with vanilla, or just doing like a Psalm 3, which Agrant told us wouldn't be called Psalm, but if they're doing a Psalm type of thing, then I can definitely see them doing Cataclysm Classic as well. But if they're throwing their money into Classic Plus, then I don't really see why they would also put resources into Cataclysm Classic.
Mate, Jason, let me throw this one over to you. If you've got it still up on the video feed there, but having heard me read it out to you, mate, you and I have crossed paths with many a fucking poorly written, 13-year-old's fan fiction leak over the years. Not to say that, you can't get a better writer to drum up some bullshit, but I don't know if this will resonate with you. When I say to you Doesn't that feel like the writing of a Blizzard employee going rogue there? Would you agree or disagree with that?
Maybe some of it. I think, well, there's some red flags in there for me that sound like sour grapes, to be honest. But it's sort of that, it's like Nostradamus, right? Like Nostradamus just wrote stuff down and then a lot of it came out to be, not a lot of it, but some of it like actually sort of happened, or you could draw a line and it's like, oh, wow, he could like predict the future. Well, not really. He just like wrote a bunch of stuff down and then some of it happened. Let me just point out one thing about part of it is the beginning of the post about, well, yeah, they're going to do Cataclysm Classic, but they're not going to market it and they're not going to really give it too much time to do it. So that, like, first of all, they're selling a Deathwing t-shirt on the BlizzCon store. Okay. They are going to market Cataclysm Classic.
I didn't know that. Is that happening?
Yeah. Oh, there is a on the BlizzCon gear store, there is a brand new Deathwing design t-shirt and a brand new Illidan design t-shirt.
Okay.
So make of that what you will. Blizzard is a video game publisher, and if they publish a video game like World of Warcraft Cataclysm Classic, they are going to sell the shit out of it because they want to make money. Like, is the audience more limited for something like Cataclysm? Certainly. But you spin up the machine and the money comes out, right? That's how the business works. And maybe it's not for a long time, but it's there for a good time. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have no doubt that Cataclysm Classic is going to be released and it's going to have the full marketing muscle. It's going to be front page of Twitch, and they're going to do partnered streams, and they're going to do giveaways, and they're going to send tchotchkes in the mail to the people that they like to show off on their streams and on their Twitters. And, you know, that's what they do. So I think that whole thing about like, they're going to do Cataclysm Classic because they have to, not but they want to, and they're going to hope that nobody plays it. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. I feel like that's a bit out there. I think the overall idea.
I agree that. Sorry, I agree that if they do it, of course they're going to market it, right? 100%. There's no reason to do it if you're not going to actively attempt to get people to play it.
Right. I think that passage in the post is a little weird.
For sure, but I just don't think enough people are interested in it for it to be like worth it in their calculations. But that's just my personal opinion.
I mean, one thing I have learned over the years of like covering the game and stuff is like every expansion is somebody's first, and everybody has nostalgia for every era of the game, which is surprising sometimes, but it is true. There are people who like Cataclysm was the first WoW they played, and they probably have a lot of feelings about it, you know. But yeah, it wasn't. I mean, it's not traditionally held in high regard. It had its high points and stuff, but it was not overall a great expansion. Some of the other stuff in the post, like, I think it makes a lot of sense to, beef up some content if they're going to do like this kind of remixed version of vanilla and add some content. There's some pointed comments about like, specifically in the mid 30s, there's content from where they ran out of time. That sounds like gamer sour grapes to me. And I think realistically, if there's going to be new content, it's going to be new end game content. Like, yeah, they might throw in some new quests and they might flesh some stuff out to help, get over the leveling humps and stuff like that, or just throw in maybe like a cool dungeon idea that was kicking around since 1999 that never got into vanilla WoW. Like, it'd be a cool opportunity to do something like that. But, I think the long-term goal or health for the service is having endgame stuff to do, I guess. I mean, I think that's how they would probably look at it, not, mid-leveling content to build more of that out. And the thing about adding new races is kind of interesting, especially since they're not races that, they're not pulling races from like retail. They'd be races that were never playable before. I don't know, I don't know how I guess the forest trolls would be like the Amani or something. That could be a cool angle, and that would certainly make like retail players want to check it out, especially if they had some unique designs with racials and other stuff. And who knows, maybe something like that could be a preview for stuff that shows up in retail down the road. That seems a little pie in the sky to me, though. Like, that seems kind of weird, and I don't know. I'm not really sure like what does the player who wants like new vanilla content in Classic Plus, how are they how is that segment of the audience going to react to like new races in vanilla WoW, right? Like I don't, that seems like a tough nut to crack to me. So I don't know. I mean, I think there's a lot of stuff in the post that makes sense, and there's some stuff that makes me think like, well, this person obviously has some very specific complaints, right? Like that's kind of, I'm kind of getting both of those vibes from that.
I get a more general vibe from it. I appreciate what you're saying, but I still get quite a general vibe from it rather than specificity. But Jason, one thing I wanted to ask you about is, like, I've mentioned it a couple of times now. Do you happen to remember that Dragonflight 4chan leak from a year ago?
Kind of. I remember we talked on a show one time about it. I don't think it was
about
like before the announcement. You hit me with a bunch of stuff.
Yeah,
like,
I brought up a shit one, like a very badly written wrong one.
Yeah, but and I was like, no, it was about player housing and about all these weird, like, oh, you're gonna be a lumberjack.
Yeah. It was terrible. Yeah, it was awful. I was definitely victim to that one. But like, I think not long after we recorded that, the correct leak dropped, and like I'm looking at it now. So it was from the 16th of April by, again, Anonymous on 4chan. This is 3 days before Dragonflight was actually announced. Right. They gave you the title, Dragonflight, new race Drakthir, new class Invoker, Dragon Isles, 5 zones, rework of talents, Dragonflight Covenant, no player power, new allied race. Now, they did get some things wrong, which is interesting. New allied race pre-order bonus. Rathian and Alexstrasza are the main heroes. Villain is Murazond. Release Q1 2023. So there's like 90% of that is spot on, right?
That's really weird. It's like some of the stuff that's wrong is like really wrong.
Yeah,
and it's like,
but did nailed they put everything that in
there on purpose just to throw people off the scent, or did they get like not all? It's like, obviously, some of that stuff is too specific. Like, you didn't pull Drakthir out of thin air,
right? Because
that's not a thing that existed in lore or any publishing or anything until Dragonflight came out.
That's right.
Nobody knew what the hell a Drakthir was outside of Blizzard
before
that official announcement. So, like some of that stuff is obviously like from a Blizzard source, and then half of it is completely wrong.
Yeah. So that's why it was such an interesting one. Now, I vividly remember reading this prior to Dragonflight's announcement, and that's why it's stuck in my head going, fuck, one of those dead shit leaks got it right for once. So that's why I look at this classic. Right. Yeah, that's why I look at this Classic Plus one through a slightly different lens now, where I'm like, look, some of it might be bullshit, but like, it's just, there's just something about it I can't put my finger on that feels like someone has blabbed. I don't know.
Well, I think part of it too is like, you have that sense of, okay, like Classic Plus could become a reality. Like Blizzard is, and the Warcraft team have kind of teased like, hey, Classic players, like we have some cool stuff for you. And, they obviously are playing around in this space and they're eager to talk about it. So then your mind starts kind of turning, right? Like, what could it look like? Like, what could new content for vanilla in a Classic Plus type of environment look like? And then you start, coming to maybe some of these same types of conclusions, and then stuff starts locking in. You're like, oh yeah, this poster's really onto something. It's sort of like, it could be kind of self-reinforcing in a way where your mind starts wandering down kind of the similar path.
Arcos, is there anything like, if we actually got that's mentioned in the post, if all of that was Classic Plus, would that satisfy you or not?
No.
No, really? What makes you unhappy about it?
I don't like the addition of high elves and forest trolls. I don't think we need or want more playable races in Classic Plus.
Is that a deal breaker for you?
No, it's not a deal breaker. I just think it's not the right thing. I think where retail went wrong is that they always needed to add a class or a race and a continent with each expansion. I think the original classes and the original races is enough. I think Azeroth is enough.
Well, what if that was the red herring? Like we just said in the Dragonflight post, there was a couple of things that were wrong. What if that was the intentionally wrong one?
Then that's perfect for me personally. But I think it's not something I would like to see, but it's not something that will throw me off completely. But yeah, I agree that the most of the content is for level 35 to 60 sounds a little bit weird. I do not agree that any new content should just be max level, though. I think what vanilla did so well is that the world is large and there's a lot of things in it that are fun and worth to do in areas that you wouldn't expect for max level characters. So I think keeping the open world interesting for max level characters would be good.
Don't you think though? Like, so are you saying if they're going to do new leveling content, like it should be for 1 to 60 rather than 35 to 60? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I don't have a strong feeling about it. I'm fine with the 1 to 35 leveling experience as this. I think the 40 to 60 is more rough than 35 to 60. But even then, like, it's kind of just add a few quests here and there, or add a quest hub here and there. Like, it doesn't have to be huge. It doesn't have to be a brand new zone. There's lots of places in Azeroth that they could just throw, 10 NPCs down there with a few quests, and it would bridge the gap for leveling completely.
That's something that I think makes this like a little more, like adds a little more credibility to the post, because like I think we do have to also remember, like we've talked about, the extent of the resources on hand for the Classic team and how much work Blizzard might be willing to fund in order to get a return on this thing. And, it's the kind of project where you'd have to say to your project manager, hey, look, realistically, we're happy to do some Classic Plus new content, but we can't go bananas because that's going to cost a lot of money. What's the most cost-effective addition of new content? And coming back with something like, okay, we don't have to do new quests for 1 to 35. Players can get there on their own without any new assistance. But we definitely should buff up the 35 to 60 trip because people will crack the shits that it's a little long and slow and grindy. I just think it makes it sound more believable.
Sure. I think everyone agrees that parts of the leveling journey from 1 to 60 are quite barren, and there's thousands and thousands of people who have played it who ran out of quests in one place or another and kind of held their hands up like, what the fuck do I do now? So I think beefing up the questing experience, making it perhaps a little bit more, how do you say, plentiful perhaps, is definitely a win. No one likes having to do this one route, and if you don't do it, you'll run out of quests, and you'll be at like 58, and you just sat there like, what the fuck do I do? So that's definitely a win. If they were to do something about that, instead of changing experience gains, I would more like a little bit of redesign for quest hubs.
Fucking just while I remember, hey Tim, by the way, you've been named and shamed. I've been trying to we'll have to work out how to have a fucking beer or something after BlizzCon. I reached out to the PR department the other day, and they told me I could talk to you guys after BlizzCon, and they asked me for a list of names, and names were named, and you were on the list, my friend, so hopefully we'll be chatting soon. Thanks for dropping by, mate. Jason, fuck, what was I going to say? Oh, hey, very, very, very tangentially. I'm so sorry I didn't bring this up before, Jason. Real quick, just back to the slightly adjacent to the Metson thing. I talked recently on the show about, you might have heard it in the monologue. I'm not sure if it was in that monologue you heard or the one in the next episode, where I talked about my slight hesitation, but still belief that we probably are getting some form of Warcraft television show. Are you on the train of an animated series is likely coming? Or one thing I threw out there is they've had so many opportunities over the years, and it is head scratching that they haven't done it to this point. It almost feels like if it hasn't happened by now, it might not happen, but I still wouldn't be shocked if Metson comes out and goes, hey baby, here's our fucking 6 seasons in a movie TV show.
Yeah, you know what? I think I did hear your monologue on that, and you made a really good point, which was that about the platform, right?
Yeah.
And they want to have control of it.
Not
They
wanting
wanna
to fund
control
other
the
people
platform.
or lose control.
And especially, I think after the experience they had making the movie, I think that really probably reinforced that, hey, we want to control everything aspect. So I don't know. I mean, there was all that noise. Was it a year or two ago about, or maybe it was even longer? I don't know. Time gets real stretchy anymore, but the Diablo animated series was like a slam dunk, right? It's confirmed. It's all but confirmed. There's gonna be a Diablo series on Netflix or something, and it just never happened. It never materialized. So I don't know. I think it would be cool. I think the inroads that they've made to doing like outside of game storytelling on YouTube, on the website, whatever, with various types of videos, cinematics, animations, that kind of animatic stuff that they do has been cool. But it's not it's not really meaty enough in terms of like a narrative or even in terms of expressing action sometimes. Obviously, there's so much you could pull from, and you could just kind of start at the start and go through. You could you could do each of the RTS game. I mean, Warcraft 3 and expansion would be, I don't know, 3 or 4 or 5 seasons of TV maybe right there before you even get into anything else. I it would be cool. I would watch it for sure, but I don't know. They've been cagey about that, and like you said, I mean, it's something that could have been potentially on the table, for a decade or more at this point, and they've never done anything with it. And why? Well, I guess why would now be the time when it never was before? I don't know. I don't. I don't really have a good. I don't have a good read on that. I guess I would totally watch it if the animation looked cool.
Yeah.
But I don't. I'm not. I guess like I haven't been somebody like pounding the drum for it. It'd be cool if it happens. I'd be into it. But I feel like they'd rather just have their YouTube stuff and whatever, and put stuff on their website. And
I'd watch it, but they missed the boat years ago.
Yeah, it could have been really. It really could have been a nice kind of way to dovetail into the movie. To kind of just prime the viewership there. I mean, the movie had its problems and everything. Certainly, it wasn't a great film or anything, but
wait. What'd you say? It wasn't a great film?
It was not a great film.
What the
It did not. It did not. I don't think it won any awards. Let me check the Academy.
Oh my God. All right, let's have some beef. Oh my God. Look, I'll say this one. Let me just, everyone knows this, but like, legit, I say this legitimately as like a little bit of a film nerd. Okay, it's not high cinema, I get that, but like the Warcraft movie is still drastically underrated. The problem with the Warcraft movie was every fucking scene with a live action actor. That was the problem with the Warcraft
movie. Yeah, true. That's
Everything
true. I mean,
they did with the orcs was top shelf.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There was stuff I liked about the movie for sure. I think the movie seemed to have gotten studioed to death. They tried to really 4-quadrant it, and there's certain elements of the story that just really don't work and don't come across on screen. And, there's a lot of stuff that works though. It had so much potential, and I walked away from it thinking like, they hit on stuff that I would like to see them take another crack at this and really zero in on what could be cool about it. But, there was also a lot of stuff that didn't work, but I also got the vibe from reading some press about it and reading stuff that like Duncan Jones had to say about it, that the studio wanted what they wanted, and the studio gets what they want, right? It's their movie. So
mate, if they did a 2.5-hour film of just, now obviously it would take years to make, but of just CGI a la the orcs in the fucking Warcraft movie, 2.5 hours, just retell the Warcraft 3 storyline in that style with the CGI. Fucking cash money, see you later. We all go and see it. China eats it up and they all go and see it, and it makes all the money as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it would be unlike pretty much any other like full CGI film ever released if they did that. But Yeah, it would take about a decade to produce, at least,
That's the
probably, maybe
problem.
longer.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I mean, I think one of the things that a misstep with kind of introducing Warcraft to the general public is they should have probably like done the Arthas story. Like, I understand starting at the start, but the start is very complicated and it's
Yeah.
not that great of a story. The
Mm.
characters aren't that compelling, so But that would be. I mean, Warcraft 3 would make such a cool animated series or something. If you wanted to start with that and just set the stage for the whole world and all the put all the big players on the board. It would be that would be cool.
That'll be your fucking Henry Cavill coming out on stage as Arthas as Chris Metson introduces the Warcraft movie.
He's like, they got the sad truth about that would be though they would have to digitally de-age Henry Cavill at this point to play Prince Arthas.
Yeah,
he does not look like a 20-year-old. I mean, he's a handsome man.
Close enough is good enough. Yeah.
I got to break out the CGI on Hank's face there.
Yeah.
to de-age him, but that's okay.
Mate, one more quick tangential one, and I want to hear from Arcos on this as well, if we've still got him in Arcos. I'm so sorry. Mate, feel free to go to sleep if we're keeping you up, but I love having you here. Real quick, Jason, then Arcos. Mate, I think, this is another thing I mentioned with my mate Hunk over a beer last night. I think that obviously the green light to the Microsoft acquisition going through over the last couple of weeks has made the following thing a reality in my mind. I think World of Warcraft coming to Xbox is an absolute inevitability at this point. When I say that, how do you feel, Jason?
Yeah, I guess I have to agree with you because like there are reasons why Microsoft spent $80 billion or whatever and went through this whole protracted legal process, and there are some jewels they wanted to pluck, and Microsoft's whole thing is Game Pass and that whole ecosystem, and that's what they're really selling their customers these days. I think that if I'm Phil Spencer, I am probably saying to Mike Ibarra, like, how do we get World of Warcraft on Xbox? Yeah, I'm saying that if I'm the boss.
I was gonna joke and say if I'm Phil Spencer talking to Mike Ibarra, I'm saying, who are you?
Right, but Mike Ibarra used to work. He's an ex-Microsoft guy, right?
Yeah,
They're all in cahoots this whole time. Josh, it was an inside job.
The fix has been in, baby, for a long time. Arcos, same question, different answer. Do you feel like WoW on Xbox is an inevitability or not?
I mean, it's been possible on the Steam Deck for a while, so
yeah.
I would think probably the controls are there. The connection is there. I don't think there's a technical issue. So yeah, I could definitely see it. I don't play console at all, so it has no effect on me. I just hope it'll be limited to vanilla only, so that I can kill people in World PvP that have a controller and can't play.
Mate, it's a little bit easier than you think. Now, obviously, it's never going to be optimal, but like I've played Final Fantasy 14 on the old controller with the PlayStation, and like, yeah, it's fucking awkward at first, and it's easy to dunk on people that use controller, but like, mate, some of the best raiders in the world do it on controller in Final Fantasy. It's insanity.
Yeah, I think for a scripted raid boss fight, or a mostly scripted raid boss fight, it's probably not so difficult.
Yeah,
like there was an Arab in my guild in Vanilla who played often on a Steam Deck, even in raids. But open world, random 1v1, 2v1, like I have upwards of 50 keybinds. Like there's no way that you are pressing all of your things on a console.
No, I hear you. You'd be a little bit gimped, to say the least.
Yeah, I would think so anyway.
Mates, Arcos, let me keep you going because I just want to. We won't go too much longer, guys. We'll sort of start to slowly wrap it up, but I just want to run this great comment to you by Jeremy, who's a big fan of yours in YouTube chat, who mentioned this about half an hour ago, and I sort of flagged it to bring up because I completely agree with this, and I'm jealous, Jeremy, because I wish I had thought of this. Jeremy said, if Classic Plus is not announced, it will be the worst PR hit of all time. If they aren't announcing it, they would have or should have dampened expectations by now. Now, I don't know if I necessarily agree that it would be the worst PR hit of all time, but it'd be a bad PR move for sure. But I really agree with you and want to stress, Arcos, here that it's been months now of rife Classic Plus speculation on the subreddit, on the forums, on YouTube. People are going nuts. Everyone, big streamers, little streamers, going Classic Plus, Classic Plus, Classic Plus, virtually talking this thing into reality and driving hype to like pretty high levels. I know in the past, Blizzard and or video gaming companies have stepped in when they've seen this kind of shit happen to temper expectations and be like, hey, we just want to say, we know there's a lot of chat about this thing. Look, we'll never say never, but it's not something we're working on right now. So we think you'll be super excited for what we are working on, but just, Classic Plus, let's say maybe later for something like that. That's the kind of thing Blizzard or like I say, any gaming company might ordinarily jump in and because you are setting yourself up for failure. Mate, Blizzard fucking reads the subreddit. They're not stupid. I mean, there's, the assistant classic lead is literally listening to us speak right now. They're not idiots. They read the chatter. They hear the chatter. It would be a concerted decision to go, hey, we need to put this fire out now or we're going to upset a lot of people at BlizzCon. The fact that has not happened speaks volumes to me. Do you think that's fair to say, Arcos?
Yeah, for sure. But I would also throw out that in your interview with Agrant, he told you that it wouldn't be Season of Mastery 2.
He didn't tell me. He told Sarth and the guys or whatever.
Okay, I mean, one YouTuber, another YouTuber, you're all the same species. He said that it wouldn't be a Season of Mastery 2, but it would be big and it would be exciting. So hearing it from him that it isn't Season of Mastery 2 is a big indicator. That tweet from Mike Ibarra and him not walking it back, like you say, is a big indicator. And if they've gone a little bit, if they've been a little bit too hasty in their proclamations that it's big and it's not, at least in comparison to like what we've been discussing for the past few weeks, then yeah, it's gonna be a little bit bad, I think.
Jason, if I can throw the same question over to you, we're just getting AD adding in YouTube chat that I don't remember this. You might remember this, Jason. AD seems to remember that Blizzard stepped in and killed some Diablo 4 hype years ago once. Do you remember that or not?
Well, I was going to bring that up because they tried to kill Diablo 4 hype. I would argue that they didn't. They made a video with my dear friend. Well, I don't know. I love Brandy. I don't know how she feels about me, but Brandy, the old CM on Diablo, who was awesome. She was always so cool to us. We worked with her on a crossover thing with Heroes of the Storm one time at an event, and we've known Brandy for many years. Dainty, as we know her, she was Diablo CM and kind of the community face of Diablo for like a decade, a really long time, and they put her out front and center before BlizzCon 18 when Diablo 4 was like, it hadn't been announced yet, but everybody's like, we know it's coming and it's going to be the thing. And yeah, it's absolutely, the underpinnings were like, oh, it's totally getting announced this year. And legend has it that like they were planning to show it off in 18 and like Alan Adham or somebody at the last minute was like, no, don't show it. It's not ready. Yeah. Brandy made a video and she said, listen, we're not, we have a lot of exciting things that we're working on, but like, we're not going to be showing off the next Diablo this year. So just to put that out there, like if you're a Diablo fan, a Diablo player, there's plenty of stuff to be excited about. So,
but did she do it while not acknowledging the existence of Diablo 4?
What was that? I missed the first
So
part.
when she did it, did she acknowledge or not acknowledge the existence of Diablo 4?
She didn't acknowledge the existence of Diablo 4.
Right,
Diablo 4
that's
was
the key
not
point. Yeah.
yeah, it was not a thing. The phrase Diablo 4 did not come out of her mouth in the video.
Yeah.
But like the intent of the video was clearly like,
Put the
guys,
fire
we
out.
know you're excited, but we're not ready to talk about Diablo 4 yet. That
Yep.
was the subtext. Do not present gamers with subtext. Okay, that was the lesson of that video that they had Brandy make. 2018 was also the year they showed off a game called Diablo Immortal, which ignited a firestorm of gamer shittiness in the Anaheim Convention Center.
I was there.
people
It's
were-
all anyone could
Yeah.
talk. I think is that where I met you, or was it the next year? I think it was the next year I met you.
I don't know. Was it 17? I can't remember.
Well, it was either 18 or
I-
19, because it might have been 18, but like,
It had to be 18 at the absolute latest.
yeah. Okay. Well, it would have been 18 because like you would remember like out the back of the Marriott at the bar that night, the Friday night, this was obviously because that's day one. It was all anybody could fucking talk about all night.
Yep. Yeah, people were beside themselves because they had all convinced themselves that even though Brandy told them 2 months ago that Diablo 4 was not going to be announced at the show, they all convinced themselves it was going to be anyway. And then Diablo Immortal somehow meant that Diablo 4 was not going to come out and Blizzard wasn't going to make PC games anymore. It was the weirdest thing I've ever experienced. And I felt so bad for Brandy because she's, she had to eat shit on that. She was a community manager. So the community bitches at her about all of their weird hangups about a game that's still in the oven. It was so unfair. It was cool that she got to have the big win of the reveal at 19 before she ended up leaving the company, at least, I guess. But that whole thing that made me so weirdly angry, I guess, because the whole get out in front of it and diffuse the hype, like it doesn't work because of the internet loves to be conspiratorial and people love to see the red herring or the misdirection or whatever. And like, oh, if they said it wasn't, then that means it definitely is. And then it takes on a life of its own. You know what I mean? I think it's a lose-lose to try to respond to those types of conversations because whatever you say is going to be interpreted however certain members of the audience want to hear it, and then it's just off and running,
Well, it's a tough spot for Blizzard on this one because I have been thinking a lot about this where, like you say, gamers are conspiratorial and we'll design our own games in our head and just basically speak it into existence and expect the company to develop it, which is exactly what's happened with Classic Plus in this, instance. We have dubbed this the next entry in the franchise with no word whatsoever from Blizzard. And now if it doesn't come, we'll riot, which is pretty unfair, to be honest with you. But, fuck, that's the way that gamers work. But do you think that, given that history with Brandy, do you think that Blizzard not getting out in front of this Classic Plus hype is not necessarily indicative of the fact that it's being announced?
Yeah, I think it's impossible for me from the outside looking in to have a read on it that way because they could very intentionally be not trying to diffuse it because the last time they tried to diffuse something, it blew up in their face, right? Yeah. They cut the wrong wire and the bomb went off, right? So it could very well be a literal response to the 2018 fiasco. And it could be like they got comms together and they were like, listen, guys, remember the last time? Let's just let it play out and we'll announce what we announce.
Yeah. And also, it serves them positively just by having people discuss their game for months. Like, they don't have to confirm shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the old days. I mean, remember the days of like Project Seawall and people like staking out the office because they're waiting for StarCraft and they're like taking photos of developers like leaving work or like what time they were working. I mean, we're going way back, but like the Blizzard audience has had this unhinged element of of this type of rabid fan for 25 years. So it's got to suck as somebody who works in the games because it's like you just want to make cool stuff and you can't control people's expectations. You want people to be excited for the product, obviously, but like you're not gonna meet every single player's expectations, and some people really fly off the handle when their expectations aren't met. So, I mean, I think if it was me and with the recent kind of experiences that the company has had, I would probably just make the coolest thing I can make and let people say whatever they're going to say and just stay out of it until I'm showing off whatever it is that I'm making. I don't don't know. If there had been a clear win in 2018 where it was like, well, they put out that video with Brandy and then everybody said, okay, well, we'll wait a little bit longer for Diablo 4. That's reasonable. Like if that would have been the case, then yes. I think them not doing that in this case to me, it doesn't mean, oh, well, Classic Plus is definitely getting announced, but it also doesn't mean that it's definitely not getting announced, right? It's just, this is just where we're at. So it's hard for me to assess. I mean, I think they got something cooking that's going to be an interesting twist on vanilla, but I also think it's certainly not going to meet every player's expectations. So it's,
well, you can't please everyone, and that's just the cold hard truth.
The question is like, what is the reaction going to be like? I've been to some weird BlizzCons, the last couple years that they had them in person. So.
Mate, sorry, you're going to say something else?
No, because was it the year after the Diablo Immortal fiasco was the Blitzchung thing?
That's right. Yeah.
And now this is the first BlizzCon after the, you want to talk about the worst PR disaster ever. It's called, your litany of sexual harassment lawsuits, not anything with a video game announcement. So, this is the first one after all of that shit. It's hard to tell what the vibes are going to be like. I would like it if BlizzCon would just be fun and exciting and everybody could be stoked on like whatever it is that they're into. And we could not get, dragged into some of this kind of weird, like the games are just going to be whatever they are. Like, you know what I mean? And so you should find what you like about it. Or if you don't like it, then maybe it's just, I don't know. That's something you got to,
I'll be where I'm at.
Yourself.
I'll be where I'm at, as Eddie Murphy said in Raw.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like the Blizzard is not making the game specifically for you, and you find the stuff that you like or dislike about any game, that anybody makes. But I don't know. Sometimes that kind of entitlement and like the expectations that get built up about something that have nothing to do with like an official source, that turns into the ugliest reactions, right? Yeah. Because people convince themselves that they're going to get a certain outcome that doesn't arrive, and then the response is ugly. But I don't think that they're not going to announce some kind of remixed vanilla, still Classic Plus, whatever they call it. I don't know if they'll call it Classic Plus. They like to give things a little bit more intense title. Branding than that. But
they'll call it Classic Divided just to fuck with us.
Yeah, something. I do think that they're going to have something like that on display, and it'll be interesting to see what they come up with, and to what degree it meets people's expectations.
No, I agree with you. There's no fucking way it's called Classic Plus. 1000% lock that in. Arcos, last meaty question for you, and I promise, boys, we will start to wrap this up. Really interesting point was raised in the Countdown to Classic Discord, where all the smartest conversation about the game takes place, as everyone knows. It's a really interesting concept of Classic Plus because I think it was Manny who raised the following. God, I hope it was Manny. It was either Manny or Galley. I think it was Manny who said, look, the one thing that nobody's talking about with the potential Classic Plus is not just that, potentially we're getting new content and class balancing and all that shit, but that we could actually be walking into a scenario where for the first time, vanilla, well, for the first time since 2004, 2005, obviously, and 2006, vanilla content is potentially going to be actively patched and balanced again. So he was like, I doubt they're just going to design the game and drop it on us when it comes out and walk away and be like, job's done. Yeah, we fucked with the classes a little bit. Hope it works out. See you, bye. It would be probably a world where they are consistently working on the game and, did we go a little too far with Paladins? Okay, no worries. In the next patch, we'll dial that back. We'll just constantly tweak this and tweak that. And having classes sort of ride the roller coaster again through a vanilla, life cycle, I think is really, really exciting. And they said it was, potentially a really cool thing that could happen as well. I don't know how you feel about that, Arcos, but I'm going to ask you anyway. Like, do you think that is something that is appealing to you or not?
Yeah, for sure. I find it appealing if they'll actively manage, and it doesn't have to just be class balance. It can be the normal types of things that you would see in patch notes, fixing things that they might have changed and they're broken, or tuning a little bit here and there. If they notice an area that, for example, isn't being used in the way that it should be, they can fix it actively.
Yeah, patch note, Arcos. Patch note, we've deleted mages.
Yeah, exactly. If for example, if North figured out a way to farm Sulfuric again, or to boost in Maraudon, they would just make a patch note, and they would delete North, the mage, and all of his brothers. Yeah, it's very. I think that's very good if they were to do that, for sure. 100%. Good point from Money.
Absolutely. All right, look, guys, let's round it out with this. Let's do the predictions. Actually, sorry, last point for you, Jason, really, really quick, but this ties into my final point of predictions. Mate, the one thing we haven't discussed, and this will be on my list of predictions, Arcos, think about, I'm going to ask both of you guys about what you predict will be announced at BlizzCon in totality, even outside of Classic. So think about that. Jason, we haven't talked about the survival game. I 1000% lock it in, think the survival game announcement is coming this BlizzCon. Do you agree?
I 100% disagree.
Really? Okay. Cool. No, tell me why.
I would not hold your breath for a too much meat on the bone about the survival game.
But not a title announcement.
Maybe.
That's all I'm saying.
A little card or something. Maybe, but not much more than that.
Oh no, I'm not talking like the full blown cinematic baby. Here we go. I'm just saying, like, in some aspect, they're going to acknowledge it and be like, here it is, coming a long fucking way down the track. It's called blah.
Maybe. I mean, yeah, maybe. Definitely not a full. I would say definitely not a full announcement. I'm not saying anything I'm not supposed to say that I know, but I've just, from what I have heard, like, the survival game, it sounds cool. It's something I'm looking forward to. Certainly, like, they have some really heavy hitter talent on that survival game.
Yeah.
So I'm desperate to see what it looks like and check it out, but I do not expect maybe we get a title card, maybe we get some kind of teaser for somewhere down the road, but I don't think we even get like gameplay footage.
Oh no! To suggest it's any, like, I'm picking up what you're putting down. I think it is like years, like double underlined away.
Mm-hmm. So and we're probably still like 3-4 years out from release. And at Blizzard, the thing about BlizzCon is, like, you have the eyes of the gaming world on the company's products for 2 whole days, right? It doesn't overlap with any other events or anything. So they like to make a big splash, and they like to show off stuff that they have something meaty to show off. What they love to do is like, hey, here's this new thing, and here's a cinematic for it, and here's some gameplay, and right after opening ceremonies, you can go play the demo right now. And you know what I mean? That's kind of the way they introduce games. And it doesn't, from what I gather, the survival game is not there yet. So I think they want to make a big splash with that when it's time.
Fair enough. All right, Arcos, let's whip out our lists and compare them. Tell me every significant thing or title or game or whatever. What are the big announcements, all of them, that are coming from Blizzard this year at BlizzCon 2023?
You want the realistic one or the one that I hope for?
No. Give me the one you would bet money on.
Fuck that. I have no clue about any other game.
Well, we'll start off easy. We'll get universal agreement, obviously, on the next retail expansion. I think, Jason, you'd agree with me. That's 100% coming.
Yeah, they have to. It's BlizzCon. You announce it's an odd numbered year BlizzCon. Yep. You announce a World of Warcraft expansion, and I would say there's a pretty good chance that at the end of the whole presentation that they put up a graphic that has the title and it says Summer 2024.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up because I'm going to talk about release dates too.
Yeah, I feel like they want to drop this one like more in the earlier side of Q3, especially if we're really moving into the end of Dragonflight, if this is the last big content drop
Yeah.
for Dragonflight, then we need like an August expansion and not a November expansion.
Timelines are about to be drastically shaken up because they're going to be juggling Classic Plus, fucking the next expansion, and Cataclysm. But anyway,
Yeah, there's a lot of
there's a
plates
lot going
all
on.
of a sudden.
Arcos, so we'll lock in the next retail expansion for you, yeah?
I'm going to go the other way, and I'm going to say if we have retail, Cataclysm, Era, Hardcore, Classic Plus, it's too much.
No, fair enough.
I
But I'm
think,
saying, do you think that they'll just announce the next retail expansion?
no, that's what I'm saying. Like
Yeah.
if they do another retail expansion, and like Soren said a few weeks ago,
Yeah.
what's the point of another retail expansion unless it's going to blow everything out of the water? Like, is it just more of the same? Is it another expansion that draws a few people in the beginning and then tapers off again? Like, I kind of feel like they've learned.
Oh,
that,
I see where you're going with this.
They need to throw the or like a year ago they figured out we need to throw the playbook out the window and do something completely different.
So you're saying this isn't an expansion announcement, but we're blowing it all up and doing something crazy with WoW like announcement.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, and that has been some speculation out there as well. And like, Jason, I know you and I probably roll our eyes at every time it gets brought up, the concept of WoW 2. I've been saying on the podcast for years that you've been playing WoW 2 for many years now.
Yeah, you might be playing WoW 4 or 5 or 6 at this point.
Yeah.
You know.
But you know, people are out there floating this, going like, we actually half expect Blizzard to hit the detonate button on retail and like almost start over. I don't think
there's way too much money in them new expansion SKUs, man.
Yeah, I don't think that'll happen.
Like the only way that you activate people about the game is by releasing something new. And yeah, there is, if they're just done making money off of World of Warcraft retail for now and they want to put it back in the shed and retool it and come out with something in another 10 years, yeah, okay. But I don't see that being the case. Like they like to have that.
They throw it under the bus at all. Like they'll keep World of Warcraft going 100%, but just not in the image that we're used to.
You're just not gonna move the needle. You're not gonna move the bottom line without new expansion releases and new boxes on the shelves. I mean, we don't have boxes on the shelves anymore, mostly, but you know, they move units. The expansions move units, whether they retain subs or not. So, you know, you got a brand new corporate steward. You got all new investors. Like you got all the investors in the building for the big trade show for the weekend. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's possible that they're retooling the whole business model, but I'd be completely shocked. It seems like it would cost them so much money in the short term that it would be unthinkable.
Yeah, but I wouldn't suggest that they would throw away the subscriptions and the revenue and the players. They're just, I think, they've realized that it's not sustainable over a longer term than they've had so far to just keep redoing an expansion every 2 years with new races, new classes, new islands. Like I just don't. I think they've realized that if they fast forward 10 years from now, they'll have seen like, yeah, we just kind of threw it away because we kept doing the same thing over and over and over again. So one indicator that I think perhaps could support this tinfoil hat theory of mine is that the schedule for the event is the first one after the opening ceremony is WoW, what's next, and then it's WoW Classic, what's next, in between Overwatch. So I think we could see WoW, what's next. That's the bombshell. That's them throwing out the book and doing something completely different. And WoW Classic, what's next? That's just like an era thing.
Just
like
on that,
they'll have an era of these 3 expansions: Vanilla, TPC, and Wrath. But WoW as a whole is going into a completely different direction.
Just on that, Arcos, real quick, I want to get your take on this. I did enjoy a few people in the Discord saying like, oh, only an hour to talk about what's next for WoW Classic. That confirms they're not doing Classic Plus. And I'm like, I don't know. I think an hour is fine no matter what you're discussing.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, so long as Classic isn't a footnote, then Classic is doing fine. But yeah, I'm gonna go the other way from you guys. I don't think there's just a new expansion. I think
it's a new WoW.
I think they're gonna throw some curveballs.
Okay, all right.
Something no leaks have touched on.
I love it. I love the spiciness. We'll have to come back and check the scoreboard on this one afterwards. I love it. All right, so that's that one done. I'm saying Classic Plus. Arcos, what do you say?
So it kind of depends on WoW what's next, right? Because I wouldn't be too surprised if they want to get all the players together again, playing the same thing.
So you're pulling together your last answer with this one, saying like it's going to be like a weird, like the bomb is going to get dropped. You're going retail and classic are going to be merged in this great amalgamation.
Yeah, something along those lines. Okay, it's something but I'm throwing curveballs left and right.
No, I love it. I love it. Keep throwing the curveballs. All right, I Jason, Classic Plus or SOM 2 or more along the lines of what Arcos is saying.
Yeah, Classic. The attractive and beautiful thing about Classic Plus is it means whatever you want it to mean. So, right? Like yes. We don't know what it is.
So many different variations. Yeah.
I mean, I think I am definitely expecting some kind of, remix of classic WoW content on display in some fashion.
I'll push harder.
I can't go in any deeper than that. But
I'll push harder.
Some kind of remix.
To make you put your balls on the line, I'll push harder. Do you think we'll get a classic iteration with new content?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That would define that as classic.
If I don't have to narrow down what the content is, yes.
No, that's fine. So I think most people sort of say that softly falls under the category of Classic Plus. No matter what, if there's some form of new content.
Something new to do, some new approach, I definitely think we're in for some kind of different take on what vanilla or classic WoW could be.
Well, when I say new content, I mean like a new dungeon or a new raid or a new zone. You know what I mean? Like something has been built. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think even if it ends up being ultimately kind of minor, I think they're going to have something in that direction. Like here's a new thing to check out or a new way to play or something. Like right. If they're not planning on anything like that, then they have a real weird way of wanting you to be interested in the BlizzCon presentation about Classic.
All right. I'll do you one more. I'll throw a wild prediction out there just whilst I'm saying Classic Plus. Obviously, we've been told there's going to be something playable on the floor for Classic Plus, and as this quote unquote leak suggested, and as people generally expect, that'll just be some kind of demo available on the floor, and they'll put. I do think that as they did with the Classic Beta, they'll push it out on Battle.net, and everyone can play this at home. You can play it live at BlizzCon and whatever. That'll be like a demo type thing. I'll do you one better. I think that this thing is now. Let me preface this: either the beta or the actual release is going to come a couple, like 2 to 3 weeks after BlizzCon. I think they're ready to do and it's coming sooner than you think, or there's going to be something you can sink your teeth in sooner than you think. I think in late November-ish, we will whatever. When's BlizzCon? Fucking 3rd of November. So let's say, where are we? 2 to 3 weeks after that, like 17th to 24th of November or whatever, sometime around there, I reckon they're going to be and you'll be able to, beta test it at home or play from level 1 on launch at home in 2 to 3 weeks. That's a personal prediction. Arcos, what do you think of that when you hear that?
Right. You cut out for me when you were explaining the punchline of your bet.
So all I'm saying is, I think that because they've had so much time to develop this thing, I think either launch or beta is going to be far closer than we think, and I think they want to drop the fun, like, hey, you've been waiting a fucking year for this when you probably shouldn't have been. We are giving it to you quite soon. And like they'll say on the BlizzCon stage, like, hey, the demo's playable now, but the beta will be out or the launch will be out in 2 to 3 weeks. Do you reckon that's possible or not?
For the classic thing?
For the classic thing, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I agree. We've had, ICC now for 2 weeks. I could definitely see a Q2 launch for whatever they have planned, like March, end of March, early April. So
I could see
that's the case, then
I could see like
earlier.
Well, yeah, I could see like beta. So like beta in mid to late November for 6 to 7 weeks, and then do the like Jan 10 release.
That's too soon because in November we've only had ICC for 4 resets. So I think that's too soon. I would think.
No, but it's only let's say it's only a beta. Like, what do they care?
Yeah, but still, because you use the beta to drum up hype when there's a lull in everything else.
Yeah, but people are raid logging. People are raid logging in Wrath as well.
I mean, there are people rating on 20 characters and selling gold, but
true.
Who am I to blame? I would say I like your thinking. It's definitely along my preferred lines of thinking. But I would throw out perhaps a Q1 beta and Q2 launch.
Okay, fair enough. I love it. Jason, what's your recollection of the history? How has Blizzard fared in the past in the old department of the announcement at BlizzCon and it's actually coming rather soon? I don't think they've done it much.
What they like to do is hedge really hard and say, we think you're going to play this sooner than you think you are.
Yeah.
When they think they can get something out, and then usually when they say that, that's a really bad sign. So, like when they're smart, they're like, yeah, this we're working on this. We're really excited. We can't wait for you guys to play it. It's not coming anytime soon, and like not even Blizzard soon. So strap in. Like that's the right way to do it. Usually when they announce dates or like release windows, they usually mostly hit them. Like very rarely do they really severely delay a game. I mean, Shadowlands caught a delay, but it was only about a month. And I mean, it was 2020, so it wasn't really that big of a surprise. The whole world got turned upside down just a few months before that came out. But yeah, I remember specifically like, Warlords was one of them, and Legion was another one where they were kind of like, hey, wink, wink, we think we can shorten the development cycle for this. And then they just straight up didn't even come close to doing that. So, which is fine, but just don't get my hopes up, just lock it in and then release it. So they're usually pretty careful about that messaging. They announce that stuff when they're good and ready most of the time. And if they know that they're not ready, then they usually tell us. But there have been a couple cases where they think they're ready and they're really not ready.
Yeah, fair enough.
TPT, for example, got them.
All right, Warcraft TV show. I'm going to say no. Jason?
Yeah, I think it's a no. I think it's unlikely at best. Be cool. I'd be into it. I would watch it, but I just don't see it on the horizon right now. But I'd be pleasantly surprised. I'd love to see it on the stage.
Yep.
I wouldn't be sad.
No. I agree. So. I agree. Arcos, Warcraft TV or movie, yay or nay?
Would watch it.
No. Do you think they'll announce it?
I'm just, for the sake of having fun, I'm gonna go against the two of you, and I'm gonna say they're doing whatever the hell League of Legends did, but they've thrown 3 times as much money at it.
I love you. I love your ballsiness. It's very good. But as you say, I mean, we're with you. I mean, you'd watch it, yeah?
Yeah, definitely watch it.
Yeah. All right. Let's think. What's next? I I don't really know. The Diablo, I'm not going to say anything. Like,
Are we just not even? We're not even going to broach Cataclysm Classic. Like we don't have to talk about whether or not.
oh,
they're gonna do that. That's just locked in.
No, that's fair to say. I think Cataclysm Classic is coming. Yep, Jason, you seem to agree.
Yeah, I'm pretty convinced.
Yep, Arcos.
I seriously hope not. But
Do you think they will?
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm split because I feel like when this classic journey started, it was the trilogy, and it was always going to be the trilogy. Or perhaps that's a little bit wrong for me. I think in the beginning it was just going to be vanilla, but then halfway through they saw how popular it was, so they decided to trilogy. And I personally just feel like at the end of the trilogy, it's done. Like classic is over. Like there's no we don't go any farther than the Lich King. So I could definitely see them saying this is where the trilogy ends, this is where the classic journey ends. Now we're going to do something different, like Classic Plus or Season of Mastery or just era servers for all three of these game modes. But I can also see like it's such an easy way to keep at least some people subscribed and engaged with the game for monthly active users, etc. So I'm 50-50.
This sounds horribly gatekeepy because it sounds like I'm trying to rob the Cataclysm fans of their game, but I would be very pleasantly surprised if Blizzard came out and had the balls to say we're not doing it and we're going to try and pull you all together in Classic Plus. I just personally feel like whilst there's a bunch of people that want to play Cata, I don't think there's anyone that needs to play Cata. There's not that burning passion and desire and absolute fanboy, feel for Cataclysm amongst anyone. There's a lot of bleeding edge raiders in Wrath who are excited. Yep, Cata raids, fucking give them to me. I would love to rip through some new content. But I just feel if you told them they weren't getting it, there wouldn't be many tears shed.
Yeah, and I agree. And just like a quick Google search for a Cataclysm private server, and just the first link that I click, like this is not scientific research. Like the servers that I'm seeing, they have average population of 0 to 100 people, and there's one with an average population of 1,000 to 2,500. I know it's not scientific research, it's not numbers that we should really rely on, but I just don't think the interest is there to warrant it.
Jason, Diablo and Overwatch 2, anything wild you think we're getting there? I don't think there's much to do with Diablo. Obviously, they're just in the seasonal model now and they will just truck along. Overwatch 2, anything?
Well, I think Diablo 4, I think we are going to get a glimpse into what their expansion model is going to look like. Okay. And it sounds like they want to ship yearly expansions, which I think is nutty. I don't know about that. Like, I like Diablo 4. I played through the campaign and all, but it hasn't really hooked me so far. Like, there's very little bringing me back. I haven't had a chance to check out Season 2 yet, and I probably will give it a spin, but it's just, I don't think it's quite there yet for me. But yeah, I mean, they said publicly that they want to do yearly expansions, so which is kind of more like the Destiny 2 model, sort of like just 4 seasons a year, 3 seasons a year, and an expansion. So I think we'll probably see something about that and see what it's going to look like. Here's what the expansion is going to be. Probably add. I mean, there's only 5 classes in D4 that it launched with, and you have plenty of stuff to pull from where you could do new stuff. So I think you probably see like a new class come in and some other big changes and maybe just get more of an idea of what the the model and sort of the cadence is going to look like around D4, which is interesting. I mean, I want to like D4 more than I do, I guess I would say. I wish it would be a thing I would come back to, but I haven't found myself doing it much.
No, I think a lot of people
Overwatch 2
same position.
Yeah, it's like it was a cool game to play through once, but then it just didn't have the like. I like D3 better. I just do. D3 is more my speed, and especially like after 11 years on the market, like D3 is very feature complete and very fun to dive into and just kill some monsters and get some loot. Overwatch 2, I mean, what a mess that game has turned into, unfortunately, for that whole crowd. I mean, you assume new hero, right? BlizzCon, like, and they've added new heroes regularly in Overwatch 2. It's like every other season or something they get a new one, and I think we're in an off season right now. I'm not much of an Overwatch 2 player, so I'm not exactly sure what the timeline is looking like, but I think they even said like there's going to be a new hero and playable on the show floor or whatever. I don't know what it take. I guess my hope for Overwatch in general is somebody who doesn't really play it and doesn't really like it, but the Overwatch 2 business model shift and the shift to 5v5 like just tanked that game. Like almost nobody I know cares about it anymore. I think I know like 2 people who still check in on it. And it seems like people are really mad. I mean, look at, the whole Steam review bombing fiasco and all that. Like, I guess the hope would be that under Microsoft stewardship, they retool the business model to something that players like a bit better and maybe like tweak some of the stuff with the gameplay. The PvE mode seems like a lost cause, but it seemed too ambitious to me to begin with. You have like a hero-based, PvP shooter, and you're trying to build like a mini Destiny in it or something. Like that doesn't work. I think Overwatch as a franchise needs like a kind of a retool in order to really hook in more players and become a more appealing proposition. But also possible I'm just being a hater because it's not really my cup of tea, right? So I'll leave that up to you to decide.
No, I mean, I'm with these other ones. I just sort of put it down to like they'll just talk about obviously what's next for Diablo 4, what's next for Overwatch 2, what's next for Hearthstone. Like I presume, like I don't keep up with Hearthstone, but like the next Hearthstone expansion or whatever the fuck they do over there.
Well, they actually already announced the next Hearthstone expansion, which is really weird. Okay. They announced it like last week, and they've been doing card reveals.
Very
it's
weird.
Releasing a little. Yeah, it's releasing a little bit earlier than usual, but they have something big cooking at BlizzCon. I think there's some new game mode or something that's going to get announced. It seems like because they're getting the standard, constructed expansion out of the way, like which is usually one of the big highlights, right? But last in-person BlizzCon was Battlegrounds, and Battlegrounds totally changed the landscape of that product. It changed what Hearthstone means. You know what I mean? So, if they have another cool game mode cooking, then that could be huge. Battlegrounds set off a bomb, I think, across that whole game, and maybe whatever this does too. I'll be interested. I mean, I'm a regular Hearthstone player. I keep up with it. I play every season, and I collect the card backs and I rank up and I get my quest done and I do my battle pass track and all that. I play Battlegrounds. Like I like it. The game has stayed pretty fun for me. But and I don't know if I would really have time to dedicate to a new mode. I can barely squeeze all this stuff in as it is. But I think they've done a cool job in the last few years. Like they put in a new format that uses like your whole collection sometimes, but the rules change every month. And, I think they've taken some swings. The single player mode they tried to put in really didn't work out. But I think they've had some big hits with some of the other modes, obviously. So I'm interested. I'll definitely be paying close attention to whatever it is they're talking about at the show.
Mate, I think that's about it. Obviously Warcraft Rumble. They announced a release date for that, didn't they? Or is it already out?
It's actually BlizzCon Friday that it comes out.
Oh,
it's already out in most of the world except the US.
Yeah.
I've been in the beta since like May, June. They shut the beta off for a little while, and it's been back for like a couple months now. Rumble is actually really fun.
It is. I'm the weirdo who's like, I played it and I enjoyed it, but then I quit pretty early because I'm like, it's too hard.
It is. You know what? It is kind of hard. They toned it down a little bit since the first beta, but I do think that as more and more people check it out, they may have to do some more adjustments because it's a little punishing off the start. But
I don't think people want hard mobile games.
Nah, they don't. I mean, like there is an element, like it's cool to have the option to have like that upper level of challenge for certain types of players, but like, look, man, I just want to thumb through it while I'm waiting at the bus stop for my kids and clear a couple missions out.
Taking a dump over here, not trying to fucking stress out over this video game.
I'm enjoying this luxurious Japanese toilet, and I would like to finish this mission in my Warcraft mobile game.
And we've come full circle. I love it. Very good. That's the note to go out on. Look, mates, you've been excellent. Thank you so much. We'll get Arcos out of here. Arcos, mate, thank you so much for staying up so late. You've been brilliant. I can, let you go to sleep now. Thanks so much, mate.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's always fun to be around, shooting the shit around this game. Yeah,
We'll have to catch up after BlizzCon.
yeah, of course. Out is the part with this final thought. Fuck mages.
Very good. Very good. All right. Jason, look, mate, I can't thank you enough. Like you said, you're flat out. You're tired as shit from all your travels and all your podcasting and everything, but you took the time out and a fair bit of time out for this show. I fucking love you like a brother. You're the best. I'm very jealous of the fact that you're going to be there in person. I'll have to get all the goss from you behind the scenes during and afterwards. But mate, look, please, and I'll plug it for you. If obviously everyone, I should have said at the start of the show and I didn't because I'm a fuckwit. The Starting Zone is the podcast you want to be going to for any and all retail needs. Jason and I have said many, many times on our respective shows that we do almost share like a little bit of a sisterly connection in terms of content. Like if you like retail, you're going to enjoy the Starting Zone if you like Countdown. And, if you like the Starting Zone and you want to dabble in Countdown content, you're probably going to enjoy Countdown. Jason, I presume the show is still like going from strength to strength. I really feel like you are actually going from strength to strength. And I feel like you're getting like really good guests, really good buzz lately. Mates, thanks so much again, and let people know where they can find you.
Absolutely, man. I'm never too tired for you, Josh, and I love you too, man. I always love coming on here, and I appreciate the invite so much. It's always fun to catch up with you around these exciting times. Like it's an awesome privilege, and it's also like it's podcasting season, man. I've been on a couple shows lately, and we've done a couple big TSZs, and it feels great because we haven't had that energy in years, and we need it every once in a while to recharge the batteries. So I'm feeling it. We recorded a TSZ last night. I'm recording with you tonight. Tomorrow night we're recording the pre-BlizzCon TSZ. Nice. Because we can't miss a week, and I was in Japan for 2 weeks, so we had to backfill some stuff and then catch up, and it's a whole thing. But Starting Zone you can find wherever podcasts are found, Spotify and Apple and wherever else. Anything with a decent RSS catcher. Recording schedules all over the place because Spencer and I are busy and aging, and we squeeze a show in when we can. We can't lock into a regular weekly record schedule anymore, but right. That's fine. We make it work. We try to never miss a week without putting something up. You can find the show on Twitter at The Starting Zone. And I want to point out, we just hit a huge milestone this month with 600 episodes. Spencer and I have not produced all 600, but we've produced well over 400 of those episodes. And we had a couple really special ones lately. 600 was I referenced the chat with Taryn Gregory from the Wild Dev team, cinematic director. That was episode 600. It was an amazing chat, a great interview with him, and a great insight into a really creative and genuine guy who really, really loves Warcraft on a deep level. So I highly recommend checking out 600 if you want to hear Taryn do his thing. And then 601, we had another returning friend of ours, Devalor, Josh Allen.
Yeah, I saw.
You may know him from Tank Spot, Project Marmot from back in the day, Legendary and Game Breaker and all that content he used to do. And then he was a very long running and very influential community manager for Blizzard for many years. And now he's moved on to some other projects, but he's a WoW nerd at heart. And so we got into some stuff with him that we couldn't really talk about the last time he was on the show because he was still a CM at the time.
Very good.
That chat with Josh was awesome. Well, also a few weeks back, 2 months ago, I guess, we had Sloot on, a long time, top end raider who has recently stepped away from the game and stepped away from the top end rating scene. And just kind of debriefing with him, like as he kind of moves in this different phase of himself as a player, his relationship with the game, as a streamer, whatever. So those are some eps I'm really proud of that we did recently. So just check those out if you need something to listen to while you're waiting for BlizzCon or maybe traveling or whatever. I think you'll like them if you're into Warcraft.
Yeah, very good. Excellent, mate. Well, look, thank you so much, and we'll call it there. But I'll stay on the line. Sorry, I'm just gonna like end the recording there, but I'll stay on the line. Give me one sec. Jason, do you have to run, mate?
No, man, I'm just chilling.
You're just chilling. All right.
It's only 10 p.m. Like it's not close to bedtime.
Oh,
I'm feeling good. Kids are in bed. I think my wife's probably in bed. Tomorrow's Saturday, and we got to do party prep and stuff. But I'm just chilling.
Too easy. Arcos, you gonna go to bed, mate, or are you gonna stay up?
I can stay a little bit longer, but
you don't have to. All I was gonna say is I'm just gonna grab a beer and shoot the shit a little bit more casually.
I suppose I'll go back to bed then.
That's okay. No, you go to bed.
You sound like bed is a good option, man. If I felt like you sound like you feel, I'd be like, yo, I'm going to bed.
No, you go to bed, Arcos, and Jason, I'm giving you an out if you want it.
No, man, I want to hang.
All right,
we're not going to hang at Blizzcon.
Yeah,
this
absolutely.
Is the window, man.
That's what I figured. All right, let me get a beer and we'll fucking chill out. Give me one sec.
Let's do our Howard Stern podcast.
One sec, mate.
All right, I'm up in 4 hours, so I'll go to bed.
Okay, later, man. Good chatting with you, bud. Take it easy, man.
Yeah, likewise, man. Have a good beer, Josh.
All right, you there, buddy?
I am here.
I've got to say this while I remember.
Yeah.
Sorry, where are we? I might we're still live, yeah. So everything's still being recorded. If anything fun gets said, I'll splice it back into what we recorded earlier.
So don't say anything incriminating. Is what you're saying.
I fucking heard. I was watching some PvP content the other day, some classic content, and this like catchy, clearly older metal song came on. And anytime I hear metal music, I think of you. But like, I was like, oh, this one's not bad. And I looked it up, and you'll laugh. I was like, it was the first time I'd ever heard. Was it Iron Maiden Rhyme of the You'll Know? What is
Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner?
Yes.
Yeah.
First time I'd ever heard that song. And then I said to myself, oh my God, I think this is actually the first time I've ever heard Iron Maiden in general.
Really?
And I was like kicking myself going like, Iron Maiden is such an odd band that I have known who Iron Maiden were since I was like 7 years old. You know what I mean? And yet
they're like ubiquitous, right?
Yeah,
the logo,
yet I
all that
literally
stuff.
couldn't tell you like that one of their songs that I've heard.
Right. Well, they never really had any like huge radio hits, I don't think. Like, I don't know, maybe I not in the US, I don't know in Australia, but
like other metal bands get that hit that fuckwits like me can go, oh yeah, I totally know fucking, Metallica or whatever. I guess they're a bit more commercial, but like, yeah, not one thing I'd come across, and I really liked it.
Dude, Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner is just it's a fantastically written and arranged song. I still get excited when that comes on, like all these years later. It's like, I mean, they are pretty underrated, Bruce is like one of the greatest rock singers of any kind ever. And Dave Murray, their like main guitar player, is extremely underrated, like extremely. I mean, the other guys that play guitar for them, like Adrian Smith, he's great too. He's also, but like Dave Murray is so tasteful and so skilled, and is never on a list of like great rock and metal guitar players,
Yeah.
and obviously Steve Harris, a bass player, is the guy who been the driving creative force of the band for 40 years or whatever. It's like, I don't know. I think like the name and the image is kind of off-putting, but it's not like this weird, heavy, scary music.
No.
It's like upbeat rock.
Yeah, and I was expecting heavier and weirder.
Yeah, it's really not like that. It's rock and roll, It's like it's very straightforward heavy metal.
Well, it's very Zeppelin-esque almost.
Yeah, I mean, it comes out of that more bluesy kind of rock. Like it's an outgrowth of that. It's not like death metal or like slam or some shit, It's
yeah,
like,
I've never asked you.
But they got the big pointy logo, and they got the scary zombie guy with the hatchet, and they got the whole image, and so.
I've never asked you where you sit on Zeppelin, because I irrationally adore them, I've never heard you talk about them.
No, I don't really like stuff that sort of predates, like the oldest stuff I can get into is like obviously Sabbath, you have to. If you live in my world, like you have to at least appreciate some.
Fairies Wear Boots is one of the most underrated songs of all time, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I like a fair bit of Sabbath stuff for sure. But, I go far as back as like that, like a lot of King Crimson stuff and like Rush. Those are bands I like. Which it's all a little bit after Zeppelin. I think it was like a lot of dudes that kind of maybe heard, like Rush definitely heard Zeppelin and went, "Hey, we should do something like that."
I think it's actually illegal in most countries to dislike Rush.
It should be.
I've never heard
a lot of people are committing crimes if that's the case.
I've never heard anyone in my life say "fuck Rush."
I have. I mean, there are people that Rush certainly had their detractors. It's softened a bit since Neil passed away. I think when a guy dies like that, you can't be like, oh, fuck them. It's okay. People are like quietly, politely relieved that that Rush is no longer around, I think. But it's a bummer because I only saw them once and I never got to see them again because they used to tour so much. It was just like, I'll catch them next time,
That's like fucking. I mean, I know we've been joking about it for 20 years, but like, the fucking Stones are touring with their new album at the moment, and it's at some point. I mean, obviously it's their lives; they can do whatever the fuck they want. But like, at some point, I'm looking at fucking Mick and fucking Keith and whatnot, and going, mate, how is their body doing that? Like, I look at them like I look at LeBron now, where I'm like, and that, like, seriously, like, I actually make a little bit of an equation there, going like, at that age, how are they doing that with that body? Because like a rock show, you could somewhat snooze through it, but it's like physically taxing.
Yeah, and just the travel element. I mean, like I'll be 42 in December, and for as long as I've been cognizant of what the Rolling Stones are, people have been making fun of them for being old.
Old, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm turning 41 next month. When we were in college, it was absolutely the meme that the Rolling Stones were ancient because they were 60 and touring.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I remember even when I was a kid, when I was in like grade school, there was like jokes on TV about, how old the Stones were.
Oh, it was easy late night fodder.
Yeah.
Just a layup of a joke for Conan to come out and say the Rolling Stones are old. Ha ha ha. Keith
by the way, Keith Richards is really old and did a lot of drugs. You were making the joke in 1996, man. Like,
seriously, for 25 years they've been the Keith Richards will outlive us all joke.
Yeah, and so far he's proved it right. So,
oh man, but you know who I went out and saw Weezer the other day. They were here in town. Yeah, they were actually I fucking adore Weezer. Like, I'm a really big fan. But I'm very down on. I don't go to a lot of shows. I'm very down on live performances, and I know what you're gonna say, that the live performance is the true like pinnacle of music, and what happens raw on a stage is the beauty of the band and all that shit. Yeah, and I get it. I do.
It's true. It's a performing art, right? Like
I just prefer, like, I don't like it when a band gets on stage, sounds like shit, and completely busts all my elements of fandom.
Well, yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Like it helps if the band is good live. Yeah.
Yeah. And I've been to bands that were pretty, I'm sure you have too, plenty of bands that were pretty shitty live.
Yeah.
But Weezer was a lot better than I was expecting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they must be locked in at this point. They've been doing it for so long. They must have a whole thing. I mean, I'll always love the first album. I mean, how could you not? You know, no matter what. I mean, I play for my kids and shit. You know, they like
Bit of
it,
Pinkerton,
and Pinkerton too. Pinkerton
Yeah.
has some jams. I mean, after that, I pretty much I'm good. But like that first record just has so many classic songs. Like it'll just never dies. The songs are too good.
Well, here's the weirdest takeaway I got, and he's a like self-professed fucking weirdo, but like Rivers sounded exactly like, if not better, with his voice during the show, and I was like really enraptured with what he can do with his voice.
Right.
And like,
He
I just find the most
really
guys...
come across as like an amazing singer.
No, he's not
recorded.
amazing.
Not like certainly beyond serviceable, but not like he's not like, you know.
No, he's not amazing, but I really like his register and the fact that he can do it live, like on call. Like I can make my voice go up here, and you know, like it's
Right.
just kind of cool.
Like I am actually a capable singer.
Yeah. Like it's not, you know, the treble turned up in the studio or something. I don't know.
Right. Yeah. There's no trickery.
I've got Foo Fighters next month.
Oh, nice.
That'll be fun. That'll be my
all over the place. Man.
Yeah,
You're
well,
out and about. You're man about town. Here.
I know. Well, yeah, I really am. I haven't been to live anything in years, and now I'm going to all these football games, all these concerts. It's been really cool.
Right.
We moved cities, and I'm really enjoying like, it's, I don't know how to describe it. It's like, you know, we really left the big smoke of Sydney, which is Australia's, you know, I think Sydney is Australia's most populous city. But, you know, a city of 5-6 million people for Brisbane, which is a city of 2 million people. And it really is the joke about Brisbane for decades has been it's basically just a big country town. And it is, and I love it. Like this community feel of like, man, you just go down the road, go to the Broncos game. There's fucking 30,000 people there, but it doesn't feel like it. I don't know. It's really cool.
Right. Yeah, that's a cool vibe. That's crazy how big those cities are, man. Like cities in the U.S. are really like not that big. The U.S. is just like a different lifestyle for the most part.
Because you're also spread out with the population. Because I was wondering,
LA.
like, I saw like a KC game the other day, and I was like, I didn't look it up, but I was like, I wonder what the population of Kansas City is.
Wait, what was it? I'm sure it wasn't very much.
Okay, so wait, that can't be right. That cannot be right. 500,000?
Yeah, it sounds right to me.
City?
It sounds high, actually.
Holy shit! I was expecting like 2 million. I don't know.
Yeah, no, 2 million would be like a huge American city.
But
I mean,
that's
Philly's
what I'm
about
saying.
1 million, and Philly's like top 5.
Yeah, but it's what do you define as Philly? Because I think we define our cities a little bit differently. You guys basically, when you say Philly, you mean like the 5 mile radius around the
city
center
limits,
of downtown.
Yeah, city limits. Yeah.
We call Sydney like the fucking 35 miles all around. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Right, like the whole metro area.
Oh, no, not even the metro area, like the whole of it. Like basically as far as you can drive until you stop seeing houses, that's Sydney.
Okay.
So I'll give you an example. I'll pull up a map of Philly, right?
So in that case, like the Delaware Valley, which is where Philly's situated, and the surrounding counties in Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Delaware, that's like over 7 million people.
Right.
But the city proper, city limits, is like 1 million people.
Yeah. I'm with you. So like I'm looking at a map now, and I'm talking an area, you'll hopefully know what I'm talking about. Imagine like stretching from as far east as your Berkeley Township. You know where that is? No, Long Beach Island.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, stretching as far east as that, and then you go as far west as like, I don't know, fucking Westchester.
Okay,
Or
yeah, that's pretty far.
or Downington, right?
That's pretty far.
That's
a few
the
hours,
kind of
few hours
area
drive.
map that I'm talking about. And then you go as far north as like Frenchtown, and as far south as like Greenwich. Like
Okay.
that's the area map that we call
Yeah,
Sydney.
gotcha. Okay. Yeah, so that's the same idea as like Delaware Valley, Philly Metro, whatever you would call it, like the greater Philadelphia, the place where you're getting the Eagles on TV on Sunday instead of the Jets.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention to YouTube chat, and you get that moment where you see Tim's deleted a message. Tim's the assistant lead on Classic, right? Tim's deleted a message, and now I'm like, oh fuck, what did he say?
He spilled the real tea in there and then deleted it.
Or hopefully it was just something along the lines of "fuck you, Australians."
Could be, yeah. You never know.
Oh man, Zick, you just went to a Vegas for a punk festival, and a few months you went to New Jersey for a different festival. Punk festival would be fun. Have you ever been to anything like that, Jason?
Let's see. Yeah, kind of. So a very good friend of mine, who I played in bands with for years, my drummer, who I couldn't really play without, he works in the business, in the touring industry. He's a booking agent. And when we were younger, in the early 2000s, he worked for this scrappy little booking agency that booked a lot of metal bands back when metal was sort of having that commercial renaissance, like when Headbangers Ball came back for a couple years.
Yeah.
And, and like a lot of those bands were his boss's bands, right? And so he had like Ozfest bands. And so we would like go to Ozfest for free, and we would hang out, in the parking lot where all the bands would park their trailers and shit. And we'd sit around with everybody from the agency, and somebody would break out a hibachi or something, and we'd grill up some hot dogs or something, and bands would play. And then we'd like go backstage and, whatever, go to catering and have like whatever, and, watch some bands from the stage and shit like that. That was cool. I saw that year. Oh yeah. One time we went there, like the entire second stage basically was their bands. And they even had a couple main stage bands that year. And it was a co-headline, Judas Priest, Black Sabbath.
Ooh.
And Judas Priest plays, and they're fucking amazing because
you love Judas Priest. You tweeted about them the other day, didn't you? You love them.
Yeah, they just put out a new song, and it's just like Rob Halford is 72 years old. Like they just crushed this new song, right? And so then Sabbath's supposed to come on. This was like, it was Tony and Geezer and I think it was probably Mike Borden playing drums at this point. I don't know who's playing drums. I think Bill was gone again by this point. But they get on the PA and they're like, hey, Ozzy has bronchitis and he's in a hospital in Pittsburgh. So unfortunately, he'll not be able to perform tonight, but performing vocal duties for Black Sabbath will be Rob Halford.
Oh, yeah. I remember this one. Yeah.
Oh my God. Like that has only happened like 2 times ever. And I got to see one of them. It was absurd. Like that was so cool. And then actually a couple of years after that, or was it the next year or something? So my friend's boss, his agency actually put together this entire Ozfest like tour package called Sounds of the Underground. It ran a couple summers in the US, and it was like all of his bands and other bands that fit the bill. And so the inaugural show was going to be in Lowell, Massachusetts, and we drove up. Like my buddy Josh like rented a car on the company dime. We piled in with him, drove the 5 hours, 6 hours, whatever, to Mass, and we went to the first date of this festival, and it was like one of our friends' bands was on it. Like they were touring and they were like on the tour. And that was cool because they were dudes that we had known for a long time and had played with and stuff. And the headliner was like Lamb of God, which, I mean, this was like on their ascent. Like my band played with Lamb of God one time in a like a banquet hall in suburban PA, like right before their first like Sony album came out, and they just shot like to become, the new arena metal titans for 15 years. So this was like a stop along that path. It was like they headlined this tour, like Guar was on it and Clutch was on it, and a lot of cool bands. And so we like, and this band called Strapping Young Lad, who I absolutely love. They were one of my favorites.
Great band.
That was really cool. Yeah, they were. I mean, the dude behind it is still very active. He just doesn't do Strapping Young Lad anymore.
Right.
His name is Devin Townsend. He's sort of like a.
What's that name ring a bell? I think you've talked about him on
Yeah,
our music episodes.
I don't know, maybe, but you've probably heard of him because he's so prolific and he's done so much stuff, and he's a very proficient musician and songwriter, and he has all different flavors. But Strapping Young Lad was like the very intense, like tech metal kind of vibe, but they were really fun and tongue in cheek and really weird. And I forget who else. It was just nuts. It was such a cool that was awesome. Just like going up there and hanging out and doing that whole thing. I mean, when I was a kid, I went to one Ozfest as a child.
Yeah.
But I don't remember. I think it might have been 97. Yeah, it probably was.
You're like 15.
Yeah. And that it would have been like an Ozzy year. Ozzy was headlining, but I went because Megadeth was like the co-headliner, and Megadeth was just one of my bands. Should
I listen to some Megadeth? Would they be up my alley?
Maybe a bit. I mean, they definitely have more of a bite than than like Maiden.
Yeah.
The thing about especially like that particular era, that like early to mid 90s era of Megadeth, was like it was total guitar nerd shit.
Yeah.
Like Dave and Marty were just like, I mean, just unbelievable guitar technique, and the way those two guys in particular offset each other. Dave is this very kind of caustic, like biting, chromatic type player, and this guy Marty, who was playing lead guitar at the time, was very fluid,
melodic, had
sort of an Eastern influence in his style. Played a lot of like harmonic minor kind of shit, and just absolutely Olympian athlete with the instrument, just could play anything. And they really complemented each other. And at that time I was just like, the only thing I wanted to listen to was guitar nerd shit. Like how much I liked something was directly, when I was a kid, was directly proportional to how good the guitar playing was.
I fucking went.
Or like not even that, but like how good the guys were at playing guitar. You know what I mean?
I bought an amp for the first time for our household since my wife and I have been together. It's like first time I've had an amp in the house in like fucking 15 years.
Right.
And so we go to the store and we get the whole sales pitch and everything, and I wind up spending like, I don't know, like fucking $300 on this amp. And because we didn't have an electric guitar in the house, we had all these acoustics, and we've been saying for years, we've got to just get a throwaway electric to put in the corner. So I go to like a pawnbroker, and like, we just get fucking secondhand electric for, $200 or whatever, amp for $300. Right. And my wife's like, yeah, I really want one. And so we go and buy it, and she mucks around all that afternoon on it. And that was like 2 months ago, and I don't think she's touched it since.
Yeah.
Hopefully it'll get put to use in the future.
I tried to get back into it a couple years ago, like early pandemic, I was just getting restless, and like I missed playing so much, and I felt like the right time. And I just haven't been able to stick with it. I bought a couple nice guitars. Like they're gorgeous instruments, and they feel great to play. And I got a little amp, just nothing big. It's just a little practice amp. But like, I haven't had the discipline to stick with it and build technique back. And it felt really bad to just be so bad at playing the instrument and with nobody to course correct me or keep me accountable. And also like, the kids didn't quite have the reaction to it that I thought they would. And like what happened was every time I would sit down and start playing, the kids would run in and start touching the guitar and getting in my way and trying to talk to me. And it's like, once they grow out of that kind of phase, like once they're just like, Dad, can you shut the fuck up with that thing? Like then maybe I can get back into it a little bit more. But the last time, it's been a little bit since I sat down with one, but every time I did it, recently, might be a couple of years ago already at this point, it's just like guys, please stop interrupting me. I'm just trying to practice a little bit. But you know, they're interested in it, which is cool.
That's
It's
good.
like I don't
Yeah.
want them to not be interested in it,
Yeah.
but like I just need a second here. I mean, give me half an hour.
Oh, I really hope if we have a kid, like I do hope that they would have a passing interest in music for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a human thing, you know. I think
Yeah.
like I definitely like even when my kids were babies, like whatever. It's like I'm putting on nursery rhymes. You know, we were listening to whatever music I was listening to at the time. Like,
Yeah.
and they would like it or not like it or whatever, and they have stuff that they like, and yeah, I think it's such a part of like I don't know the human experience,
Well,
man. You know, it's
I
like
think we
a
kind of
very
take it for
primal
granted.
form of communication.
But I think we take it for granted because, like, I don't know. I mean, your friends will be different, but like, I can fucking tell you, I am in the vast, vast minority of people I have ever met. And this is probably more an indictment of the kind of fuckwits I hang out with. But like, you know, private schoolboy, all that fucking shit, you know, silver
Right.
spoon, blah, blah, blah. But like, I know a lot of fucking people. I met a lot of people growing up, very social. Fucking no one played an instrument.
Yeah, that's a little weird. I mean, like that's how I met all of my friend circle that we've, you know, kind of kept together into middle age is from playing in bands and everybody wanting to do that kind of shit, you know. But that, I mean, that's also like my experience is very narrow in the other direction, right? That's what I did when I was younger, and that's who that's who I associated with as a result, and that's where I ended up, you know, years later. So that's I don't think that's typical either, right? But
I'm being accused in YouTube chat of playing Soggy Sayo, which in the American translation is Limp Bizkit.
It's the Limp Bizkit, yeah.
Which I remember we talked about this about a year ago, and I was like, I am convinced to this day that no human in the history of the earth has played that game, and it's just a fucking, you know, it's just like
an urban legend.
An urban legend, yeah.
It has to be, right? Like
nobody has ever done that,
like,
ever.
I know, like weird teenage boys are like impressionable and shit, but like,
I think they do fucked up things, but draw the line at ingestion.
Yeah, right. Or with the, especially like with the group element. Like I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I find the group element more believable than the ingestion.
Well, yeah, I guess so. But either way, it's like it seems like something that you just make up to like gross people out, or
oh my god, yeah, because it's the exact same as like I don't know, you'd probably maybe heard something like this, the same urban legend type story that my brothers and sisters raised me on, of like everyone's got that mate who rented a party apartment with their friends and cut the butter in half and took a shit in it and then put the butter back and put it in the fridge and somebody found it later. Ha ha ha. Like that never fucking happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's really something like that, you know.
Oh my god. Mate, what day are you turning up to BlizzCon?
Wednesday the 1st. I'm flying out first thing in the morning. I should be in town by about midday local time.
Yeah.
I gotta find some shit to do, man. I'm not going to campus this year, it doesn't seem like, which is sad. Sammy is probably not going to be at BlizzCon, it sounds like.
Oh, okay.
He works remotely now, he told me.
Oh, what?
Which I didn't realize. Yeah.
When did that happen?
I don't know if he's... I mean, at some point between, I would imagine after March 2020.
Yeah.
I wonder, I think he had a place in like Big Bear or something up in the mountains. So I'm thinking maybe he just fucked off and just hangs out on the mountain and draws orcs. Like,
yeah.
Which sounds like exactly what he should be doing.
You know what? It's like the nerd version of the Aaron Rodgers thing.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I'm really bummed that he's not going to be around, man, because he's such a great guy, and he's a hero of mine. You know, his art has meant so much to me since I was a kid, and having some kind of personal relationship with him is a very weird twist of fate. And it's always great to see him, and I would love to see him out there, but it sounds like he's not going to be present.
Right.
Gary Plattner, my beloved Gary Plattner, departed the company last year after 22 years or whatever. And so Gary was the absolute greatest. OG Team 2, you know. He was hired to work on whatever that game was they were trying to do before WoW, Nomad. And he was on the Nomad team. And then they were like, this isn't working. And then he moved over to Team 2 shortly after it started. And he was there all the way up until Dragonflight. And Gary and I had a really cool relationship, and he was very, very generous to me. And typically I would fly in Wednesday. Gary would sign me into campus and hang out with me and Spencer and my buddy Pete, and we'd walk around campus for 3 hours, and then we'd go home, you know. And that was really special shit, man. He didn't have to do that for us. And
can I ask something in all honesty?
Yeah.
So is the campus tour like really, really fun, or literally just like walking around an office?
It's a little column A, little column B. Yeah. They got a lot of cool shit in the office, man. Yeah. Like it's a really cool space, and they got a lot of buildings, and there's different shit in all the buildings, and there's some really neat stuff. And like in the main lobby, right? They have like a little museum. I don't know what you would call it. I think they call it the museum. And so they rotate it out, but they have all different, you know, stuff on display, art, props, you know, old products, stuff like that. Whatever it is, they're showcasing for that period in time, which is, you know, that's really cool. But then, you know, Gary walked us around like the Team 2 floor before, and like they got huge, giant prints of like all the patch key art, you know, chronologically over the years, like blown up on the walls. And they have this like giant, like life-size orc mannequin suit thing that they made to like promote. I don't know if it was to promote Warcraft 2 or maybe it was to promote like Vanilla WoW before Vanilla came out or something. So that was cool. Like, yeah, they have some real like proto WoW shit up there, and just it's cool. It's cool. There's something to be said about being in the space where it happens, you know. And just to get a little peek behind the curtain. Not like Gary's ever like, hey, check out this thing I'm working on. Nobody's supposed to know about. Like, he never did anything like that. But it was always a treat to just like walk around and see whatever because they would rotate stuff out and just like see what was around and just bullshit with him. And he was just like the sweetest guy, really super nice guy. And just a legend in the business. I mean, he was, you know, he worked on the original Fallout and Fallout 2.
Oh.
He was like the art director on Fallout 2 and shit. Like he's just like, oh gee, man. He got into the business making like Jaguar games and shit.
Oh my God, I remember the Jaguar.
Yep. So, but he's gone, and I'm sad about it. And so I hit up Taryn, and I felt bad about it because like I wanted to go say hi and hang out on campus or whatever. Like whatever, I shoot my shot. You know, that's especially podcasting. You know better than anybody. You got to shoot your shot when you want something. You know, so.
And I hit him up. I still to this day don't shoot it anywhere near often enough.
Yeah. I mean, isn't that really the lesson? It's like, damn, I should have did that.
I'm way too polite. I guarantee you, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. I fucking guarantee you, I miss out on a lot because I'm not as pushy or cheeky as a lot of streamers are.
Yeah, and that's a whole different vibe too. Like, we're supposed to be the adults in the room. I feel like, you know, I should have some decorum, which is maybe, you know, to my detriment. But I DM'd Taryn like a fucking idiot, and I was like, hey man, I'm coming in on Wednesday. Give me around, and he didn't even respond to me. So that felt pretty bad. I'm sure I'm going to see Taryn. Taryn's going to be at BlizzCon, and I know where he's going to be at night. Like, I will be hanging out with Taryn quite a bit next week.
Tell him this. Can you look? I feel bad telling this story, but like, it's got to be said. And look, let me preface this. Taryn Gregory seems like, and is the loveliest guy. He's so positive and so nice on Twitter and like everything. Like, he's a really good ambassador for the game. I cannot emphasize that enough. But I have to tell this story of like, okay, so
was this in a urinal?
Sorry, no. So this was outside of the urinal, right? So it's 2018, the BlizzCon that I'm pretty sure you and I met at, and like, I just need you to picture like you know, this guy has started up this podcast 9 months earlier. It was doing okay. I've never been to any kind of gaming convention whatsoever.
Right.
I'm so new to all this shit. You know, I'm not even that much of an entrenched WoW player. Like, I haven't played the game in fucking 15 years. You know what I mean?
Right. You're like stepping into a whole new universe.
And so, like, because the podcast is doing okay, I say to Patricia, like, hey, you know, let's go to BlizzCon, and she agrees, and that's great. And we go as a couple, and it's a long fucking flight from Australia. It's expensive, all this shit. That's why I'm not going this year. It is ridiculously expensive.
Oh, I'm sure. Like, the show is expensive in USD. And I'm sure the exchange rate sucks everywhere.
So, I mean, long story short, after, you know, the 20 hours of travel and whatnot, we get to Anaheim. We're checking in at the Hilton. And I walk in the lobby. We're fresh out of the cab. Walk in the lobby. We stand in the line to get like our room key. Right. And we've been there for dead set 30 seconds. And there's people floating about. And I'm like, oh, wow, there's, you know, here's the Warcraft fans. This is BlizzCon. And I immediately see to my left, just like fucking around on his phone, Terran Gregory, right?
Right.
And I've only been covering the game for like 6 or 7 months. But I know I've seen Terran's face on Twitter, and I'm like, oh, that's a person, that's a guy, that's that guy Terran. He does the videos and stuff. Like, I'll go say hello because I'm not a shy guy, you know me. Like, I'll fucking go say hello.
And especially at BlizzCon, like, you can't, everybody's there for the same reason. Like,
he's not with anyone. He's got his thumb up his ass, fucking not doing anything. So I go, righty.
Right.
So I go up to him and go like, oh, hey, sorry, Terran. Like, I just wanted to say g'day. Like, it's so cool to see someone from Blizzard here. I literally just like arrived from Australia. And he's like, oh, that's really cool. Like, welcome to BlizzCon. What brings you here? And I'm like, well, actually, I'm here covering WoW Classic. I do a podcast about it. And like, okay. I don't know how to describe the tone he gave me, but it wasn't cuntish. Like, he wasn't being a cunt. But like, his tone drastically changed, and he looked at me and went like, oh, you're one of those guys. And I was just like, it was a massive kick in the dick moment for like, mate, I'm tired. I've just flown halfway across the fucking world to be here. And one of the fucking guys from the company is like, fuck off, idiot. And I was like, oh. Like, I don't want to heap shit on Terran personally for this, because everything I've come to know about the guy since then is he's the best, right? But it was more like a capsule moment about how Classic was treated at the time. And because I really harped on this about on the podcast at the time, going like, I really genuinely feel like internally the announcement of Classic and the development of Classic was not beloved.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that. I mean, there was definitely some weird vibes around it. Like, especially thinking back, it was like, I don't know. I wonder what. It's funny now, I think, like, looking back on it, because it's all so pointless. It's like everybody just has whatever they want now. It's like you go get whatever cookie you want out of the jar.
The friction,
it's like the best of all worlds.
Has massively died down.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, there is very little, I feel like, in my little walled garden.
Come up
people just play whatever they want to play.
Let me tell you though, it's come up a little tiny bit more recently though with the Classic Plus vibe, and it's funny because I do see retail players on Twitter just getting upset that some of the resources might be getting taken away from retail for Classic Plus development, and I mean, you have to have a bit of a laugh about it. I'm like,
yeah. Well, I kind of take it at a deeper level or a higher level, maybe. Like, I have concern, and this is what I'm kind of hoping with the Microsoft acquisition. Yeah. Like, Activision Blizzard is such a shit fucking company, and their return to office policy is bullshit. And Team 2 bled talent as a result of that. And I want Team 2 to have the best game developers in the world on it, working on whatever version of the game it is that they're working on. So, yeah, what I'm hoping is that, now Microsoft says that they're going to be agnostic in terms of unionization. I know there's like a groundswell of support for unionization within Blizzard. It'd be really cool if they could get some labor solidarity and they could get, remote work codified into whatever, they do, and that they can attract the best talent possible, because the release schedule and cadence for Dragonflight has been awesome, but it's also not been something they can sustain over multiple expansions.
Yeah.
But like, dude, if I'm a business owner and my business depends on attracting highly specialized talent to create my products, like, don't I want to leverage whatever I have to attract the best possible talent in existence? So why wouldn't I let people work from wherever the hell they want to? Like,
Yeah, I agree.
it's so stupid, and it's ultimately just going to be bad for the game. But like, I'm hoping that maybe it turns around somewhat quickly with the acquisition and everything. I can't imagine that Microsoft is as bad of a corporate actor as Activision Blizzard has been.
Oh, and yeah, I want to talk about that. So, do you mind if I just grab another beer, man?
Yeah, no, I'm good, man.
Too easy. Hey, Jeremy, poor Tim. No, Tim, I'm sorry. Jeremy keeps hitting you up for comment. Jeremy, let Tim chill out. I'll be back in a sec. I'll grab another beer.
Yeah, all good, man.
Yeah, but on the Microsoft thing, like,
Yep.
fucking. Look, I'm not qualified enough to sit here and say whether or not this is a good or bad thing for gaming, but I think it's a good thing for Activision Blizzard.
I agree. I think overall it's probably a bad thing for gaming,
Yeah.
but I think it's good for Blizzard and for the shit that you and I care about.
Yeah.
I think it's a bright new future for Blizzard, and even for Activision. Like, what I really hope is that they split Activision and Blizzard off into separate entities, and you can just get your fucking Call of Duty out of my BattleNet launcher or whatever.
Yeah.
Like just, it's over with. Okay, they're all Microsoft studios now. Let them be their own little pods inside of Microsoft. I think Game Pass is actually, like, as great as it is as a consumer, it's like terrible for the industry. But I don't know, man. This is just what it is. As long as it's making money, then that's going to be the model. It's Microsoft's only real selling point, I guess. I mean, I have a Series X, and I think it's a really nice piece of hardware. I prefer the Xbox platform to the PlayStation platform. Like, I just do. I think Xbox Live and their whole setup is just much more appealing to me. But like, I'm a big Nintendo guy, and I also have 2 7-year-olds who I have completely indoctrinated into Nintendo fandom with me.
It's easy.
So like, our household revolves around Nintendo, and I'm comfortable with that.
Hey, have you? I only say this because I've been playing it on Switch, even though it's got nothing to do with Nintendo. Have you played Sea of Stars?
Dude, I played it a little bit, but I haven't been able to get into it yet. I played the demo. I mean, it was on my radar huge.
Yeah. I was a backer years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like, I mean, dude, obviously, like, I love Chrono Trigger, and it was they're just marketing that game from the jump. Like, hey, remember Chrono Trigger?
Yeah,
like,
we are the
do
next
like
Chrono
our own
Trigger,
take on like a modern kind of. And I'm like, you got me. I'm there. And so I played the demo when it came out, and I thought it was sick, but I just haven't had time. Like, I haven't been able. I want to play it when I can, like, get into it and just play it from start to finish. You know what I mean?
No, fair enough.
That day will come, but it is not today.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of shooting shots, Tim, now that you're home, and sorry, Tim mentioned that he had to delete that message because he was driving earlier. Tim, now that you're home, if you're grabbing a beer and listening in, mates, no need to say fucking yes. You can tell me to go fuck myself, and I'd be fine with it. I'd love to have a fucking beer with you, Tim. Jason, if you want to have a beer with Jason and I, mate, I'd fucking end the stream right now, end the recording, and fucking grab a beer with you. You let me know, sunshine. But I'll throw that out there, Tim. You can say another time. That's all right. There you go, Jason. That's the shooting your shot playbook, isn't it?
Yeah, there you go. That's how you do it, man. For sure. Hit all the notes.
No, I love Tim. Tim's good people. It's fucked because
that's awesome.
Tim and Josh from the Classic team, we've been like dancing around each other for months, going like, "Oh,
Yeah.
we really want to come on your show, but we can't." And like, it's just it's fucked. You know what I mean? It's hard.
Can I relay to you a little anecdote
Yeah, please
regarding
do.
stuff like that? Do you remember maybe about a month ago? You follow the creator Discord, right?
I read it. I never
to
engage
some
with
degree.
it. Yeah.
I'm in it, but I don't read it.
I know about it.
Like I was getting into too many fights with people in there, and I was just like, this is not a good use of my time. But
it's a weird.
do you remember
collection,
maybe about
but anyway,
month and a half ago, there was an announcement that went out that was like, hey, actually, let me read it to you because I can find it quickly because it's in the announcements channel.
Jeremy.
Hi, creators. Well, this is from Alex, who is a lovely man from what of the interaction I've had with him. Hi, creators. We've gotten an influx of messages from our WoW developers that influencers are reaching out to them directly with requests to speak to them. We'd like to kindly remind you that requests should go through the promotion request channel. Our developers are hard at work building the next pages of your adventure, and we want to ensure they're able to focus on doing that.
Right.
Reaching out directly to them always slows down their ability to focus on their work and can get lost as a result of them not knowing the process and how to proceed with the request. We also want to apologize for being slow to respond to requests from you recently. We'll do better to get back to you quickly. Thank you very much for understanding. Remember that one?
I don't remember that, but I mean, I mean, whether or not it's worded well, I sort of get where it's coming from. Where like go through PR rather than them individually.
Yeah.
Because I guess the devs are probably
let me tell you what happened the night before that message went out. I got the confirmation that we were going to have Terran for 600.
Yeah.
Because I opened a ticket with promotion requests in mid-August for a guest. I shot my shot. I requested Ian for 600 or anybody else that we could have to sit with us and just hang out, celebrate, the game, celebrate 600 episodes of the show.
Months in advance.
Nobody ever. I gave him a month and a half. I could have recorded all the way up until the minute I stepped on the plane to Japan.
Yeah.
Right. I just needed to get the show out the week of October 9th. And nobody got back to me for a month. And I'm pinging and eventually it started. It was like now it's like early September, mid-September, and I was just like, I started getting a little pushy, and finally it was like, hey, I asked around and there's really nobody. Sorry. And I was like, well, fuck that. This is 600, man.
Yeah.
We've been doing this show for 7.5 years. The show's almost 15 years old. Like so I reached out to Taryn and I was like, Taryn, can you help me out, man?
Yeah.
Like, I really want to have you on for 600. I want to do something special. We talked about having you back on years ago, and it's been years, and we have a lot of cool stuff to talk about. Like, do you think you could make something happen? He was like, write something up and I'll see what I can do. It's hard with schedules and with PR, but I'll do what I can do. And I was like, you're the best. And I was on the clock, man, because this was like a Thursday night or some shit. And I'm like, I got to get this interview written. And it's during my work day. I'm trying to put the interview together and it's just not coming. I got nothing. I'm staring at blank fucking pages. And then finally I hit that flow state, and I had the whole thing done in like 25 minutes. And it was like, I love this. I'm so happy with this. I sent it to Taryn. And then he did his magic. And then the same CM that told me, hey, sorry, we got nobody, was like, okay, when do you want to schedule with Taryn?
Yeah.
And then this message went out. But before Josh left, see, Josh was the guy.
Yeah, he was good to us. He was good to us.
If we needed something, it's like he'd be straight with you.
Yeah.
Like,
you're not going to get him, right, but maybe someone else. Yeah.
Right. He would get you something, or he would give you a timely response like, listen, this is why this can't happen. Yeah. And that's all I really needed. But like before him, it was like, all right, I used to go around the CMs all the time, and I just like chat people up at BlizzCon and at the Blizzard party, and hey, you should come on the show, talk about whatever, and they're like, yeah, here's my email address, let me know. That's how I became friends with Gary Plattner. I just cornered him at a Blizzard party, and that was that. And like, Taryn, obviously I got to know from just hanging out at the hotel bars, and like, I shouldn't have to do that.
Yeah,
I shouldn't have to do that. I don't want to do that.
No, I agree.
I want community and PR to work with me, but I need a guest for 600. I need a Blizzard guest. 600 fucking episodes about one game.
Yeah.
It's not about anything else ever. the amount of PR that we do for them. You know what I mean? It's just
Mate,
frustrating.
I'll
and
tell
it's
you
not,
a funny story.
It's not the talent that I want to talk to.
Yeah.
They're all very cooperative and fun and professional and generous. It just like, it just drove me nuts. And then we're in limbo with media. It's like, are we going to get media? We're not going to get media. I don't know, dude. You know, I'm sitting on a fucking $800 portal pass that I'm going to have to eat because I bought one because I didn't know what the story was, you know, and I didn't want to have a shitty BlizzCon. And we waited and waited and waited and waited. We put the media request in like July, whatever it was. We used the website they told us to use. They said the submissions close in September. Spencer didn't even book a flight because he wasn't going to go. He wasn't buying a ticket. If they didn't hook him up, he wasn't going. And then it's like, I don't know what, mid-September, late September. And they're like, oh, hey, by the way, you're good for BlizzCon media.
Right.
So I messaged Spencer 1:00 in the morning, book your flight.
Yeah.
You know, and now like I have a $800 ticket I'm going to have to eat, which I'm okay with, but I just wish it didn't work out that way. You know,
You can't. Well, I guess you can't sell it because they're not sold out.
Yeah, why buy from me? I mean, dude, like even on WT BlizzCon, which is like a very community reputable, you know, ticket reseller outlet, there's tickets on there that got listed on August 4th.
Well, I mean,
they're never going to sell.
I was talking about this last night with my mate Hunk, and we were like, why do you think BlizzCon's not sold out this year?
There are many reasons.
Yeah.
It's a combination of a lot of shit.
Yeah.
First of all, we live in a different world from 2019.
Yeah.
I think people's behavior in general is different in a world where COVID is the thing we just have to live with. I will never say post-COVID because
that was Hunk's theory that people are still a little gun shy around massive crowds in terms of just like exposure and whatnot. I slightly disagreed with that, but I see where you're coming from.
I don't think it's the whole thing. It's definitely a slice of the pie. That's one slice. Another slice is the economy fucking blows.
Yep. It's expensive as fuck, and they raise the price.
And this show is way too expensive.
Yep.
The show is way too expensive.
I think that
a 2-day show should not be $300 to walk in the door.
I think that decision has stung them massively, and they will have regrets over that.
Yep. Yeah. The show itself is way too expensive.
It was $250 last time, right?
It's $300 to
no,
walk in
but
the door.
It was $250, right?
Yeah, I mean years ago it was like $150.
Oh, yeah, no, but I'm saying, but
it's all,
was it a $50
raise?
raise?
Last time I think it was $250, so it jumped 20% since last show.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, like it's just it's exorbitant, and then you know it's an expensive place to stay. You're in fucking Disneyland, man. It's it's an expensive flight you got a global audience. So that's another slice of the pie. And it's undeniable that summer 2021 fundamentally changed people's relationship with the company. There are customers that they are never getting back after that shit. Which is, I mean, I understand that if that's the way you feel as a customer, like, I think people are entitled to that, certainly. And I guess for me, like, I just wasn't naive enough ever to think that like the company was some good actor, some shining bastion of like how to behave. I could never let myself believe that. And when the lawsuit revelations and shit came out, like I was happy about that because it needed some sunlight. You know, I was glad that people's story got told and that shit was going to change. And, at the time, people were kind of mad at me because I said I was like glad that it came out, and I thought that was really weird. It's like, dude, this shit happened. Like it happened. It already happened. It's not like we're hearing. It's not like it happened because we're hearing about it. You know what I mean? Yes. Like these people were suffering in silence and with no recourse for years. Yeah. And now something can actually change because of it. You know, and I think for some people it was just too much. Like Blizzard was like, you know, a video game theme park, amusement park, like Fantasyland, you know, and not like a video game company. Yeah. And I think some of those people, there's a big chunk of those people that just aren't coming back. The company's reputation is nowhere near what it was, you know, in 2019. So.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of that. It's funny you say like the theme park thing, like Blizzard kind of is Disney. BlizzCon or Blizzard is kind of is Disneyland to a lot of people. Yeah, and you take that shine off, and it hurts.
Yeah, Oh, I'm actually reading YouTube chat finally, and Jeremy is asking about virtual ticket, and there isn't one because everything's just going to be streamed for free on YouTube.
It's free, yeah, which was really
and
like good for me to see.
Yeah, it's awesome. I think they should have moved to that model a while ago. You could still buy the in-game tchotchkes if you want to spend some money. They're cool. It's just they're included with the ticket, or you can buy them. But if you just want to watch the content, then you don't need anything except an internet connection. So
yeah, as Zig's saying, like it's 2,000 to 3,000 USD for you guys to fly around the country and fucking go. Like, so, and same thing, like from Australia, like, mate, the return flight to LA is, I mean, obviously it depends on when you booked, but let's say I booked well in advance, right? Like 6 months in advance. We're talking, I don't know, let's say 14 to 1,500 USD return flight. Maybe like 1,600, right? And then all the stuff on top of that. But like, it's hard for me to equate. But like, if I can't go last minute because like I looked like 6 weeks ago. I had the last, like, even though I didn't want to go, I was like, oh,
right,
just in case.
Let's lay it out.
Yeah. What if I did go to BlizzCon? What would this set me back? And 6 weeks ago, the flight was like 2,800 Australian dollars, which is like 2,300 USD. That's just the fucking flight. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's like four-ish times what I'm paying to fly to SoCal.
Yeah.
My flight actually wasn't, I did not have sticker shock. It was about what I paid last time. It's about what I'm used to paying to fly to SoCal. So it's a lot. It's, I don't know. It's like, I think I bought some upgrades. I think it's clocking in somewhere around $600, but like the sticker price was like $450 or something. But then I was like, yeah, I'll get the preferred seating and shit. Like, I want to be comfortable. I'm going on a little vacay, whatever. I'm worth it.
Yeah.
I'll kick it a little bit. When I saw how like low the base fare was, this was like, I don't know, like a month or two ago, I was like, all right. But yeah, dude, I mean, like the exchange rate is just brutal.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
that's
like,
the thing. The exchange rate just stings us so much. So like whatever it costs you to go to BlizzCon, times it by about 3, and that's what it would cost me.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like Spencer's in a similar boat because the Canadian dollar fucking sucks against USD right now too. And like, it's just brutal. And like, I don't know if you know this, Josh, but Blizzard has a huge Canadian and Australian audience.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever heard of that before, but
no.
It's a lot of people who are not like spending that discretionary income, and
Tim,
yeah, like
Tim, you don't even like driving to LAX? I don't even like being in LAX. LAX fucking sucks. It's the worst airport.
I don't do LAX. I do John Wayne only.
LAX is the worst airport in the world. It fucking sucks.
Yeah. It's not. There's no reason for me to go there because I can always fly into John Wayne from, domestically. So I don't have to deal with that bullshit.
Wait, where's John Wayne Airport?
It's in Santa Ana.
Really?
So it's very close to Anaheim.
Must only take domestic flights. I've never heard it as an option for an international.
Yeah, is it? I don't think they have any international terminals. Oh no, I mean it says it's international commercial and general aviation airport, but I mean who knows? Like they might have like a flight that flies to Mexico or something.
Yeah, exactly.
It's an international airport, guys.
Yeah. Fucking back on the BlizzCon thing. So you're getting in on the Wednesday. I saw a funny tweet.
Yep.
Saw a funny tweet yesterday, and I mostly agreed with this tweet. And now that you're here, we can laugh about it. But like, this person goes like, "Why the fuck is everyone getting in earlier and earlier for BlizzCon every year?" And they're like, "Why?" Why are you people flying in on Tuesday?
Was it Jin? Was that?
I can't remember. I
think I saw that. I was going to respond to him, but I like Jared. I'm pretty sure I saw that. The dude he used to do with Morley Gray, and he does Live Laugh Lore now, which is a pretty fun show. he's a nice guy.
I agree with it. I'm personally, like, you're going on the Wednesday. I wouldn't get there earlier than the Thursday.
Nah, dude, that's not enough. Because see, it's a little different this year because it used to be Thursday used to be Calm Before the Storm.
Yeah, that's right.
And it's like
Which is good fun.
that was almost as good as the actual Blizzard show.
Oh, it was better than the
Steve and his crew built that up. Like, yeah, that was a highlight. You needed a night for that. You didn't want to fly in try to no. I mean, usually Friday is the Blizzard party, and then Saturday is just fucking ape shit, whatever, right? And then so I don't know. Spencer always goes on Tuesday, which I really don't understand. Right. But then again, he also has he has more friends and stuff out there, so I think he visits with people. I know one dude that lives up there, and I'll hang out with him at the show. But yeah,
what's the Blizzard party?
I do Wednesday to Monday. Wednesday to Monday is that's my window.
Right. What's the Blizzard party?
It's for
VIPs.
Do an influencer mixer.
Yeah, I never got invited to those.
Nah, they don't let Australians in there, man.
No, but this is the fucking thing. I was going to tell you the story about the PR thing. Well, good opinion, this BlizzCon shit. I was like, oh, now I just sound like a fuckwit because I'm pulling a big don't you know who I am thing. But
which is the worst shit to do, especially with what we do, because it's nah, nobody really does know.
I hate it.
I don't know. I feel like we provide a valuable service and people really care about the shit that we produce.
And that's the thing. I hate having to say this out loud, and I'm a wanker. My fans know I'm a fucking wanker. But so I've been talking to Blizzard ANZ recently, Australia, New Zealand, right?
Right.
And I famously have not got along well with the Blizzard ANZ office for many years now, right?
Right, yeah, they don't, yeah.
And this goes way back to a story I told on the podcast last episode about me. I think I told you this. Me getting kicked out of the press conference at my first BlizzCon.
I remember the legend of that.
Legend of that story. So that was all.
I was nearby. I wasn't there for that, but I've talked to you right after that.
Yeah, that's right.
Talk to fucking Lore and see what he says.
That's right. So that was all perpetrated by the Blizzard ANZ office, right?
Yeah.
Now, in the years following that, they basically wanted nothing to do with me. And I started getting uppity about you watch their Twitter account and everything, and they're like, we're here to promote Australian and New Zealand creators. I never fucking said a word about my show. Not literally, not one word in years.
The biggest and
and that's the thing. And
this
is where I'm going to sound like a wanker, where I'm like, I don't want to be that guy. But
sometimes you gotta be that guy.
I don't want to be that guy, and I get that. I work on a medium where you don't get to see the figures. That's fucked up.
Yep.
That's weird.
Yep.
I get it.
Yep.
But the reality of the situation is, I speak to an audience that is 10 times the size of the biggest classic streamer. I mean, maybe not the biggest classic streamer, but you would call a classic streamer with 500 viewers big, right?
Right.
I speak to 10 times that audience on a very regular basis. That doesn't dawn on the PR team.
No. I can't show them my fucking Libsyn numbers, man.
That's right.
Or not in a way that I can, but they don't understand it. It's a fucking video is just, they can't see past it.
And
that's all that matters is fucking Twitch. And it's
it's fucked because and then you do the thing where if you're on Twitter, and I understand it, don't get me wrong. I don't think people should know who I am, but you do get the jokes about who are you? Who the fuck are you? Blah, 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 blah. And okay,
right.
I speak to less than 1% of the fucking classic player base. That's fine. But the audience is still reasonably sizable by content creation standards. Now.
Right. If you translate it into another medium that has a more streamlined distribution and a number you can go click on and see, you'd be like, oh shit, not bad.
Yeah. So the funny, and I do laugh out. I'm not bitching, I'm laughing. Blizzard ANZ reached out to me recently in the last few months, and I got a DM from them on Twitter in, I don't know, July, right?
Right.
And I was like, what the fuck? Like I've talked a bit of shit about Blizzard ANZ over the years. Not Blizzard. And the greatest irony was that Irvine was being so good to me, and my local office hated me.
Right.
That was the irony. And Australians are very big on like building up our own and all that shit. Not in this case.
Yeah, right.
But anyway, so they've got like they must have gotten a new person in charge of PR or whatever at Blizzard ANZ, and this lovely woman reached out to me and said, you know, hey, we can see you do content creation if you ever like to do an interview or something. And I didn't know how to tell her that like I'd been organizing my own interviews for years through Irvine. And she literally had no idea. Like she had no idea about the show, about my audience, about anything.
Oh my God.
And she was just like reaching out in an exploratory fashion, right?
Right. So apparently they don't have your poster hanging up in the
Yeah. Apparently not. And like again, but this is not like I don't care. I'm nobody. I don't expect them to fucking like do any be like, oh, we've got to invite Countdown, all that shit. But like it was notable that they really had the Australian content creation scene, particularly for World of Warcraft, is not particularly large, and they had fucking no idea.
Right. Yeah. There's not, especially like in the podcast space. There's like, is there anybody else? I think there's like one other.
No. But in saying that, she was so nice to me, and she's been really, really good to me in the month since. And she's setting up my interviews now, and it's so refreshing to actually have a point of contact that is there to like help and not be a fuckwit. When I asked for something, like just the other day, I was like, hey, look, I'd really like to get like an interview as soon as I can after BlizzCon. She was like, yeah, no worries. I'll message them right now and see what I can do. And like a day later, she was like, yep, we've got you all lined up. We'll do something for you. I was like, oh my God, dude. Like this is what I've been praying for
it's
5
like Bizarro
years.
World.
Yeah, I know. So it's been, I tell you what, kudos to Bill at the fucking Blizzard ANZ office, like just the best. And like it's been really nice to see, but like they just let me say this much on what you were saying before. So many of the devs want to talk to us, and they are very much so at odds with what PR wants.
Yeah. And I get that. And you know what? The other thing too is like, I'm not gonna name names, but I listened to a lot of WoW podcasts on the Trans-Pacific flight on Tuesday, and dude, it's not pretty out there. There's not a lot of people doing shit that you want your product and brand associated with, in my humble opinion, as somebody who's been in this space for a long fucking time. Yeah, there are not a lot of shows that are produced at a professional level with any kind of real insight into anything about the game.
Yeah, but you know what the difference between, and I'm kind of sucking our own dicks for a second, mate. I'm sorry to do this, but like,
hey, it's fucking this is our BlizzCon, late night bar hangout, so we're allowed to do that.
Yeah,
tonight.
exactly. Well, this is, and for you guys watching live, sorry, I can't stress this enough. This is what the conversation between Jason and I 100% would have sounded like over a few rum and cokes in the fucking...
if we're at the hotel lobby.
Yeah, if we were at the hotel lobby, word for word, this would be the conversation. You are getting a look in, that's it. But like, I'm not going to shit on other podcasts, but like, I will say this much. You can categorize them into two very different ways. Fan podcasts and almost like coverage journalist podcasts. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally.
And there's a big difference between the two.
Yeah, and I think most of the WoW space, at least on the retail side and stuff I was diving into, most of it is just like fan hobbyist. Like, I'm going to sit in Discord with my friends. We're going to push record and see what happens.
And they're fun and they're great for those audiences. I don't want to sound like, oh, you're not a real podcast. No.
I mean,
none of that.
You can do whatever you want. It's your show. That's cool. But like when it comes to the specific shit that I'm trying to accomplish with my show and my relationship with the company, it's like, I feel like it builds this kind of reputation where it's like, from the PR and community side, where it's like, we don't really deal with podcasters, you know?
Yeah, that's been their take for years, is podcasting's not a thing.
Yeah.
If it's not,
everybody fucking listens to podcasts.
The company edict has been, if it's not video, we don't go.
Right. Yeah. Which I don't really totally get. I mean, when you're talking about the podcast audience, you're talking about a little bit older demo, right? But like WoW is an aging game to say the least.
Yeah.
You have older players playing WoW, you know? The podcast listener engages very deeply with the show and the topic of the show.
Yeah.
These are the customers that you want to retain if you're World of Warcraft, if you're Blizzard, right? Like I'm not asking for a lot.
Do you know what's always infuriated me the most? And I'm sure this will strike a chord with you. Like I always say, like years ago, I did a survey amongst my listener base, and this is when Countdown was getting some pretty just starting to get some pretty fucking big numbers, like 10,000 per episode, blah 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 blah. Right? Things have died down since. Like right now, I get like 5,000 per episode. Right? This is when
like at the crest of the wave when like
the crest was actually like 40,000. Yeah, dude.
Classic was like about to hit, man. It was just like.
Every podcaster I've talked to, and I still have this moment where it's like, it is beyond unbelievable how many people were riding that classic wave, and it filtered into my podcast. Like 30, 40,000 people per podcast episode. And any podcaster you talk to, they won't believe you. They'll go, you've inflated those numbers like 3 or 4 times. And I'm like, no.
I believe it. I watched the fucking charts, man, and I remember those days, and it was like, damn, Josh is getting some fucking numbers.
But yeah, so
I can't see the numbers, but I can see the chart position. It's like when you're top 25 US.
I was next to some massive gaming podcasts, like massive.
Yeah.
But anyway, this is not about me. I'm not trying to big note myself. What I'm trying to say is,
it was the moment.
Yeah. We did a survey of my listeners early on about, bunch of people, about 5% of my listener base, about 5% of 10,000 people fucking applied or responded to this survey. Mm-hmm. And it came back with really interesting figures of like, it shouldn't shock anyone. My audience does skew a little bit older. I think the average age was about 29 years old or something. The really interesting part, and you can say whether or not people were fucking lying, but why would you lie on an anonymous survey? The average income of the average Countdown listener was something like 120,000 USD a year. It was obscene, right?
Right.
Which I'm not that shocked by, because you get like, working professionals, educated, maybe working in tech, maybe working in law, maybe working in medical. I don't know.
Right. These are kind of industries that attract WoW players, and you have more mature people who are further into their careers. They have more disposable income,
and the host is a lawyer. All that kind of shit, right? Like just attracted a certain archetype of WoW player. And so I've always gone like, you've got this this large audience every week with an extremely high disposable income.
Yeah.
And yet they value, I understand why they value streamers more. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But they target the larger audience of the big streamer whose average age of viewer is 21 with virtually no disposable income. And I can't see from a marketing perspective how they look. I'm not saying that's not the play, but to ignore us is a mistake. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. It's very weird. And I mean, dude, I was, I spent some time this summer kind of going through it with this shit a little bit, man. 600 was a really, really big deal to me. I don't know why. I just really wanted to make 600 special. We didn't do anything for 500. It was actually a patron Q&A show. It was just, it was the lowest hanging fruit that we put on the feed.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, we didn't do any work for it. We just showed up and answered questions.
Yeah.
But so I didn't want to do that for 600, and especially with 15 years of TSZ coming up. I wanted to put something special up, and because I knew I wasn't going to be around, the way the timing worked out was it was interesting, but it was kind of stressful because it's I'm going to miss 2 weeks of recording, but and 600 is going to fall. So we got to get this extra show recorded somewhere this summer so that we could bump the episode count up, and then we can bank 2 episodes to release while I'm gone. And one of them's going to be 600. And, and it's I'm getting nothing from fucking community. Your biggest retail WoW podcast, very long running. We've had a relationship with the company that predates me, and you can't throw me a bone for 600 fucking episodes. And then the whole BlizzCon thing of are we going to get media? Am I going to eat this $800? Am I, Are we going to? What is the company ever going to do anything for us again now that Athelas is gone? You know, and all that stuff is swirling, and at least some of that has died down a little bit, but it's still like, okay, are we going to actually get anything to do at BlizzCon? Are they going to throw us an exclusive bone? That would be appreciated. It's been a few years. Last time we didn't get an exclusive. It's like, you're doing interviews.
You'll be the same as me though. You'll be the same as me though. I bet. Sorry, mate. Is that like, I don't want stuff. I'm like, we're media. I just want access. You know.
Yeah. But
I don't even want the press pass. Like, I'll pay for my ticket to BlizzCon. I don't give a fuck. Just give me an interview.
Well, right. That's what I want. I want the exclusive. You know, and like we'll sit in group interviews if we don't. Either way, but like we've had some great exclusives from event floors for Blizzard over the years, and they've gotten Wowhead press and shit off of that. You know, and whatever. Like, we're a reliable partner. We do our jobs well. We give them what they want when they give us developers time, you know? And I know that some of them know that. I mean, I've known Aramis since 2018. I met him at the first event that he came out with Blizzard PR for back when Vanessa used to be the PR manager. And Aramis is awesome, but Vanessa was fucking incredible. She's with Bungie now, I think. But Aramis is great, and Aramis is taking care of us for sure. And not all of this is up to any one individual person, but like, man, it felt like we had spent years, like since Spencer and I took over, like building this relationship that just got fucking rug pulled, and like nobody can be bothered with us anymore, you know? And that sucks. It's not a good feeling. So I'm hoping we can maybe reconnect with some, like, this will be our first chance to meet like Alex and Bethany in person. Maybe that'll be nice. We got a chance to work with, even though the circumstances were not what the company wanted, we got to work with Bethany on the Terran interview. So she kind of got to know us and see how we work. And like, we're obviously not some weirdo dipshits. Like, we take this seriously, and like, we have a good rapport with somebody like Terran, you know, so hopefully they'll keep us in mind a little bit. You know, we haven't been asked to do press since Athelas left. I don't know what the fuck happened there, but
oh my God, don't get me fucking started. Put a pin in that. I need to piss like a racehorse. I'm gonna get my.
Avoid Alex Afraziabi while you're.
Oh my God, yeah, he'll be in my bathroom going, "Sup?" I'll be back in 30 seconds. Sorry about that, mate.
All good, man. When nature calls, man.
Oh, mate, it was fucking busting. Tim was saying before,
Tim,
if he was the president of video games, he'd fly us out to the con on his dime. So that's very kind of him. And Tim's also actually saying he would love to meet you at the con, Jason.
Yeah, we should definitely connect, man. I mean, I'm probably gonna try to spend as much time in my black hoodie with the big green TSZ logo on it as possible at the show. So if you see that, then come say hey. I always love to talk WoW. I mean, we don't cover Classic super a lot on TSZ, obviously, because we don't spend that much time playing it. But we do cover the big stuff, and we do dip in there. I was playing a little hardcore the other night, and you know.
No. What you need to do, Jason, is when Tim comes up and introduces himself as, "Hi, I'm Tim. I'm the assistant lead on Classic." You say, "Oh, you're one of those guys."
Roll my eyes and just look back at my phone. Like, sorry, podcasters only. No.
Oh,
Yeah,
dude.
I mean, I that's like the best shit, man. It's just like, you know, meeting people at the show and
Yeah.
making those personal connections. It's so fun.
Easily.
We haven't had it in so long. So
wait, so what's the Wednesday thingy?
oh, I don't know. There is no Wednesday thingy, is there? I don't know. I'm not privy to any Wednesday thingy.
I'll be at the Wednesday thingy.
I don't know.
Is
I
that
don't have
the
an invite
code?
for anything
Is
on
that
Wednesday.
code for the secret party?
I mean, I don't have an invite for anything on Friday either, but they usually do a party on Friday night.
Tim worked on retail for a decade, so yeah, he'd be able to talk to you.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think at this point everything is sort of melded together where it's like whatever you play, I think everybody who's in it just kind of, not everybody, but I think the mainstream like player just kind of appreciates everything that's going on. I think it's usually Friday, Tim, but I don't have any information about it right now.
Definitely.
It's usually after the first day because then everything's out, everything's announced. So then it's like, oh yeah, come, mingle and have a drink at the House of Blues or whatever. And, talk to people. Yeah. I think they did the one in 19. I want to say like the House of Blues or something like that nearby. And it was awesome. It was the best one I've been to. That was Diablo 4 year. Brandy was still there. We were hanging out with Brandy and her fiance, and that was they're such nice people, and it was cool to see her get that huge win because everybody was so stoked on D4. Pat was there. We were hanging out with Pat Crane.
I miss Pat.
I'm gonna miss the shit out of him, man. He just disappeared into the wind, man. I haven't heard from Pat in years.
He really fell off the face of the earth. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the way he wanted it.
Yeah,
that's cool. I mean, he should do whatever he needs to do, but. Like talk about like just a super generous guy. I mean, like I was never on CTR. We had him on TSZ once, and I mean, CTR was the first WoW podcast I ever listened to, and it was what got me into the whole idea, and Pat was always so super nice and generous to me. We would just hang out the whole time, dude. Me and Pat would just be like bullshitting the entire weekend, even in the airport and shit. And I'm just like,
well, we hung out. You and I hang out with Pat at BlizzCon. Like that's where I met Pat, and fucking he was just like, you just know the guys that are like, hey, you're just a regular dude. You're good people. We'll have a beer, have a chat. He was really good fun.
Yeah, and Pat was he was really good about like building people up too. He ran a network for a while. The TSC was on. This was in the Mick days. And, he had Mick on CTR regularly once the crew started kind of becoming unraveled and he needed some new blood, and he helped out a lot of people in a lot of shows. He always was trying to connect people. I mean, I think he introduced us or something. Like Pat was the grease between the wheels there for sure. And I mean, he spotlighted Fist and Stats, who
is this still at Blizzard
employees.
This is still there, right?
Yeah, Fist and Stats both work on the social media team.
Was Stats on CTR?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, he was briefly at the last gasp revival that Pat kind of had going on. Stats was a regular.
I think I met Stats really briefly at 2019, but I can't remember.
I think I met him. I don't think I met him before 19, but I definitely hung out with him a little bit at 19.
Yeah.
Shot shit with him. He's a nice guy. Super nice.
Yeah, but Tim, definitely tackle fucking Jason for a beer. You'll trust me, when you'll see him, you'll know. Like, Jason is not hard to miss.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Although, I don't know. On there are a lot of fucking nerds that look kind of like me. So
yeah, I mean,
those are my people.
I don't know. You look like you belong at a metal concert. Like you really do.
I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's where I belong. So
Yeah. So when you see the like tall,
that's why I
tall,
look like this.
tall guy with like long flowing jet black hair. I don't know if it's still jet black,
No,
but
it's not black. No, my hair's like brownish.
I thought it was black.
No, it's
No,
dark, but it probably
I know.
looks
I've been
darker on-
drinking.
Yeah, right. You're all a
It
frosty
looks
beat up.
beautiful to me. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's definitely brown. It's you know, it's darkish, but you know.
Yeah, I was all a frosty beat up. Yeah.
That's what we're gonna call it now when you get
Absolutely.
all fucking pissed tank.
Dude, I was so a frosty arby. Oh my god.
Oh god, I was man.
I have to say, on that same night, so literally it wouldn't have been long after I came out of that toilet encounter. I did actually met Ian. I sound so horrible. I'm not trying to like throw people under the bus, but like I met Ian and one of my dear friends who's been on the show a million times, Ale, who will be at BlizzCon this year. Who, if you see a guy in a Countdown to Classic T-shirt, it'll be my friend Ale. Say hello. Lovely Canadian guy. Ale grabs me and goes like, "I've got Ian. You've got to come say hello." And I was like, "Oh my god, here we go." Okay.
Right.
Now, like, I've got to give Ian this much credit. This was like the Saturday night at like midnight, right? So it's the end of BlizzCon. He has probably met fucking 10,000 people. He is beyond over it. Do you know what I mean? As I would be if I were in his position.
Yeah, he's doing everything he's got to do on stage. He's doing whatever he's got to do on the floor. Plus, he's up doing media nonstop and probably doing like PC gamer and mainstream shit like that. I'm sure his commitments are many.
Yeah, and they've got to, and you've got to meet all these people coming up to you saying hello. You can't be a cunt. Like you've got to paint on a smile and be like, "Hi, how are you?" Blah blah blah. So like, I wasn't drunk. I'd had a few drinks, but Ale's like, I found Ian, and I go up and I'm like, "Hi, Ian, how are you? I do a WoW Classic podcast," and he was just. The poor bastard was so unenthused to meet me, and it was so like just to get me the fuck out of here. Like it was a really awkward interaction, and I just I slinked away as soon as I could because I was like, "Yeah, nice to meet you," whatever. Like he just wasn't having a bar of it.
Yeah. I mean, Ian is a guy that I've met at many BlizzCons, as you can imagine. I always find him somewhere eventually, and I basically, the conclusion I've come to by this point is that Ian knows very well who I am and just doesn't really care to have anything to do with me, which is fine.
Yeah.
I'm not really trying to be friends with the dude.
Is that just who he is?
Immensely. What was that?
Is that just who he is? Like, was he basically?
I think so.
Himself?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. There's obviously like if you observe him at BlizzCon, there's like people he wants to like interact with or whatever. But I mean, that's his prerogative. I don't, whatever.
Oh, he can do
he's never been like rude to me.
Yeah.
But we're not. It's not like we're chummy.
He's not. Boy.
Like it. Yeah. Like there's some like I mean, Sammy is a dude who I became chummy with from bullshitting with him at BlizzCon because I was like, hey man, I love your art and your games since Lost Vikings. And I really like, by the way, I like when you talk about, Savatage and Ernie Chan Conan comics on Twitter. And then we became best friends, like that's how it works when you're into like metal and nerd shit is, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't take a lot. Terran is a guy that I became friends with or friendly with just from bullshitting at BlizzCon in front of a hotel. It wasn't like some intimate thing or some like, oh hey, like you should meet my friend here, he's really cool. Some people we kind of hit it off or whatever, and it's cool. I never kind of had that vibe with any interaction I've had with Ian. Not that it was like he was shitty to me or anything, but it was like, yeah, thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, no, it meant a lot to me too. Yeah, I'm really glad. It's nice to hear you say that. You know what I mean? That's just like, okay. I got you. He should. I still think he should come on the show. I would love to have him on sometime.
Oh, he'd be great. He'd be
fucking episodes. Like, 15 years.
He'd be a great interview if you got the right questions lined up. And like, if you, what I would do with Ian, and I've been fantasizing about this for a couple of years now. What I would do with Ian is not let him eloquently duck the question, which he's very, very proficient at. He's incredibly good at doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think if I had a good, I don't know, couple hours, maybe come back to it a couple times and think about it. I think I could put together a really nice document for him. And I mean, I think a lot of stuff he says in media and in press is really insightful in a way. Like he's good about not speaking in absolutes or like anything like that. But when he talks about philosophy and about why they do shit that they do, it's like, yeah, you know, I really see his point of view. And you know, he used to be a lot more prominent. They used to do a lot more like media with him, and they don't do as much anymore. But we talked to Lore about that to Josh Allen, you know, because Josh was one of the guys that sort of started doing that, like getting, I don't know if you remember, but you weren't really in the space at the time, but back when Legion was going on, like Josh was doing like a monthly live stream Q&A with Ian. Josh and Ian would sit in a room on campus, turn the stream on, and they take pre-submitted questions and like they just talk for an hour.
Yeah.
And it was awesome. But you know, the problem with that is like anything else is that eventually it devolved, and it was just, they weren't getting enough good questions on a regular enough basis that he could actually talk about. And it just evolves into the same dumb shit every time. And so they, you know, Josh moved away from hosting those things with him. He also rotated in some other people from the dev team, and that was a really cool era, you know, just to get to see some different designers and like what they worked on and kind of what they were into and, you know, whatever. It was, I love that whole series he did. He did it for a long time. But then he sort of moved in a direction where like, okay, well, I'm going to find like one thing that Lore was great about, man, was like finding opportunities to spotlight creators to match up with a dev about a particular topic and just let it happen, you know, like, he was fucking great at that, man. And they should never let him go. I mean,
didn't he leave for what company? What big company did he go to?
He went to TikTok.
TikTok, yeah.
And then he left there relatively quickly.
Yeah, he wasn't there for long.
He works for the Dragon Prince people now.
The what?
You know the Dragon Prince, the
I
animated series.
No,
it's on Netflix.
Never heard of it.
I watched a couple episodes of it years ago. I tried to see if I could watch it with the kids, but they were babies at the time.
That's where he does like media for the TV show.
Yeah, and basically like what he was saying, and he said this in the interview that we did with him recently, like they are working on a Dragon Prince game.
Right.
And the whole kind of company was created around like building up this Dragon Prince idea, this fiction, this setting, and a game was always part of it. And they're trying to keep a lot of stuff in house, and so they're trying to do the animation in the game. It sounds pretty cool. And I know people who really like that show, but I just haven't. I haven't gotten it. I think maybe I'll try watching it with the kids when they get a little bit older and see if it clicks. You know, kind of thing. Like it's for a little bit older kids. So yeah, I mean, it sounds like he really enjoys the work because he gets to kind of walk in a couple of different worlds and stuff. But like, I don't know, just anecdotally and from shit that I heard from secondhand, like if they would have paid him, he wouldn't have left.
Wow.
Just straight up. And it's like, there's just no, I don't know, man.
There was no scope
there's no,
for a pay rise there.
There's no substitute for what Josh Allen can do for you in terms of creator relations. There's just not.
No,
he was one of the original fucking WoW creators, dude. You know what I mean? Like he blazed a trail. He was an original fucking video and podcast guy. And he knows the whole scene and everybody knows him and he knows everybody. And he was there and he ran that shit for years and you just didn't want to pay him the money he asked for because you can't afford it. Like, I don't know.
No, I'm with you.
And now you got two people doing his job, basically. Now you split his duties between
I was
going to
say,
CMs.
like, it's been an odd space. Like, I'm not... It's just, it has been an odd space since he left. It's been like...
Yeah.
I don't know. He approached the role so loudly and proudly, and it's been very quiet since.
Yep. I mean, when he got in there, dude, he was like, hey, you know, I'm taking over for Jay. Jay Karchi was the old guy who I mean,
he was
we
the
had
first
a
one.
relationship
He was the
with him,
first one I dealt with,
but yeah, he was not very good at his job, in my opinion. We pressed him and we would get shit out of him when we pressed hard enough, but we had to press pretty fucking hard.
Yeah, no, he did fuck all for me as well, even when I was kicking ass and taking names.
Yep. But so Josh came in and he was like, hey man, like I probably still have the fucking Twitter DMs from him, you know? I don't know, I didn't scroll back that far, but like you know, he was like, hey, you should join this Discord that I'm putting together for WoW creators and stuff, and like, oh, you know, if you're gonna be near PAX East, let me know, and like all this shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, wait, because I had met Josh at BlizzCons before, and he wasn't doing that job at the time, and like he was real standoffish with me. I was trying to chat him up and be like, we're at fucking BlizzCon, and I'm a fucking, you know, I'd make a WoW podcast, and he was just a little distant, you know, and like he was just trying to get away from me, I guess. And I don't know. I wasn't being super fucking weird or anything, but
you were just at the urinal next to him, but like whatever.
Right? Yeah. Like listen. I was just sizing him up.
Yeah, just fucking talk to me. Whatever. We're out hanging out, literally.
Yeah. What's the problem? But no, that's you know. But then you know, once he stepped into that role, he was just really dedicated to it. And I remember it must have been 19. PAX East 19, he was like, hey, you know, who's going to be around for PAX? And I was like, I'm not planning on attending the show. Like Blizzard wasn't there. They were at 18 because they were showing off BFA. And we finagled our way in the door on Blizzard's dime. And we ended up doing a Morgan Day interview from the event, which was awesome. We had a great time. Ted was there, Sloot, and Sparty was there. So we were hanging out with our friends, and it was like a little mini BlizzCon in Boston that year. That was fucking rad. And then the next year, Blizzard wasn't there. It was 19. They had nothing to really promote. But, you know, Josh was out there because he was doing his job, you know, and just checking stuff out and hanging out with the people that he's supposed to hang out with. And I was like, hey, man, I'm like close. I'm like, you know, at the time I was like 90 miles away from Boston. I'm like, I'm love to drive out and hang, just say hi, just catch up, you know, but I'm not going to the show. He's like, oh, that's cool. He's like, how about Friday? We meet up at this bar that's like a block away from the convention center, and we'll just, you know, have a meal, have a couple drinks, and just talk about WoW. And I was like, yeah, let's fucking do that, you know? And then he had like a whole meetup, and I met a couple of people there that were really cool that do like various types of streams, podcasts, YouTube, whatever, that like I still have some kind of contact with. One dude actually is I would consider a good friend, this dude Corey, who does he's like a streamer, YouTuber guy. That was awesome, dude. Like Josh just put that together.
But that's the thing, like it's a novel fucking concept. The influencer relations manager actually like, you know, creating human connections with the fucking influencers that he manages. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you imagine? But that's how Josh did that job, man. And he was really good at it. And nobody else can, in my opinion, nobody else could do it like him. But you know, part of it too is like, it's got to be a hard fucking job. And I'm sure there's likely to be a lot of turnover in his absence, you know. I think staying in there for a long time is a part of the puzzle too. I mean, Josh had been ensconced in the community from day one, right? Like, and he'd been around the company so long already. He was already in the company, 4 or 5 years before he took over that role. So,
hey, sorry, finish off.
I was going to say, like, I don't know what happened with Gareth Athalis.
Oh, literally, that's what I was about to interrupt you about. Like, I was literally just going to say, hey, keep in mind that we're recording, so don't say anything you're not comfortable saying, or that we shouldn't say
anything about. Like,
what
Gareth
the fuck happened there?
I have no. I would love to know the story, but no, I'm sure
I'm dying to know what happened.
I'll have to get somebody all fucking.
If you get someone sourced up and talking at BlizzCon, like it's one of those things that like I shouldn't give a shit about, but I'm morbidly curious.
It's so weird that how could you not want to know what the story was?
He was there for 3 seconds.
Yeah, like, and he fucking hooked us up. I was like, oh, good, Athalis is in there. This is going to be fine. This is going to be good continuity.
He was like, I'm going to look after the podcasters. Yeah. Which, to be fair, Josh, and like, I just want to say, like, you've just heaped a lot of praise on Josh Allen, and rightfully so, because like he was very good to me as well, and the only person who was like, you know, outside of Athalis that we're about to talk about in a slightly different light, but like Josh was really good, going like, hey man, we're trying to put more of a focus on podcasters. I'll try and link you up, and he did. But like,
I mean, he was a fucking straight shooter, man. Yeah. He understood the value of each creator. You know, I think everybody on his radar, he had a good feel for like what their strengths were and what their audience was about. And that's that's fucking rare, man. Nobody else is going to have that.
So then
he really made a big difference.
So he
but
leaves.
I thought Atlas.
So I'll just give people context. He leaves. We're talking about the influencer relations manager role, right? So he leaves, and then Atlas takes over. And Atlas, who's been on Countdown to Classic, who was a former WoW radio host and creator and everything, he hits me up. And again, same thing, was like, hey man, we're going to be really good to podcasters. Just want to let you know that, I'm a podcaster. Mm-hmm. Obviously I'm going to look out for you, it's, and I appreciated that.
Mm-hmm.
But then he was in the, here's the part that nobody knows that I think I have mentioned to you, Jason. I applied for the job as well. This is years ago. It's like 3 years ago now. I randomly applied for this job because I just thought, you know what, influencer relations manager, they say you can work from home. I could do this. This would be an interesting change of pace for me, whatever. I applied, didn't get an interview. Atlas gets the job, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is not a sour grapes thing, but I was just like, okay, great, whatever. He's dealing with me now. He's bringing me in, all good. But then he was basically fired like 3 months later.
Something like that, dude. It was only a couple months because he came in right before Dragonflight. He hooked us the fuck up. He was like, "Yo, here's alpha. Like, get in this alpha event, play it. Like,
gave us everything.
You can't stream it, but like, play it, and then you can. We're announcing this shit like at this time or whatever, so you could have stuff ready to go." He got us interviews. Like, he was only there for 2 or 3 months, but like he hooked us the fuck up, and I was like, "All right, well, Atlas is gonna take care of us, so this is gonna be good continuity from Josh." And then it was like, oh.
So do you think that he was hooking people up a little too much, or that he was getting a little too in or something?
I don't know. Maybe. He never did anything like untoward with us or anything. Like, he never was like, "Hey man, here's like, I don't know, here's some like promo shit," or like, "Here's some, I don't know, here's some game codes or whatever." You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't like, "Hey, here's some shit you're not supposed to know," but like, don't say anything about it. It was like, "Hey, we're inviting you to this, thing that we're doing for creators, so you should participate in it." But yeah, I don't know. Maybe the bosses were like, "Yeah, you can't just fucking do that with whoever you want. Like, we need metrics, man. Like, you gotta have this or whatever." But he did actually ask us for a lot of weird numbers and a lot of weird shit around like giveaways and stuff, which we were saying to each other, like, there's no way anybody cares about this, dude. Like, they're not going to come back and ask us like how many people entered this giveaway or whatever. Like, so I don't know. I have no idea what was going on there, but
sorry, just to interrupt. I appreciate what Jeremy's saying. I don't think that's necessarily what Jason was saying, but maybe I'm wrong. Jeremy's saying, because obviously Jason earlier, I was talking about how, like, it's my personal belief that Blizzard does not, like, Blizzard employees don't go rogue and give influencers access to information they shouldn't have. And Jeremy saying, well, what you've just said about Atlas, doesn't that go against your notion, Josh, that Blizzard doesn't give media access before they should have it to influencers?
I mean, it depends on the situation. What they were doing was a big media push for Dragonflight, right? And so this was the first look at alpha.
But he wasn't telling people about Dragonflight before Dragonflight was announced or anything like that.
No. This was like under NDA and shit.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we couldn't stream this. This was an internal alpha build that they let us and another group of, like, a bunch of people were playing it, but the whole thing was they wanted to hit this on this specific date, like
friends and family
Tuesday or whatever,
thing, isn't it?
Like, bam. What's that?
Isn't it just friends and family?
No, because it was a special build for this event.
Oh, okay,
it wasn't like, it was an event build. It wasn't the full game. It was just like, it was a zone with some features. You could do dragon riding, all that stuff. So it wasn't like, it was like a concentrated media push they were doing to show off Dragonflight Alpha. So they wanted, you can like video it, right? You could record video of the gameplay, but don't release it until Tuesday at 1 p.m. Eastern or whatever, right?
Yeah.
you could pre-record, like if you want to record impressions or whatever, don't stream it. But if you want to do a podcast, like do whatever you do whatever you want with
I
the
think,
access.
but I think that's an important distinction between what I'm talking about. Like what you're talking about, I imagine is, that's fine because that's what they do for promotional thing.
Right. Yeah. It was total.
As
total
opposed to
marketing
what
thing.
I'm talking about,
Yeah.
whereas I'm like, I don't believe that Blizzard is in the habit of intentionally telling influencers about big announcements before they are announced.
No. No, I agree with you. Yeah, and there's a difference between like an employee leaking some information or saying something they're not supposed to say, and like, I mean, really, in the business, you call this an activation. This was a Dragonflight activation, right? Like, if you go back to that weekend or that week in July of 2020 or whenever it was, or 22, I mean, I think it was July or August or something. It was an explosion, dude. Everybody had Dragonflight Alpha stuff up that week, and so that was a project that Blizzard was doing that they were inviting us into, basically, which is different than like somebody spilling the beans to try to whatever they're try to get in good with a creator they like, or try to like drum up some buzz for some. I don't know. There's different levels to shit, but that thing in particular that Athelas hooked us up with, that was a total marketing push. That was like what, that was all Blizzard's idea. That was from the top down.
Fair enough. Jeremy, and sorry, let me just say, Jeremy, thank you so much. You've been sorry,
man.
Jason, I sound so rude,
for
but Jeremy's
chatting it
being
up.
super chatty, and I fucking love it. You're very much so a part of this conversation. I appreciate it. And Jason, sorry, I know it's weird to like inject questions from chat in our like basically like hanging out, beer chat. Yeah.
It's like if Jeremy was
at the
hanging
table,
out,
exactly.
at the next stool over at the bar.
Exactly. That's why I'm trying to bring him in. But like, so like this was a big thing that I talked about with Arcos before you joined us this evening. Really hyper focused in on this. Like, do you seriously think Blizzard tells streamers things before they happen? And my thing is because like Jeremy raised the whole like, oh, apparently Asmongold knew about Classic before it was announced, and I was just like, I'm hyper skeptical on that story, going like, I refuse to believe that like someone from Blizzard threw their job on the line just to be like, hey Asmon, just so you know, like 5 hours before everyone else, Classic's about to be announced. And now look, I'm not saying it's like impossible, like beyond the realm of probability, but like I just personally don't believe it. But like he's also saying, and sorry, Jeremy, you know this, I'm not having a go at you, mate. You're fucking Aussie. I love you, brother. But he's saying, let's say Classic Plus is going to be announced. Are you saying you don't think any streamers know before the public does? I would say this, and I'd love to hear your answer to that, Jason. I would say I don't think that a streamer or content creator has been explicitly told we are announcing Classic Plus at BlizzCon 2023. What I wouldn't rule out is devs becoming friendly with content creators and cheekily hinting and winku, at things. People chat, people hang out, people become friendly. That's fine. They would hint and maybe overtly, give an indication of something that might come, but not explicitly say it. I really think they'd stop short of that because you know what? They don't want to fucking lose their jobs.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you in a vacuum. I mean, I think there's a circumstance that Jeremy is maybe kind of touching on where you might see that where like there are maybe some creators that would know before the general public if they're part of an NDA'd activation, right? If part of your announcement or part of your marketing activation includes content creators playing an early build of it or something, then obviously they would, because they're essentially contractors of Blizzard at that point, right? They're a second party. So that just depends on how they want to market the thing at that point. And influencers or stuff are a way to do that, and it's obviously a popular way to do that these days, and an effective way for a lot of products. So if it was like, oh, we have, I don't know, yeah, like Esfand or Asmongold or something, and well, not Asmongold. I don't think they'd be working with him, but if they had somebody in that space that they do work with, then yeah, I could totally see that maybe they come out, a couple days early and they come down to campus and they sit down at the thing and they do a little, a little PR goose it a little bit, give it a little juice. I don't know. I could, if that's up to their marketing department basically and PR about how they want to approach it. But
All right, I'm going to. You're spot on, and I'm going to shed a bit more light on this. I hear what you're saying now. I hear what you're saying now, Jeremy, and that is an important distinction to draw. That like, no, I'm talking about what if they bring streamers in, under NDA, ready to go for interviews upon announcement, and they've just been, briefed very briefly beforehand that this is about to happen. Be ready. I get that. I understand what you're saying. I will say this much. I'm just looking something up. This is important how I word this. You don't have to answer this question, Jason. Have you been under an NDA before?
yeah, but for some stupid shit, nothing real juicy, But first of all,
Blizzard
when you walk on the campus, you have to sign an NDA.
Oh, okay.
But it's like a 24-hour NDA or whatever. Just like, oh, you can't like fucking say any, there's like, if you see any business related shit, like, I mean, there's stuff out in public. Like, you take a picture of the orc statue, right? Like, that's fine. I was in like an NDA'd Diablo 4 beta late last year. It was like you couldn't stream or anything. It was totally locked down, and I don't think anything from that even got out, which it was rough. It was not really ready for prime time. It was more just about like, hey, if you're not a dipshit, like, do you want to check this game out and see what you think a little bit of some of this end game stuff? Like, it was you like logged into a level 60 character or whatever. So that was like, I played it like one time. I said no time. Like, it was like right as like Dragonflight was coming out and shit. Like, I can't really do this. And I think we did have an NDA for that Dragonflight activation last summer. So
right.
Just stuff like that, where it's like, hey, like, this is, people are not allowed to see this yet. Like, you can check it out and people can see it tomorrow or 48 hours from now or whatever.
So I'm not sure how NDAs are generally supposed to work, but I can say that, well, I can't say, but I will say that I've been under one, because technically you are breaching an NDA by even acknowledging its existence. You know what I mean? By saying I was under an NDA, you have technically breached that NDA. The only follow on from that is nobody gives a fuck, after the fact. So Blizzard will not be suing Jason and I for saying, you told people you were under NDA for this thing. Like, literally nobody gives a fuck.
You're not going to believe this. They ran a closed beta for Diablo 4.
Yeah, exactly. So like, it's beyond
earth-shattering.
Yeah, beyond the point that we are technically breaching our contracts. It's nobody's going to action it. So like, I've been under one NDA in the relatively recent past, and that was in regards to WoW Classic Hardcore. And I just had to look back while Jason was telling us that story about the exact nature of which that NDA came up. And basically Blizzard reached out to me and said, hey, we're conducting WoW Classic Hardcore interviews on this date. Would you be interested in taking part? We'll send you through an NDA that you need to sign. I read through the NDA, I signed it. It was only for a period of 24 hours, which is actually pretty fucking ridiculous. But nonetheless, they did that's how they do it. They did the interviews the day before, and then 24 hours later, they released those interviews because the NDA had expired. Now, don't get me wrong. Again, this could be happening for Classic Plus. There is a chance that 5 of the biggest Classic content creators, I mean, fuck, now that I'm saying it out loud, now I'm thinking it's more likely that 5 of the biggest Classic content creators have been signed up and they've pre-recorded their interviews. They've signed their NDA saying, do not release this until midday on the 3rd of November. That is a thing that absolutely could happen. I personally believe that there's more risk with a big announcement than is worth it for something. Like, if you sign Svan, Sarth, fucking whoever up to these, Classic Plus NDAs, I fucking guarantee you one of them is breaking it. They will not sit on this information, and Blizzard can't trust them to. I just content creators are horrible with breaking NDAs. They do it all the time.
Well, because a lot of times they have like dipshits in their circle, like their assistants or mods or whatever,
They'll speak to their best mate and be like, "Oh, you'll never guess what I just signed an NDA for."
Right. When that guy didn't sign an NDA or whatever, I don't know. It's just like, yeah.
So that's why I'm like, it's far less in their interest to do the pre-recorded NDA thing. When think about if someone posted on the Classic WoW subreddit today, "Hey, I'm Sarth's best mate, and he told me that Classic Plus is absolutely coming." Like that's Blizzard might see that as a PR win, but it's kind of a loss. Like it's stealing the thunder from the announcement.
Right. They want that big. That's why you got the 24-hour NDA, because you want to turn the faucet on, right?
Yeah.
You want that deluge of news and information and hype. And you know what? Actually, that leads me to the thought that like it doesn't make any sense for them to do that for BlizzCon. It's fucking BlizzCon. It's not July, right?
Exactly.
Like you have the entire world's eyeballs on your stage next weekend. You have the gaming industry wrapped around your finger for 48 hours. So why get these people involved to fuck shit up?
Yeah, you send the message yourself. You don't need them to send it for you.
Yeah, like it's one thing when we're like in the doldrums and you don't have an event or whatever, and you need like a way to kind of market a product or some content drop, like not like a big release, but maybe a patch or something, not a new SKU, not a new item to purchase or whatever, but you have some release coming out and you want to drum up some hype. Yeah, then that's a great time to get creators involved, smaller scale stuff.
Because the streamers aren't reaching any extra audience that BlizzCon isn't reaching.
Exactly. And in fact, they're reaching a much smaller audience than BlizzCon will reach. Yeah. Like by many factors. BlizzCon's going to be on fucking, it's going to be on YouTube live streamed, and it's going to be, for free. The entire world can just watch it. It's going to have coverage in every mainstream publication that covers anything about gaming and technology. Like it reaches the most mainstream audience possible, and it has no competition in the space. It's not at E3,
Rip E3.
Yeah. I mean, nothing's at E3 anymore, but it's just not that kind of situation where it's like the stage is rotating. It's like, oh, well, now let's let the next company come up and plug all their shit, and then stuff gets lost. It's like nothing's getting lost next weekend,
Oh, dear. Oh, mate. Well, look, I'm so sorry. It must be getting late for you right now. What time is it there?
Yeah, it's about midnight. It's midnight.
All right, buddy. I might let you go if that's okay.
Yes, I'm good either way, man. I could chill if you want to chill. If you got other stuff to do, I mean,
I'm 3 beers deep now, and I can feel the tiredness washing over me.
Yeah.
But mate, you have been the fucking best. Thank you so much. It's
my pleasure.
It's
man.
so fun.
Always fun.
It's so fun.
We don't get to do this enough, man.
We don't.
Really,
we fucking don't.
I wish we had an excuse to do it more often.
I know.
Honestly. So.
And you know the drill, man. If you ever fucking if you ever need me, I'm just put the bat signal up and I'm fucking there.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, we gotta have you back. Maybe after whatever we learn next weekend, maybe we'll have you. See if we could work something out to have you.
Oh, if they announce the fucking seismic shifting classic announcement and you need something, don't be shy. It's all good. I'll take fucking hours out for you, my man.
I would love to set something like that up. We're doing our pre-BlizzCon show tomorrow with our buddy Multizord is joining us, who is a longtime Blizzard podcaster vet. He used to do a Heroes of Storm show. He does like a Hearthstone show, and he's like super into Rumble. So we're gonna do some Rumble stuff and some Hearthstone stuff and what else. So it'll be fun. I would say you should sit with us on that, but I didn't talk to Spencer about it, and I'm afraid he doesn't like to be presented with stuff like that He's already got a lot of stress with scheduling and trying to get
He likes
out from
to
under
be
stuff to get out.
prepared.
So what?
He likes to be prepared.
Yeah,
Doesn't
like it's
like
like, oh,
spur
suddenly
of the
this is like a 4 mic setup, and and also that means the show is going to be long. He's already getting on me about
Oh, he runs a tight
how
ship
long
for run length. Yeah.
he doesn't have here's what happened. This is what really happened. He forgot we were doing this, and he
Right.
has something else he wants to do.
Right.
So he's trying to get out. You know what I'm saying?
I've always felt bad when I've done your show. Like Spencer runs such a tightly planned ship, and I can talk for 3 hours on my own, and I ruin your episodes because they just go forever.
No. I mean, like he's pretty good. Like he understands that especially when we have you on, like we're gonna get into some stuff, and that like we might go a little off the rails, and we're gonna go long. It's not gonna be a tight 75 minutes, right? Like we're gonna go somewhere. But he's pretty good about letting it go, like to the point where like it's just starting to get redundant, and then he's good about stepping in there and going, okay, let's get on to the next thing. He keeps it flowing, which I appreciate and need, because I will repeat myself fucking 700 times if you let me just keep talking. So, he's good about that.
No, he's good people. I love Spencer. Send him my regards, mate.
I will. I'll let him know. And after we should do some kind of BlizzCon debrief or something. We'll try to figure something out.
Yeah, you gotta text me fucking after a few hours at the at the Marriott bar. Text me a state of affairs.
Yeah, I'll send you some photos or something.
Yeah. Just say I've spotted the classic team and they look drunk.
I'll find Tim, and we'll take some.
No, definitely grab him and say hello. He will love it. He'll love it.
For sure.
All right, man. I'll let you go. I'll catch you later.
All right, Josh.
Thanks,
Have
Jason.
a good one, man. I'll talk to you. All right, man.
Bye.
Later.
Whew. All right, guys. Thank you so much for all of that. You guys have been here a long time. Jeremy, you've been a fucking superstar today. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Sorry, I've just got a message I'm trying to find. What is this? What's going on? Okay. Guys, you've been great. Thank you so much. Jason was phenomenal. There's a reason I talked to Jason for so long, because I fucking love the guy. I have all the love and affection in the world for that man. He's just so happy. I love him because he's happy to be positive. He's happy to be negative. He's happy to just hang and shoot the shit and be fun. He's just a fucking my kind of people, regular dude. Yeah, there will be a watch party. I am hosting one, Jeremy. So I think it's 4:00 in the morning Brisbane time, which might be 5:00 in the morning Sydney time, and blah blah blah. Do all your conversions. It's 11. I want to say 11 a.m. Pacific time, on the Friday the 3rd, which is 4 a.m. Brisbane time on the Saturday. So we will be doing a watch party. I announced it in the Discord the other day. I'll have to, because we had a lot of sign-ups to it. I wasn't sure how many people would want to hang out and do the watch party, but we've had like 42 people say they want to like hang out and chat and watch the fucking, BlizzCon opening ceremony in the Countdown Discord. So I might have to throttle who has speaking permissions, because we can't have like 40 people fucking shouting over the top of each other. But I'll figure it out. But yeah, look, thanks so much for everything, guys. I'll end the stream there, and I'll catch you all later. Have a good one. Thanks for tuning in.